Chapter 691. The news of the battle at White Cloud City spread all over the barren state. More news followed right afterward. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs had invited all the top forces in the barren state to gather at Xuanwu City in order to find ways to create a saint. That piece of news soon became the talk everywhere. There was no one who did not know that Jisheng Cliffs intended to clash with the Zhuge family. There was no one who was able to fathom the meaning of the people of Jisheng Cliffs inviting mighty ones from all over the barren state to gather at Xuanwu City at a time like this. The news of the battle at White Cloud City spread all over the barren state. More news followed right afterward. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs had invited all the top forces in the barren state to gather at Xuanwu City in order to find ways to create a saint. That piece of news soon became the talk everywhere. There was no one who did not know that Jisheng Cliffs intended to clash with the Zhuge family. There was no one who was able to fathom the meaning of the people of Jisheng Cliffs inviting mighty ones from all over the barren state to gather at Xuanwu City at a time like this. The news that the people of Jisheng Cliffs released was reserved, with the only notable thing being the intention of the search of divine paths. However, no one outside of the Zhuge family knew what lied behind such an event, but Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs knew that those ranked on the barren sky ranking knew what he meant. The end of year 10009 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was an unsettling time. Many in the barren state felt they were at the precipice of an epoch, witnessing the arrival of chaotic times. When year 10010 of the Divine Prefecture calendar finally arrived, Futian was training in Moon Tower at Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was the day before was the very last day of the year 10009. Yet there was no banquet to celebrate the arrival of the new year. The place was not lively and was completely devoid of any festive mood. Futian sat silently, sensing the spiritual qi around him. Other than training his spiritual powers, he was also trying to develop a comprehension of the sage will. Ever since he came to the barren state, he had been visiting many ruins to experience the power of the sages past. He had even stood on Yuan Hong's back just a while ago, experiencing how sages fought firsthand. He became very knowledgeable of what kind of powers sages possessed. However, knowing was one thing, and comprehending it was another thing altogether. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue walked up to him quietly from behind. They had no intentions of interrupting Futian's training. Yet he opened his eyes and turned to face both of them. He then smiled and greeted them. Second sister, third brother. Little brother, are you trying to comprehend the will of the sage here? Gu Donglu asked. Yeah, Futian nodded. I seem to have grown to understand something, but I can't pinpoint what it is yet. That's normal. Gu Donglu nodded and continued. You're only a grade 2 noble. While your highly exceptional intellectual capacity allowed you to sense a sliver of the sage will, you're still unable to get to it just yet. That is because when nobles advance to become sages, the very nature of the plane changes. In all the cultivation stages before reaching sage plane, it can be said that you see mountains when you see mountains and water when you see water. Yet when you reach the sage plane, you don't see mountains when you see mountains, and you don't see water when you see water. Third brother, I think you're making it a little too deep for me. Futian smiled and commented. Gu Donglu looked forward. He activated his will, and a leaf fell before them. He then asked, What powers do you feel when you see the leaf fall? I feel the will of the wind, Futian answered. Gu Donglu did not respond to his answer. His eyes remained on that very leaf, tracking it as it kept falling, finally ending up on a rock. The leaf had no way of continuing its path. Yet at the very next moment, Futian's eyes were practically frozen by what he saw. That seemingly light, helpless leaf went on to break the rock open. The very weak, powerless leaf had surprisingly functioned like a very sharp knife, cutting the rock it landed on. Wah! Futian felt touched somewhat This is what you'd call will. The will melds with the heavens and the earth, and the will of sages is the very will of the heavens and the earth. When you have finally developed comprehension of that rule, you will find your will to be everywhere, turning into rules. That leaf you saw was infused with my will, and with that it came to possess the power of rules of the sword, Gudonglu elaborated. I understand now. Yi Futian nodded, feeling himself having touched something, yet it slipped through his fingers before he could grab it. All the elemental spiritual qi of the world can be used to bolster the power of rules. But some more powerful rules were born from the elements themselves, yet they cast off the nature of elemental powers. You have begun to grasp this very level when you were using the powers of noble will. That will itself was a fusion that gave birth to all new will powers, Gudonglu continued. Right, I know about that, Yi Futian said while nodding. His teacher back in the cottage all those years ago guided him to practice fusion, spells to serve as a backing for future training. You're versed in powers of all elements. The way with cultivation dictates that the higher your plane level, the more apparent your elemental advantage becomes. Sorcerers who train with a single element will develop comprehension of rules that aren't all that different from others doing other elements. Yet, at the sage plane, the difference between one individual to another can be frighteningly huge. It goes without saying that it works the same with saints. As such, there is the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states all across the 9 states. Any from the barren sky ranking who are able to make it onto that ranking would definitely be the stuff of legends. Gudonglu elaborated further. If the barren sky ranking was to be rearranged, you'd definitely be able to get ranked on there, Yi Futian said with a smile. Of course, his third brother definitely had no interest in the barren sky ranking. These things hardly matter. Gudonglu shook his head. Fame and fortune were little more than fleeting clouds to him. I'm going to go train with the staff for a bit, Yi Futian said. From the 6th strike of the 9 heavenly attacks, he became able to touch some of the powers of the sage. Right. Gudonglu and Zhuge Mingyue nodded, and they both left soon after. Is Jiyu still on Taihang Mountain? Gudonglu asked Zhuge Mingyue. Our little brother is naturally concerned for her. With things being so shaky all over the barren state, and Crouching Dragon Mountain being the center of this whirlpool, there's a risk of the odds stacking against us. He won't let her come here, and that is for her own good. It was only natural for Zhuge Mingyue to understand what Yi Futian's thought. But that kid won't be able to fool Jiyu for long. Zhuge Mingyue sighed. It was impossible for Yi Futian to bring Hua Jiyu along when he went to White Cloud City back then. He also came to Crouching Dragon Mountain instead of returning to Taihang Mountain, leaving her there instead. If Hua Jiyu knew what he intended to do back then, she would have followed him to White Cloud City, as there was no way she would have let him leave her behind. The apes of Taihang Mountain listened to Yi Futian, and that meant it would have been difficult for Hua Jiyu to come to Crouching Dragon Mountain alone. Gudonglu did not say anything. Xuanwu City gradually turned more lively over the next few days as mighty ones from faraway lands came. Many masters and leaders of top forces arrived one after another. There were even some mighty ones ranked on the barren sky, ranking that were hardly seen anywhere. Xuanwu had never been so busy. Many were unable to fathom why Kong Yao's words carried such weight, being able to call such an impressive crowd. Are these forces that show up here really going to ally with Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs to take out the Zhuge family? They wondered. The Zhuge family estate on Crouching Dragon Mountain was seen to be a city in crisis at the moment, one that could collapse any moment. Mighty Ones of Jisheng Cliffs released more news that they would be meeting the Mighty Ones of the Barren State at the center of Xuanwu City, Xuanwu Tower. Mighty Ones of the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City stayed in one of the palaces of Xuanwu City. Huang, she of the sovereign family, came personally. Huang, she was training with his eyes closed in one of the compounds of the palace. A young man was seen there, and it was none other than Huang Zhuge. Jisheng Cliffs is obviously trying to do something against the Zhuge family, with the meeting of the mighty ones from all over the Barren State set up at Xuanwu Tower and all. Why do we even need to be here? Huang Zhuge asked. No harm in coming to see the event. She opened his eyes to look at Huang Zhuge and said, furthermore, 2 of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs are here. One of them is Qin Zhong, who is known to be the number 1 among the nobles of Jisheng Cliffs. When he fought Shimin Hanjiang in the Holy Ji Palace, Shimin Hanjiang was rendered totally helpless. Don't you want to see the one known to be the top-class genius, invincible among all under the sage plane from you state? Invincible among all under sage plane, huh? Huang Zhuge thought. While the skills of that person were indisputable given how he had easily defeated Shimin Hanjiang, there was still no certainty that he was indeed invincible. During the engagement banquet at Zhuge family estate, Yi Futian demonstrated what he was capable of as a grade 2 noble, and the one known to be number 1 among nobles of the Zhuge family had been helpless against Yi Futian as well. You thought of Yi Futian, didn't you? Huang Shi asked. Indeed, Huang Zhuge nodded. Peers that you're impressed of. I guess he's probably the first one, and that speaks a lot about him. But getting involved with the matters of Jisheng Cliffs and bringing the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain to kick up a fuss in White Cloud City, he indeed seemed like he had a death wish. Huang Shi added, you probably need to be concerned for that friend of yours. The Zhuge family had divine implements, and Yuan Hong defeated the city lord of White Cloud City. Jisheng Cliffs can't do anything to move Crouching Dragon Mountain. Are those forces from the Barren State really going to lend their hand to a foreign force? Huang Zhuge asked. You are familiar with the Orthodoxy's creation of saints, aren't you? Huang Shi looked at the sky and added, who would actually give up the chance to become a saint? How many were there in every generation who pursued that goal single-mindedly and without regret? With the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace completely silent, is everyone in the Barren State going to really believe that he is simply training in seclusion? He definitely had suffered grave injuries in that battle. Other than that, it's anyone's guess how many of those legendary figures died from that battle. Jisheng Cliffs is sacred ground in Yu State with a saint. Even with the saint taken out of the picture, the power that Jisheng Cliffs have under their control is also been incredibly frightening. Kong Yao is ranked 9th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. Those people also understand that the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs are also after the same goal of creating a saint, and they aren't helping the foreign force for real. But if such efforts gain Jisheng Cliffs' favor and they are able to form good relations with each other, there will be more hope for them all. When it comes to the matter of saints, even such slivers of hope would prove tempting. The further up one's place on the barren sky ranking, the stronger the temptation. Huang, she knew of their thirst for the Saint Plain, as he had been after the same thing. Huang Zhuge went silent. He did indeed hear about such things, but he was still too far away to be able to consider such things. Just wait and see. That day will be just as lively as that engagement banquet back then, Huang, she said. Huang Zhuge nodded and left. Just as Huang she had predicted, Xuanwu Tower was in chaos when the day actually came. The group from Jisheng Cliffs sat quietly. There was a banquet thrown, and many mighty ones arrived at Xuanwu Tower. We are from the Nantian House, and it is an honor to meet you, Mr. Kong. A group of mighty ones from Nantian House arrived at Xuanwu Tower. I have heard stories about the godly spear of Nantian. Kong Yao nodded and said, We are from the Sword Saint Villa. A voice was heard far away. Sword aura whooshed above, and a group of mighty ones was seen arriving, riding on their swords. The one who took the lead was none other than the leader of the Sword Saint Villa, the Wuji swordsman, a renowned figure ranked on the upper spots of the barren sky ranking. I've heard that the place used to be a sacred ground of the sword, Kong Yao smiled and said. If some among those who were there were to combine forces with him, taking out Crouching Dragon Mountain would be as easy as squishing an ant. Many other forces, such as the Vermilion Bird Sect, Shimin Clan, Taishan Mountain, and Sacred Fire Sect, came one after another. More than half of the mighty ones from all over Barren State were gathered inside and out of Xuanwu Tower. What was more notable was that all who showed up were big shots. The place had never been busier. Some from the far corners of Xuanwu City watched all of that, feeling extremely restless. Crouching Dragon Mountain was in danger. Chapter 692. A crowd gathered before Xuanwu Tower as various powerful individuals arrived. Huang, she from the sovereign family, had come as well. A crowd gathered before Xuanwu Tower as various powerful individuals arrived. Huang, she from the sovereign family, had come as well. Sitting down, Huang, she looked towards a figure standing a short distance away. Clad in black robes, the figure was entirely shrouded in darkness. That was the Dark Sage, an incredibly prominent figure within the Barren State. The Dark Sage had many enemies. It was completely unexpected that he would appear as well. Everyone, Kong Yao spoke from a pavilion high up on Xuanwu Tower. The space instantly quietened down, and everyone looked towards him before he continued. You all know that I come from Jisheng Cliffs. It is a great fortune that I am able to meet so many of my peers here in the Barren State that I have heard much about. I have invited everyone here for 2 reasons, the first being the divine path. It has been 10 years since the time Xia Emperor started the orthodoxy battle. Back then, many of you participated in the battle, and you have witnessed how cruel it was. Yet, how many people actually managed to enter the Saint Plain? At Kong Yao's words, many people began to remember that battle 10 years ago. Indeed, it had been a ruthless fight. Those at the top of the barren sky ranking were all already at the peak of the Sage Plain. But even so, the path to attaining the Saint Plain was built upon the bones of many. Many amongst these people had even been afraid to participate in this most vicious of battles. There had been many before them who had lost their lives there. This had been the case for generation after generation, where countless battled to their deaths without regret. Even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace had not left the palace after so many years, and everyone present had a vague idea why. Kong Yao said, I know the Barren State has not had a person of the Saint Plain in many years. Is it simply a lack of ability on the part of the people here? Most of you here are incredibly talented, and for you to have been able to reach this stage, who would call themselves weak. An opportunity is what you all need. In every orthodoxy battle, the Holy Ji Palace is the one leading armies into the fight. But compared to the other powers in the 9 states, the Barren State has historically been the state with the weakest overall capabilities. I'm not saying this to belittle you. I'm merely stating the truth. This is why people from the Barren State have not stood a chance at the orthodoxy battle. He then continued, the divine path is an incredibly difficult one to take. Death is a constant threat, not just to everyone here, but to me as well. If you all are willing, join me at the next orthodoxy battle. You can increase your chances of success by fighting alongside Jisheng Cliffs. Everyone listened quietly. Even as they knew Kong Yao was speaking the truth, they were careful not to take his word completely. However, they had come here to meet him after all. Some had just wanted to catch a glimpse of Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs to at least get to know him a little. Others had just come to see what was up. Of course, if Kong Yao was convincing enough, they would not have minded joining forces with Jisheng Cliffs. As long as they were able to completely wipe out the Zhuge family, there would be no repercussions. After all, the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City were also at odds with the Zhuge family as of now. As such, Crouching Dragon Mountain had truly been isolated by the Barren State. If it hadn't been for Yi Futian involving Taihang Mountain in this matter, Kong Yao would have already teamed up with the city lord of White Cloud City to attack the Zhuge family. What do we need to offer? A voice rang out. That voice belonged to Yan Wuji, the Wuji swordsman of the Sword Saint Villa. He was 17th on the Barren Sky ranking and the successor of the Blade Saint. As such, the intensity of his interest in the divine path was stronger than most other people. If there was no Blade Saint, Sword Saint Villa would not live up to its name. Yan Wuji's own protege, Yan Jiu, had arrived as well. But Yan Jiu had lost his edge ever since his crushing defeat at Yi Futian's hands in the Holy Ji Palace. Yan Qinggu was training at the palace now and had actually gained some respect for Yi Futian. It was evident that they would not be able to reach Yi Futian's level, making it hard for Yan Wuji to count on the next generation. After all, not everyone had a Bai Luli within their ranks. Kong Yao looked at Yan Wuji. Indeed, swordsmen were forthright with their words and intentions. Senior Gu Donglu of the Barren State stole our treasure and massacred the sages of the Yu State. Yet the Zhuge family insists on protecting such a despicable man. Right now, even the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City can no longer tolerate this injustice. But some people are causing a ruckus. And why is this so? Zhan Shao, who was standing next to Kong Yao, piped up, "Naturally it is because they want to take the treasure for themselves. For someone to dare to snatch the treasure of Jisheng Cliffs, and to go to such murderous extents, they deserve to be punished at the hands of everyone here from the Barren State. As such, my Uncle Master has invited all of you here, in hopes of joining forces with you to defeat the lowlifes of the Barren State." Everyone looked calmly at Zhan Shao. As much as he had been all righteous with his speech, he was only doing this for the treasure as well. But that Gu Donglu had been bold indeed to even dare to snatch the treasure of Jisheng Cliffs. The leader of the Sacred Fire sect was an elder, and he spoke up calmly. The Zhuge family is no ordinary power within the Barren State. Yuan Hong of Taiheng Mountain has attacked White Cloud City previously. If this were to fail, what would be the consequences? Jisheng Cliffs would not be affected very much, but all of us here at the Barren State will probably be counterattacked out of revenge. This risk does not seem to be worth it if we're just acting on a promise Mr. Kong is giving us. This was a thought many other people had as well. The risk really did not seem to be worth it at all. Do not worry about this. I will give the Zhuge family one more chance to hand over the person. If they still refuse, then they cannot blame us for being ruthless and exterminating all of them. With all of us acting in the name of justice, how could we fail? Kong Yao's voice had a mighty air to it, and many people nodded in response to his words. Kong Yao was 9th on the sage ranking. As long as he and the rest participated, there was no possibility of failure. As for the promise everyone is worried about, does my reputation as the 9th in the sage ranking across all 9 states not speak of my credibility? Kong Yao responded calmly. Everyone was silent. Kong Yao would not be disadvantaged in any way by this matter. If he had publicly made a promise, indeed, he should not renege on his word later on. If they really were intent on their journey in the divine path, then a chance to live longer was akin to an additional chance to aim for the Saint Plane. Over at the divine path, being alive alone was an opportunity on its own. In one of the quarters within crouching Dragon Mountain, Gu Donglu and Yi Futian were standing together, gazing towards Xuanwu City in the distance. They both knew that Xuanwu City was having a banquet this very moment that was organized by Kong Yao, who had invited various powerful individuals in the Barren State. They also knew that many of the Barren State's best fighters had arrived as well, including many powerful individuals in the Barren Sky ranking. By now, Yi Futian knew the reasons behind the bad blood between Gu Donglu and Zhan Shao and understood why Zhan Shao didn't just want the treasure, but also to take his 3rd older brother away as well. Youngest brother, do you still remember what I said to you before? In this world, reason is undeniable, Gu Donglu said calmly. Yes, I remember. You told me that was what teacher said. Though reason may be undeniable, fists are even more powerful than reason. So oftentimes, it's more effective to talk using fists than with reason. Yi Futian nodded. Exactly. That's why reason right now seems insignificant, because Jisheng Cliffs packs a great punch. Gu Donglu spoke slowly. Once a person has something they want to protect, they become wary and afraid of many things. From then on, they become cowardly as well. Third older brother isn't afraid for his own safety, of course, Futian responded. He knew what his third older brother was referring to. Fear is fear. There is no point trying to sugarcoat it, Gudonglu said, not minding the implications of his words. At the same time, it is exactly because one has something to protect that sometimes fear turns into courage as well. When one truly reaches that point, they'll be able to let go of everything. Futian remained silent as he looked at his third older brother. I may be sorry about certain things in my life, but I don't regret anything. Gudonglu began to float up slowly. Third older brother, Futian replied, his gaze hardening. If I could relive this life, I wouldn't change a thing, Gudonglu said, before turning into a flash of lightning and disappearing from where he was in a flash, charging out of crouching Dragon Mountain. A brilliant streak of light shot through the sky, almost like a comet. Futian's heart seized up and he leaped into the sky, shouting, Grandfather Ape! Thump! At the bottom of the Zhuge house, a crack of thunder was heard and Yuan Hong leaped into the air as well. Futian landed on Yuan Hong's shoulders in a flash and said, Let's go! Third older brother was right. If one thought what they were doing was right, then there was nothing to be regretful about. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing left to fear. Since those people wanted to massacre the Zhuge family and take third older brother away, why should they wait at Crouching Dragon Mountain for their arrival? Thud! Yuan Hong stepped through the sky, causing it to shake. Everyone at the Zhuge house looked up towards the sky to see Yuan Hong leaving Crouching Dragon Mountain in just a few steps. Afterward, a greater thundering sound was heard as the demon ape of Taihang Mountain chased after Gudonglu. Many figures began leaping into the sky. There was no sadness in Zhuge Mingyue's eyes. On the contrary, she was absolutely calm, a radiant smile on her face. When he had appeared that day at the wedding, she had already prepared herself. Whether she lived or died didn't matter anymore. He had not been wrong, and he would not have any regrets at the end of it. In a flash, she too turned into lightning and chased after him into the distance. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Zhuge Mingyue and spoke up. Everyone listen up. Countless people in the house looked up towards Zhuge Qingfeng. Could it be that the head of the family was really going to launch an attack first? All of you, stay here at Crouching Dragon Mountain. You are not to go out and join in this tussle, Zhuge Qingfeng ordered before catching up to Zhuge Mingyue. Everyone at Crouching Dragon Mountain looked at Zhuge Qingfeng's disappearing figure and felt a sense of bleakness. This was the strength of one who was head of the family. He took on everything upon himself. Before Xuanwu Tower, many people had gathered, and the powerful figures from Jisheng Cliffs were mingling and chatting. It was a lively atmosphere. But then the ground began to rumble, and Kong Yao, who was seated within the Jisheng Cliffs pavilion, frowned. He gazed towards the distance before his expression changed. Could it be that those people were coming down from the mountain on their own? Everyone looked towards the distance as well. Very quickly, they saw a handsome scholar in a white shirt moving through the sky towards them. It was Gudonglu. Gudonglu! Zhan Shao stared at him and laughed coldly. You finally have the guts to face us yourself. Zhan Shao, you only know how to hide behind the power of your sect. Though you have the reputation of being one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, you are nothing but a despicable fellow. I, Gudonglu, am humiliated to be associated with you. Gudonglu shot Zhan Shao a cool gaze before turning to Kong Yao. When I was training in the Yu State, I often heard of the sacred grounds, the Jisheng Cliffs, as well as your name. It's better to see for myself than to just listen to hearsay, and what I have seen of the people from Jisheng Cliffs so far does not live up to the prestige of those sacred grounds. Chapter 693. At Gudonglio's words, countless eyes fell on him. Back then, at Bailuli and Zhuge Mingyue's engagement banquet, Gu Donglu had made a solitary appearance on Crouching Dragon Mountain to announce to the whole world that Zhuge Mingyue was the woman he wanted. In the battle with Bai Luli that followed, Gu Donglu had then shown himself to possess incredible talent that was in no way inferior to Bai Luli's. At Gu Donglio's words, countless eyes fell on him. Back then, at Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's engagement banquet, Gu Donglu had made a solitary appearance on Crouching Dragon Mountain to announce to the whole world that Zhuge Mingyue was the woman he wanted. In the battle with Bai Luli that followed, Gu Donglu had then shown himself to possess incredible talent that was in no way inferior to Bai Luli's. However, after that, Gu Donglu had gone into hiding on Crouching Dragon Mountain in response to the pressure being exerted on him by Jisheng Cliffs. Now he had finally made an appearance once more before insulting Zhan Shao, one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, and then disrespecting Jisheng Cliffs as well. It seemed like Gu Donglu really had a death wish. Kong Yao looked up, the look in his eyes sharp as a knife. How dare Gu Donglu claim that the cultivators at Jisheng Cliffs were not worthy of its illustrious reputation? Gu Donglu, how dare you insult the holy grounds of the Yu State? Zhan Shao spat coldly. Take him down. Boom! With a loud crash, a giant golden ape stepped out from behind Gu Donglu, and cracks spread throughout the ground. Yuan Hong stood there, his golden eyes surveying the crowd. Many people looked towards Yuan Hong. A couple of days ago, he had defeated the city lord of White Cloud City, who had been 4th in the Baron Sky ranking. Zhan Shao, you killed all those sages in order to get to the treasure. If it hadn't chosen me, I would probably have also died right there at the relic, Gu Donglu said, staring straight at Zhan Shao, which is why, firstly, I did not steal the treasure. It chose me. Secondly, I did not kill those State sages. You know fully well who that despicable villain really is, though I don't know if everyone else who came from Jisheng Cliffs knows as well. It's not hard to verify everything I just said as well. If anyone wants to see for themselves, I will project what happened using spiritual will. Admit it, you're trying to snatch the treasure for yourself and silence me. Don't bother with all those lofty excuses. Everyone was in shock at Gu Donglio's words. The vast space surrounding the Xuanwu Tower was silent. While everyone knew there was a possibility Zhan Shao had not been speaking the truth, Gu Donglu had never contradicted his words. As such, there had been the impression that even if Zhan Zhao's words were not completely truthful, they had not deviated greatly from what had actually happened. The fact that Gu Donglu had presented an account completely contrary to what Zhan Shao had said was a jaw-dropping twist to this turn of events. Furthermore, the last point Gu Donglu made had been especially persuasive as well. Zhan Zhao's expression darkened instantly, and he snorted coldly. How bold of you to push the blame for what you did onto me. And now that people from Jisheng Cliffs have come for you, you besmirch the illustrious name of our holy grounds out of your own petty need for revenge. Gu Donglu, such underhanded means you're resorting to. What impudence! Kong Yao stood up, and a terrifying pressure descended upon the vast space. Though he did not completely trust Zhan Zhao's account, he did not want to believe that what Gu Donglu said could be true. After all, Zhan Shao was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. If Gu Donglu really was speaking the truth, then Zhan Shao truly was a disappointment. It wasn't so much that he had killed those sages in order to get to the treasure, but that the treasure had chosen Gu Donglu over him, despite him being one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Gu Donglu had even managed to get away from him. All this was contrary to what Zhan Shao had told Kong Yao, but it didn't matter what the truth was. The moment Gu Donglu had blurted out everything the way he did, he deserved to die already. The issues with Zhan Shao would be dealt with once they got back to Jisheng Cliffs. It makes no difference whether or not I was impudent, Gu Donglu said calmly. Previously, I was willing to hand over the treasure, even if that meant taking on a bad reputation for being despicable. But since all of you from this supposed holy ground were not willing to let me off, then I no longer had any room to be civil. Zhan Shao, if you're going to boast about being from holy grounds, then fight me in battle. If I lose, you're free to take me back with you, and I'll hand over the treasure. If you lose or are unwilling to even battle, then you may kill me. But don't think about getting your hands on the treasure so easily when previously you didn't even want it in the first place. We'll know everything for sure once we take you back to Jisheng Cliffs. The treasure will still be ours no matter what, Kong Yao retorted strongly and stepped forward. The terrifying rule power of a divine elephant descended upon the space. The pressure of it was endlessly immense, and many people felt like they were being immobilized. Thump! Kong Yao stepped out again, and an incredibly heavy pressure began to press down on Gu Donglu. At this point, both Gu Donglio's body and spiritual will felt as though they were being subject to a stampede of many divine elephants, and he could not help but grunt at the sudden assault. However, his eyes remained lucid, and he stared straight at Kong Yao. Yuan Hong took a step forward, making the earth shake, and stood before Gu Donglu. Explosive energy was contained within his golden body. This sheer power was the specialty of the golden apes. Even if demonic beasts were at some disadvantage compared to humans, they too had certain abilities they were born with. Kong Yao snorted coldly at the sight. He had heard of how Yuan Hong had defeated the city lord of White Cloud City, who was 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, but it didn't matter to him. Even if the city lord of White Cloud City was 4th in the Barren Sky ranking, it still could not compare to his own ranking as 9th on the Sage ranking. Each step Kong Yao took had everyone feeling as though divine elephants were stampeding across their bodies, and many of those who were on lower planes stood behind their seniors. This pressure was terrifyingly immense, causing Xuanwu Tower to shake and creak, seemingly at risk of collapsing any moment. Yuan Hong waved the divine destruction polearm in his hand, and many golden ape shadows appeared around him. As the golden apes twirled their polearms about at the same time, the surroundings began to change as well. At this, everyone at the banquet began to retreat quickly, finding refuge somewhere far away from there. The range of such a battle would be incredibly vast, and the power involved was immense. Anyone below the sage plane would probably be killed in the crossfire. Kong Yao stepped out towards Yuan Hong and swung a fist towards him. Despite seeming like a casual punch, Kong Yao's fist contained a power that could suppress all under heaven. Endless numbers of divine elephant shadows appeared and charged through the space, emanating overpowering energy that struck fear into everyone's hearts. In an instant, the golden apes around Yuan Hong were all reduced to nothing. Even then, Yuan Hong stood tall and unshakable still, continuing to twirl the polearm about. As a roar resounded through the sky, he raised the divine destruction polearm and attacked, seeming to split the sky apart with one strike. Yuan Hong tore through the divine elephant shadows and went straight at Kong Yao's fist. Yet Kong Yao showed no fear at all, instead allowing his bare fist to hit the divine destruction polearm that swung through the sky towards him. The power of his fist was surprising, and a glow emanated from it that seemed to look just like an enormous divine elephant. Thump! With a loud sound, the divine elephant was destroyed. However, the might of the staff technique was cut off as well. A frightening hurricane formed around the two and rolled off into the distance. Meanwhile, Xuanwu Tower was completely reduced to rubble. There was no way it was able to withstand the power of such a battle. Right then, Zhuge Qingfeng walked over to stand before Yuan Hong as well. Since the battle had begun, he too would not back off. Kong Yao looked at the two figures before him. Zhuge Qingfeng was equipped with a holy ritual implement. On the other hand, while Yuan Hong's strike just now had only been a test attack, he was undeniably strong as well. It would be troublesome to have to take down the two of them alone. Turning his gaze to everyone else, Kong Yao spoke. Everyone, since the person we're looking for has come down from Crouching Dragon Mountain. This makes things easier then. Whoever is willing to stand on my side will be a friend of Jisheng Cliffs from now on. There were many sparkling eyes among the crowd at his words. Some were hesitant, knowing that if they were to participate in this now, then they would have to ensure that Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong were taken care of on the spot. If not, trouble may ensue in the future. Both Gu Dongliu's speech and the actions of Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng were akin to declaring war on Jisheng Cliffs. As such, Kong Yao would definitely not let them off. Kong Yao would have no problem taking on Zhuge Qingfeng. However, Yuan Hong was powerful enough to defeat the city lord of White Cloud City, which made him a troublesome figure to deal with. If only one or two of them were to participate in the battle, then it would be a risk to their own lives. Zhuge Qingfeng, since Gu Donglu stole from Jisheng Cliffs, you should just hand him over. A voice rang out, and Zhuge Qingfeng looked towards its owner. It was the leader of the Sacred Fire sect, an elder who had lived for many years. This person had always gone about his affairs in a rather shady manner. Besides, if he didn't break through to the next plane soon, he would begin to grow frail with age. As such, his desire to break into the Saint Plane was especially strong. In speaking up, the elder had basically made a statement that he was going to side with Jisheng Cliffs. My son has the potential to break into the Saint Plane. Right now, he's working on transcending into the Sage Plane. Brother Kong, would you be able to recommend him to Jisheng Cliffs so that he could train there? Di Kai looked towards Kong Yao as he spoke. He had great expectations of his son Di Gang. With his son's talent, he definitely had what it took to enter Jisheng Cliffs and even become a prominent figure on the level of a son. However, one needed a recommendation in order to enter Jisheng Cliffs. Kong Yao was obviously a suitable person to seek a recommendation from then. While Di Kai could turn his nose up at the Holy Ji Palace, there were people of the Saint Plane at Jisheng Cliffs. If Di Gang could be accepted there to train, it would definitely be an added advantage in his journey to enter the Saint Plane. Evidently, Di Kai was intending to pave the way forward for his son Di Gang. That will definitely be no problem, Kong Yao agreed breezily. After all, Di Gang was 12th on the Barren Sky ranking. Count me in too, the Wuji swordsman, head of the Sword Saint Villa, piped up as well. He was not doing this so that his descendants may enter Jisheng Cliffs, but rather for himself. The Sword Saint Villa had to have an individual of the Saint Plane. As such, it was imperative that he set foot into that plane. Yen Wuji has joined in as well. The eyes of many gleamed at this turn of events. Yen Wuji had a holy item in his possession as well. At this point, there was no doubt about how this battle would go. Looks like the majority is against you, Zhuge Qingfeng. Why go against the current? The Nantian godly spear of Nantian House spoke up. It was evident he too wanted to join in the fray. Gu Dongliu's gaze swept across all these people before he calmly commented, I've heard from my teacher that the Saint Plane is a state of flawlessness. If your heart is flawless, then you will attain sainthood, though all of you are ranked within the Barren Sky ranking. As of today, there are already flaws in your divine path. Attaining sainthood is probably an unattainable dream for you now. What do you mean by flaws? Yen Wuji looked towards Gu Donglu. His conviction was absolute. He would be willing to go all out for even the smallest shred of hope, which meant his state of mind was flawless as well. If you don't believe in yourself, your heart in pursuing the divine path falters, which becomes a flaw. Yi Futian spoke from where he was behind Gu Donglu. Third older brother is right. You all are probably not fated to walk the divine path in this lifetime. A whole load of nonsense. Yen Wuji's expression faltered. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian's words seemed to have generated some sort of disturbance within his frame of mind, causing him to question himself. However, Yen Wuji was unwilling to suspect his own feelings. This would be playing straight into Yi Futian's hands, proving that he was faltering in his will to pursue the divine path and that his frame of mind was flawed. Yi Futian laughed derisively. Perhaps these people had already understood his words, but it was just that they were still unwilling to accept the truth and wanted another try. Whether all of you admit to this fact or not, your actions today prove that you all do want to rely on Jishin Cliffs because you don't think much of yourselves. With such a frame of mind, the Barren Sky ranking will be the highest point you will reach. What's so good about Jishin Cliffs anyway? You'll still encounter the same sort of cultivators there, Yi Futian declared. You will all regret this. He then looked towards Yuan Hong. Grandfather Ape, Kong Yao from Jishin Cliffs is yours. All right, Yuan Hong nodded. Chapter 694. Kong Yao glanced at Yuan Hong. It was true that Yuan Hong had defeated the city lord of White Cloud City and was able to become one of the top 5 in the Barren Sky ranking. But for Yuan Hong to want to defeat him, who was 9th in the Sage ranking, Yuan Hong really was getting ahead of himself. By that logic, the Sage and Saint rankings of the 9 states would be placed below the Barren Sky ranking, which was an absolute joke. Kong Yao glanced at Yuan Hong. It was true that Yuan Hong had defeated the city lord of White Cloud City and was able to become one of the top 5 in the Barren Sky ranking. But for Yuan Hong to want to defeat him, who was 9th in the Sage ranking, Yuan Hong really was getting ahead of himself. By that logic, the Sage and Saint rankings of the 9 states would be placed below the Barren Sky ranking, which was an absolute joke. In a flash, Kong Yao moved up into the sky, his will emanating from his being. Instantly, it seemed as though countless divine elephant shadows had appeared in the vast sky. The central area of Xuanwu City seemed to be besieged by a monstrous pressure, and many found it hard to breathe. Sage intent merged with heaven and earth to turn into rules. At the Sage plane, Kong Yao was almost an unrivaled existence. One could imagine the magnitude of the power that would be released when the willpower of the rules was truly activated. Yuan Hong stepped forward, sending massive cracks running throughout the earth. The Xuanwu Tower area seemed on the verge of being reduced to rubble as the giant golden ape endured immense pressure to rise up into the sky. With a roar, thousands of ape shadows seemed to appear at the same time, soaring through the sky. Countless people looked up into the sky. Demon elephants and demon apes were both demonic beasts known for their sheer strength. Now that an actual golden ape was about to face off against divine elephants on their own turf, it was unimaginable just how frightening the clash would be. The power of Kong Yao's divine elephants was no longer of the elemental kind. Instead, it had been transformed into the rule power of divine elephants. An enormous demon elephant shadow appeared behind Kong Yao. Its height reached about 1,000 feet, and it was even wearing a demonic crown as if it were the king of demon elephants, the real divine elephant. The trumpet of an elephant sounded, and many people instinctively covered their ears with both their hands. However, it was no use. Their legs turned to jelly, and they fell to their knees. Despite moving to a great height in the sky, the pressure that emanated from Kong Yao as he engaged in battle was still immensely overpowering. Zhuge Qingfeng lifted his head to look at Kong Yao as well. 10 years ago, he had encountered Kong Yao back at that place. Back then, he had used this unparalleled divine elephant rule power in order to kill many top-notch sages. Kong Yao could even be said to have been absolutely undefeatable at that point. It had been a vicious battle, and Kong Yao had performed majestically to the point of being unrivaled. He had polished his divine elephant rule power to the maximum, such that he held sway over everything. The divine elephant life spirit seemed to contain an endless rule power, which emanated a great pressure. Kong Yao's gaze leaped to where Yuan Hong was as the latter continued to ascend through the sky, and he stomped downwards. While it seemed like a casual movement, an impressive sight appeared in the sky. A large number of elephants trumpeted together before tens of thousands of divine elephants led a stampede through the sky. The sky itself seemed to be on the verge of being flattened, and within the army of divine elephants, a humongous divine elephant stormed towards Yuan Hong and raised its leg to stomp on him, the attack seeming like it was descending from the heavens itself. Yuan Hong raised his head to look at the sky, and his golden pupils emitted a brilliant dazzle. With a loud roar, he shape-shifted into a golden demon god and twirled the divine destruction polearm in his hands about. Many golden ape shadows appeared at once as he struck out with the polearm, tearing through the sky with his attack. Deafening cracks were heard as countless divine elephant shadows were shattered into nothing by the attack. The humongous elephant foot that descended towards Yuan Hong was struck apart as well. Everyone was blinded by the dazzling golden rays of light, and with his magnificent stature, Yuan Hong looked just like a god of war. Humph! Kong Yao let out a cold snort that sounded surprisingly sullen before he started walking towards Yuan Hong. Every step he took felt like a divine elephant was stomping directly on the hearts of everyone present. The scene in the sky was even more frightening. With every step Kong Yao took, divine elephant shadows struck out in the sky. Even as Yuan Hong cut an impressive figure with his mighty golden body, in the face of Kong Yao walking towards him, everyone got the impression that he was on the brink of being taken down ruthlessly. This was exactly the kind of aura that Kong Yao gave out. It was an indomitable aura that seemed unshakable. He's insanely powerful. Many people felt their hearts pounding within their chests. This was a person in the top 10 of the sage and saint ranking. The power of a single step from this man was enough to kill a top-notch sage, and considering how every step he took contained this sort of might, there was no doubt that Kong Yao was absolutely terrifying. Right then, the golden glow that emanated from Yuan Hong's body grew even more dazzling. The rays of light gathered together to form a curtain of golden light that covered his body. The power of the divine elephant, which had been so frighteningly mighty, was immediately dulled greatly as it made contact with the curtain of light. It barely affected Yuan Hong at all. That is, the eyes of many influential characters lit up at the sight. "It's a divine implement," said Yen Wuji of the Sword Saint Villa, whose gaze was sharp as a blade. He felt the energy emanating off the divine implement, as did many others in the crowd. Kong Yao definitely felt it the clearest, and his expression immediately darkened. Kong Yao was 9th on the sage and saint ranking, but he still didn't have a true divine implement within his possession yet. Sage-level ritual implements were of little use to him. He was already at the peak of the sage plane, and his attacks contained the maximum power a sage could have. He would not be able to break through this limit even with the help of ritual implements. Only saints had the right to use divine implements at Jisheng Cliffs, and they were only entitled to borrow these divine implements while going on extremely important missions. Now that Kong Yao had come to the barren state and met two opponents one after the other, he had initially thought that he would be able to just kill them without any problem. However, his opponents had both revealed that they had divine implements on them, and it pissed him off to no end. "Where did this ritual implement come from?" asked the head of Nantian House, who looked incredibly troubled. Could this be an heirloom passed down by the ancestors of the apes? Everyone knew that there had been an ape emperor who accompanied Emperor Yi Qing as he went about conquering the world. However, the golden apes had long been integrated into the barren state since then, and should not have any more connection to that ape emperor. Yet, where had they gotten that divine implement from? A single divine implement alone could potentially affect the outcome of this fight. If Zhuge Qingfeng had been the only one to possess a divine implement, then things could still be resolved easily. As long as Kong Yao managed to keep Zhuge Qingfeng in check, they would be able to kill Yuan Hong before helping Kong Yao to get rid of Zhuge Qingfeng. It would have been an easy win, which was why they had joined in the fight in the first place. However, now it seemed as though things would not go as planned. "Are you all not going to make your move?" Kong Yao spoke calmly from where he was in the sky. Yuan Hong's own power surpassed that of the White Cloud City Lords. With the addition of this defensive divine implement, Yuan Hong was enough of a threat to keep Kong Yao occupied. As such, Kong Yao could only let the rest join forces to kill Zhuge Qingfeng. A gleam shot through the eyes of Yen Wuji and the rest before they began to release mighty energy. Since they had made a promise to Jisheng Cliffs They were all in the same boat now. There was no backing out at this point. If Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng were to get out of this alive, they would be in deep trouble. "Let's go!" Yan Wuji commanded, and he leaped up into the air. Sword Qi whistled through the air, and a holy sword appeared behind him, merging into one with his life spirit. This was the holy sword Yan Wuji's ancestors had passed down to him. The holy sword shot through the air, and even those who stood a great distance away felt as though their bodies were about to be torn apart. Everyone began to retreat further still, even those who were at the sage plane. This was a battle between those at the top. Zhuge Qingfeng stood within an 8 trigrams formation that glowed brightly in the sky. He was surrounded by images of himself, and the terrifying energy of destructive lightning crackled within the formation. Crack! The holy sword landed on one of Zhuge Qingfeng's shadows. The other shadows around him seemed to become one, forming a dazzling formation before Zhuge Qingfeng that swallowed up the power of the holy sword bit by bit. The earth around Zhuge Qingfeng was torn apart relentlessly, and the buildings nearby were reduced to rubble as well, resulting in a scene of pure destruction. Within the crowd, Zhan Xiao, who had already retreated far away, shot Gu Donglu a frosty gaze before giving those from Jisheng cliffs a single command: "Take Gu Donglu down." Kong Yao was the main powerhouse of this party from Jisheng cliffs. They had originally planned for Kong Yao, who was 9th in the sage ranking, to simply descend upon the barren state, capture their man, and leave, which was why the rest of the party were not incredibly powerful people. However, there were still several people in the party who were archmages. At Zhan Zhao's order, they stepped forward. Powerful individuals from Taiheng Mountain were standing guard by Gu Donglu and Yi Futian's side. At the sight of those from Jisheng cliffs advancing towards them in an attack, they stepped forward as well, causing the earth to shake and rumble. A massive battle erupted immediately. The citizens of Xuanwu City had never seen a battle of this scale before. It was probably a sight that was only seen back during the time of the saint. Amidst the chaos of battle, Gu Donglio's eyes were locked on Zhan Xiao. He did not retreat, but walked forward instead. Step by step, he moved towards Zhan Xiao and spoke. "Zhan Xiao, you do things using such underhanded means, yet your abilities are beyond subpar. You are one of the 9 warriors, yet you are such a coward. I hope you will still be able to keep your position as one of the 9 warriors when you get back to Jisheng Cliffs after this." Zhan Zhao's expression was steely. The party from Jisheng Cliffs had taken note of Gu Donglio's humiliating insults toward Zhan Xiao. Furthermore, the truth Gu Donglu claimed to speak was an incredibly huge blow to Zhan Zhao's reputation. If Zhan Xiao didn't manage to take back the holy item, it was highly possible that he would be punished once he returned to Jisheng Cliffs. Right now, he had to kill Gu Donglu and get the holy item back in his possession in order to atone for his mistake. "I just didn't think you were worth the effort. Since you're begging for death now, I'll grant your wish." Zhan Xiao stepped forward, and the energy of an upper-level sage emanated from his being. Zhan Xiao was of the same plane as Gu Donglu. Upon seeing that Zhan Xiao was finally participating in the fight, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Gu Donglio's brooding eyes. With a step forward, Gu Donglu released his life spirit, which seemed to appear in the form of a celestial being. Ancient characters surrounded it, and heaven and earth resonated with each other. Compared to his battle with Bai Luli back then, Gu Donglu was even more eye-catching now. The glow emanated from his life spirit was even more dazzling, as it seemed to be one with both heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth itself seemed to be at the disposal of Gu Donglu. "Zhan Xiao!" Gu Donglu roared. At the sound of Gu Donglio's voice, Zhan Zhao's mind was suddenly filled with a buzzing. "Zhan Xiao! Zhan Xiao! Zhan Xiao!" Voices buzzed in Zhan Zhao's ears, and a powerful willpower wormed its way into his mind. He saw countless images of Gu Donglu, and his spiritual will was shaken. It was as if Gu Donglu was everywhere surrounding him. Zhan Xiao suddenly felt like he was in a trance. Zhan Shao then vaguely caught a glimpse of the shadow of the real, celestial being. It was indomitable, as if Gu Donglu had managed to walk directly into his mind. Zhan Shao, Zhan Shao, Zhan Shao. Voices echoed in his mind as the shadow of the celestial being grew clearer. His spiritual will was shaken, and Zhan Shao suddenly sensed a great danger before him. In a flash, he retreated and drew his ritual implement before him. Almost at the same moment, the thousands of shadows became one, and Gu Donglu appeared directly before him. Swiping through the air with one finger, the sky itself seemed to be torn apart by the immense power of the laws of the sword. A stream of blades shot through the space, and even as Zhan Shao retreated hastily, he felt blood surface through cuts in his skin. His body also felt as though some of the laws of the sword had entered it. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Zhan Zhao's face turned pale. This here is one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Gu Donglio's voice boomed throughout the space. Zhan Shao grew paler still. Gu Donglu was going to utterly destroy his reputation. Chapter 695. Gu Donglu became more powerful. Many great figures from Barren State looked at Gu Donglu in the air. They were present on that day of the banquet when Bai Luli and Gu Donglu battled. Now they bore witness yet again to Gu Donglio's battle with Zhan Shao, and it was apparent that his powers had grown. His life spirit seemed to have metamorphosed, while the control of his spiritual will had with powers of rules advanced to yet another level. Gu Donglu became more powerful. Many great figures from Barren State looked at Gu Donglu in the air. They were present on that day of the banquet when Bai Luli and Gu Donglu battled. Now they bore witness yet again to Gu Donglio's battle with Zhan Shao, and it was apparent that his powers had grown. His life spirit seemed to have metamorphosed, while the control of his spiritual will had with powers of rules advanced to yet another level. Due to Zhan Zhao's skills as one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, his prowess was such that he would not have been simply taken out by Gu Donglu with one move. Furthermore, both of them had fought each other before, which meant that Zhan Shao had not anticipated Gu Donglio's exponential increase in power, which was why he was injured by the move just then. Gu Donglu continued walking forward. Zhan Shao looked up at Gu Donglu with a gloomy expression. The clash right there and then made him understand that he was no longer a match for Gu Donglu. He retreated, choosing not to clash with Gu Donglu head-on. Gu Donglio's expression was cold. His body disappeared as soon as he took one step forward. At the very next moment, the celestial shadow appeared in Zhan Zhao's mind one more time, and it seemed that Gu Donglio's shadows were everywhere. He knew the shadows to be little more than illusions, as he was simply under attack from Gu Donglio's spiritual will. How did he grow to be so powerful? Zhan Zhao's face was ashen as he unleashed his life spirit, giving his all to the fight. On another battlefield elsewhere, the battle between Yuan Hong and Kong Yao raged on, shaking the heavens and the earth. They took their fight up into the clouds, finding divine elephants everywhere. Kong Yao was simply too powerful. However, Yuan Hong was armed with a divine implement, and that made him near unbeatable. He was able to simply dissolve any attacks that went at him, as he was, after all, still very powerful physically and possessed defensive capacities second to none. The stifling noises exploded all over the sky. Zhuge Qingfeng and the others were also fighting heaven-shaking battles. Several top-notch figures on the barren sky ranking surrounded Zhuge Qingfeng, but he was able to materialize countless shadows of his within the 8 trigrams matrix, enabling him to change attacks and locations at will, which in turn made him very difficult to tangle with. Even the likes of Yan Wuji and Di Kai, who were very, very powerful people, found it frustratingly hard to injure him. The fights among the younger generations, however, had been easy ones. The likes of Qin Zhong and Yi Futian simply watched the fights of the titans around, as their planes were such that they were unable to even do anything to help. But then again, none of those top-notch figures went against them. It was, after all, a showdown between the top-notch figures. It was the principle of winner takes all at play, with the nobles at the losing side waiting to be butchered when the dust settled. Before the victors were determined, it was only natural for them to not waste their energies on some small fries. Furthermore, no one dared move away from the opponents they were fighting, respectively. If someone from Jisheng Cliffs or Sword Saint Villa ended up killing Yi Futian, the likes of Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng would have gone right after them. As such, there were actually only two battles that truly determined the fates of everyone there. The battle between Kong Yao and Yuan Hong, and that between Zhuge Qingfeng and the rest siding with Yan Wuji. Battles like the one between Gu Donglu and Zhan Shao were not of high priority. Yi Futian felt very tense as well. The battles at Xuanwu Tower that day would end up determining the fates of many. Losing would have dire consequences. The divine path is one littered with death traps. If one does not have the belief to see it through, one has no business walking the divine path, Yi Futian said softly. He looked at Gu Donglu and added, Zhan Shao is one of the 9 and hails from the sacred ground of Yu State. So what? He was defeated all the same. Who is to say that my third brother can't become a saint one day? His words were for everyone present. There were some mighty ones on the barren sky, ranking that he was unfamiliar with, and there were elders whom he knew. However, he did not ask for any of them to interfere. The ones he wanted them to fight were the people of Jisheng Cliffs, and no one liked messing with the likes of Jisheng Cliffs. But at the very least, he did not hope to see any of those people against them. Or else. The eyes of many sparkled. Yan Wuji and the rest saw that Yuan Hong was armed with a holy ritual implement, and that was totally unanticipated on their part. There was simply no way out for Yan Wuji and those who sided with him. Yi Futian was simply giving them reminders. Qin Zhong glanced at the battle between Zhan Shao and Gu Donglu. His senior, Zhan Shao, had taken to simply avoiding getting hit, as the odds were stacked heavily against him. Qin Zhong felt rather disappointed. Zhan Shao was his senior and one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. They carried the reputation of Jisheng Cliffs with them wherever they went. Gu Donglu had been dissing Zhan Zhao's ineptitude before, and what Qin Zhong saw at the moment said that Gu Donglu was telling the truth. That battle between Gu Donglu and Zhan Shao was a heavy blow to Jisheng Cliff's reputation. I heard that you were the champion of the law rank before Shimin Hanjiang came to claim the title. Qin Zhong turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, Whatever Zhan Shao did, that was saved for later discussions. What mattered to Qin Zhong right then was not to see Jisheng Cliff's reputation get damaged any further. The embarrassment that his senior caused, he deemed it necessary to clean it up himself. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Qin Zhong. The young man before him was also a noble, yet Kong Yao was seen by this young man's side all the time, which spoke volumes of Qin Zhong's status in Jisheng Cliffs. I was indeed, Yi Futian said casually. I fought Shimin Hanjiang in the Holy Ji Palace before, and it took me only one move. I asked the Holy Ji Palace if the students of the palace represented the best the barren state had to offer. They did not answer, and then I heard you being called the number 1 noble in all of the barren state. Qin Zhong's voice was a calm one when he talked to Yi Futian. It seemed like he did not care for the war going on around him. It is a coincidence that I'm also known to be the number 1 below the sages, Qin Zhong said, slowly. His intention was apparent. He wanted to fight Yi Futian. Countless people of the younger generation turned their eyes at Qin Zhong and Yi Futian in an instant. They heard of what happened back in the Holy Ji Palace, that Shimin Hanjiang was unable to withstand one finger from Qin Zhong, and it was said that Qin Zhong was the most exceptional among the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian, on the other hand, also truly deserved being called the number 1 noble in all of the barren state. The battle between them would not have been as spectacular as those around them, but many looked forward to it nonetheless. This was especially so for the youths, as the mighty ones of the previous generation, ranked on the barren sky, ranking were almost run over by Kong Yao alone. They had no choice but to rely on saint-level implements to fight him on equal footing. What about our generation, then? They thought. Gu Donglu had demonstrated his talents by crushing Zhan Shao, but Yi Futian and Qin Zhong represented the future of their respective states. Qin Zhong might have been just like Bai Luli, as it was said in the Barren State that he possessed the potential for sainthood. But Yi Futian had made himself a legend by crushing Di Gang and Shimen Hanjiang. Di Gang, Li Futu, Huang Zhuge, and the others were present, eyeing the two and wishing fervently for the battle. You are right to say that you're only the number one below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs, Yi Futian said while looking at Qin Zhong. He was trying to provoke him. After you, Qin Zhong said and gestured. He remained dashing throughout, bringing the might of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs to bear. No, after you, Yi Futian said. His planes in both sorcery and martial arts had reached that of a grade 2 noble and were very steady. He was even able to catch a glimpse of a sage's power. He wanted to see what the number one beneath the sages in Jisheng Cliffs was capable of. Qin Zhong took steps forward without unleashing aura that was too powerful. He walked with grace and composure, not looking one bit like he was about to get into a fight between the pinnacle of nobles. His attitude was a plain one, yet it exuded confidence like none other. Yi Futian glanced at Qin Zhong as he unleashed his spiritual will. The space where Qin Zhong was in felt like it had frozen over in an instant. It was the sky freezing technique. Everything seemed to have ground to a halt, and Qin Zhong felt unable to move in that frozen space at all. He was alerted, deeming Yi Futian to indeed be the number one noble in all of the Barren State. Such use of areas of will was indeed terrifying. Conventional nobles would not have been able to withstand even one hit from such a move, as it would have rendered the opponent utterly helpless. It was a pity that the one whom Yi Futian was fighting was him, Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs. Brilliant lights burst around him. Qin Zhong's silhouette turned incredibly holy in an instant. The light coursed and circled around him like mystical energies were flowing all over him. Boom! His body accelerated all of a sudden, making him impossibly fast. The power of the sky-freezing technique was utterly useless against him. His speed was unbelievable. It seemed to have taken only an instant for him to close in on Yi Futian, and then he lashed out with one finger. The seemingly simple move was the very move he had used against Shimen Hanjiang back in the Holy Ji Palace. It might have looked impossibly simple, but Yi Futian clearly felt the terrifying powers imbued in it, and he was surprisingly able to feel the powers of saints within. It was the power of rules. The number one under the sages in Jisheng Cliffs had learned to use the powers of the sages, developing comprehension of his own rules. It was an utterly terrifying talent. That also meant that Qin Zhong was able to do what Bai Luli did, fight against sages. Dazzling starlight appeared around Yi Futian. His martial arts was unleashed as well. The surroundings of his body were turned into an absolute territory, bringing tremendous pressure on Qin Zhong. However, Qin Zhong was completely unfazed by the pressure and did not react to it. His finger fell onto the starlight around Yi Futian all the same. The defensive light screen provided by the stars cracked violently and exploded shortly after. The power of rules was capable of tearing down all defensive capabilities at the noble level. It was further made worse by the fact that Qin Zhong was the one using it, as he was known to be the most exceptional among the 9 warriors. It was due to such reasons that he was known to be the number one below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian might have been known to be invincible in all of Barren State. Yet, so long as he was not a sage, it would not have made any difference at all. Boom! The stars crumbled thoroughly, and Yi Futian backed away like a bolt of lightning. That finger landed where he had been standing, split seconds ago. A whirlpool was seen emanating from the finger, a manifestation of the terrifying power of destruction within. If Yi Futian had been only a split second slower, that finger would have pierced right through his body. Power of rules. This son from Jisheng Cliffs is someone like Bai Luli. Many great figures turned their eyes to Qinzhong. Bai Luli had beaten a sage when he was still at the pinnacle of the noble plane back in the day, and that battle made him the renowned figure he was today. If one were to defeat sages, one needed to develop comprehension of the power of rules. Qinzhong was a mighty one of such caliber, but Yi Futian was still just a grade too noble. Many turned their eyes at Yi Futian, who was backing away. The younger generations had come to see Yi Futian as a nigh undefeatable legend. Many exceptional geniuses present, including the likes of Di Gang and Li Futu, had all been defeated by Yi Futian before. And right there and then, the mighty one from Jisheng Cliffs demonstrated extremely fearsome combat capacity before all of the mighty ones in the barren state. Qinzhong might have been just like Bai Luli, someone who was capable of defeating sages. Yi Futian was fighting more than just another genius noble right there. If he was able to beat Qinzhong, it would have proven that he also possessed the power to fight sages. However, at that moment, it was seen to be an impossible feat. Chapter 696. Yi Futian looked at Qinzhong. He knew well that the very nature of power changed when one advanced from noble plane to sage plane. No powers at the noble level would be able to withstand the rules wielded by sages. Everything a noble was able to whip up would have been easily broken by sages. Regardless of how powerful his fusion will territory had been, it stood no chance against anything Qinzhong was able to pull. Yi Futian looked at Qinzhong. He knew well that the very nature of power changed when one advanced from noble plane to sage plane. No powers at the noble level would be able to withstand the rules wielded by sages. Everything a noble was able to whip up would have been easily broken by sages. Regardless of how powerful his fusion will territory had been, it stood no chance against anything Qinzhong was able to pull. Despite not having become a sage just yet, Qinzhong was halfway into the sage plane. He was literally half a sage at his current level, having developed matured rules and became the number one below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs because of it. One could have even say that even conventional sages stood no chance against him. The wings of the rock appeared, and Yi Futian was clad in divine ape form. His form was imposing and filled with boundless power. Dazzling lights were unleashed, and it seemed as if there were countless beams penetrating his body. There were also beams shooting out from above the divine ape, opening up the 7-star acupoints. Yi Futian felt himself overflowing with boundless power in an instant. His eyes turned incredibly sharp, shooting out golden beams of light. He activated freedom meditation, and it boosted his senses to the extreme. He was, after all, fighting the number one figure below sages from Jisheng Cliffs, and he deemed it necessary to experience all there was to experience from the fight. He was able to feel the terrifying torrent circling around Qinzhong. Dazzling golden lights coursed about and flowed to both the heavens and earth. Every streak of the aura made Yi Futian feel incredibly overwhelming power of rules from Qinzhong, powers that enabled one to easily destroy any type of defense. Yi Futian had also caught a glimpse of the formless torrent emanating from Qinzhong's body that seemed to have transformed into a divine eagle, and it was the likes of which he had never seen before. It was probably a life spirit that Qinzhong was able to unleash, yet somehow took form unintentionally through the use of the power of rules. Yi Futian sensed a pair of incredibly sharp eyes in the void, which he felt to be the eyes of the eagle. The eyes seemed to be capable of penetrating everything they saw, just like Qinzhong's own sharp eyes. Qinzhong glanced at Yi Futian and felt the aura around him to indeed be exponentially stronger than Shimen Hanjiang's. Nobles who were capable of reaching such levels were near invincible in the barren state. Yi Futian's massive spectral body lashed out with a punch, filling the air in an instant with thousands of fistwill, which felt as if they were comets packed with extremely destructive power. The comet-like fistwill in the air was capable of easily destroying everything in its path, and it was his most powerful attack, Comet Punch. Qinzhong remained completely unfazed in the face of the tremendously massive fist before him. The formless torrent gushed about in the air and turned even more crazed. The shadow of the divine eagle seemed to be blinking in and out of existence. Beams of light punched through the fist heading for him, shattering it bit by bit. He then lashed out with one finger. The move felt as if the eagle swept through the sky as a beam of sparkling light streaked through the air. The comet punch that headed for him with impressive force was penetrated in an instant, blowing it up within moments. Yi Futian gazed at Qin Zhong. He had already figured out which rules Qin Zhong had been using. It was not just some rules belonging to any single element. Like Yi Futian, the rules Qin Zhong wielded were something new that he had comprehended entirely on his own, packing very destructive powers capable of dissolving the attacks and defenses of others easily. It was an overwhelming yet very simple move, as it only took Qin Zhong lashing out with one finger to completely destroy Yi Futian's incredibly overwhelming comet punch. Other than keeping their eyes on the battle between Kong Yao and Yuan Hong, the big shots of the Barren State began to also take notice of the battle between Qin Zhong and Yi Futian. They sighed as they witnessed Qin Zhong's power firsthand, impressed at the fact that he was indeed a genius of the highest order. Qin Zhong had yet to truly become a sage and was only halfway in, but the powers of rules that he wielded were surprisingly mature. Furthermore, those powers were not derived from rules of just any single element. Such geniuses were truly one in a million. Even if he had actually become a sage, there was no doubt that he would have possessed the power to fight those of higher plane than him. True top-notch geniuses demonstrated excellence at very early stages. Qin Zhong, who was known to be the number one among all below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs, would have been invincible among his peers throughout Yi State. It was simply unthinkable to have any noble there capable of beating the most talented one among the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Your attacks might be powerful, but they are still limited to being powers of the noble plane. They might be able to shake those who are newly made sages, but if that is all you got, there is simply no way for you to beat me, Qin Zhong said. His words were brimming with confidence, making it very clear that even those who had just broken through to the sage plane were nowhere near his caliber. Qin Zhong did not bother waiting for Yi Futian to reply. He took one step forward and golden mirages appeared throughout the air in the very next moment. Qin Zhong's body appeared right before Yi Futian. He lifted his palm and struck Yi Futian. The move seemed to be a simple one, yet it packed stifling pressure within. Yi Futian's third brother had demonstrated to him before that the sage plane was one where one saw mountains but did not see them as mountains, and one saw water but did not see it to be water. A leaf falling from a tree could be made to possess the power to cleave rocks. Such was the product through the use of powers of rules. Qin Zhong's palm naturally possessed rules made specifically for destruction. When Qin Zhong lashed out with his palm, he felt, at the same time, a formless pressure of rules holding his body. It was a heavy, stifling feeling. Qin Zhong frowned slightly. Did he, the number one noble of the Barren State, figure out a sliver of the powers of rules? Was he trying to set up a trap to have me get close? But Qin Zhong deemed that to be inadequate nonetheless. A cry was heard as the divine eagle burst into light. An impressively imposing divine eagle appeared right behind Qin Zhong. Its wings flapped and cut all the pressure of rules around Qin Zhong apart. He lashed out with his palm, now imbued with rules of sharpness like no other. The attack grew even more fearsome as his life spirit was unleashed. Yi Futian lashed out with a punch right there, and then it was an incredibly huge fist boosted with the stars. The fist was turned into stars as soon as he launched the attack, which then clashed with the shadow of the massive divine eagle. Terrifying storms whipped about them in that very instant. The stars exploded, throwing Yi Futian and Qin Zhong back. Qin Zhong stood in the air, the wings of the divine eagle glittering. He looked at Yi Futian with eyes that were still just as sharp. He finally deemed his trip to the Barren State to be less disappointing than he initially thought it would be. His trip to the Holy Ji Palace before had him meet the so-called proud son of the Holy Ji Palace, who was disappointingly weak. Yi Futian, on the other hand, had finally stoked his excitement and made him feel like fighting earnestly. Are they finally going to go at it for real? Di Gang, Huang Zhouge, and the rest looked at the duo. They paid more attention to that battle than they did to the clash of the titans between Kong Yao and Yuan Hong. After all, Kong Yao's plane was too high for them to comprehend. Yet the battle between Qin Zhong and Yi Futian was one fought between two of the most gifted genius of their generation. In a sense, it could have been also called the Clash of the Titans. Yi Futian did not disappoint. If he had easily lost to Qin Zhong, it would have appeared as if there were no exceptional people in the barren state. Yi Futian's eyes were set on the great, divine eagle behind Qin Zhong. Its eyes were sharp enough to pierce everything it saw. Its golden claws glittered like that of the rock, and its wings were spread wide, looking like blades one moment but dragon scales the next. That divine eagle also sported a very long tail. A golden crown was found on its head, making it seem like the king of eagles, the dragon eagle. Many looked at the manifested divine eagle and found it to be a mutated species. It was said that two figures of legends in the demon world gave birth to the dragon eagle, which possessed talents of the highest order. The dragon eagle eventually became the new king of the demon world, creating new races of demonic beasts. It was quite a surprise that Qin Zhong's life spirit turned out to be such a rare mutated species, the dragon eagle. A high-pitched, deafening cry was heard. A massive shadow of the dragon eagle appeared in the air, encompassing a wide area and even covering Yi Futian within. The massive shadow looked down on Yi Futian. Incredibly destructive light of rules whipped about in the air. Its wings flapped and feathers seemed to begin dancing in the air. Each and every feather was packed with incredible rules of destruction, as they cut through the air with the intention to bury Yi Futian once and for all. Yi Futian glanced at the air and unleashed a powerful will that covered the space they were in. A mystical power seemed to have been born between the heavens and the earth. Incredibly dazzling starlight shimmered with Yi Futian at the center, forming absolute defensive powers around him. The feathers were turned into incredibly terrifying blades as they whipped through the air and headed for Yi Futian. The defensive light screen was cut again, and cracks appeared. An incredibly huge divine ape emerged from the screen of light and materialized a staff in its hand, which it then swung at the air. An incredible force was generated as it shot for the heavens. Formless will emerged as the techniques of the staff were at play. The space around them became incredibly heavy, as if it was packed with the will of rules. A thunderous rumble sounded as Yi Futian whipped his staff about as if there was no one around. The force seemed to have blended with the heavens and the earth like some kind of rule, generating a terrifying storm in its wake. The incredibly massive shadow of the divine eagle cried as it flapped its wings to kill yet again. The attack cut through the air, and two straight lines were seen raining down from above. The air was then filled with shadows of the staff as the power of the surroundings gushed into Yi Futian's body in a crazed manner. His defenses were strengthened further. When the divine eagle managed to cut the screen of light, Yi Futian took one step forward, and the divine ape lashed out with one strike of the staff, cleaving the air apart. Qin Zhong frowned as he was able to feel that while Yi Futian had only begun to comprehend the rules, and his use of what he knew was nowhere near that of Qin Zhong's, Yi Futian still possessed overwhelmingly brute force. Boosted by the spectral manifestation he clad himself in, the brute force was magnified exponentially. That, coupled with the force he had been gathering, allowed the power of the rules he had just come to understand to rise sharply. The end result manifested like a torrent which turned increasingly powerful by the second. Boom! A force of fearsome rules was born as the divine eagle blocked out the sky as it flapped its wings. At the same time, Qin Zhong moved forward. The dragon eagle life, spirit behind him, seemed to have melded with the shadows as it lashed out with its claws. The divine ape seemed incredibly miniature in comparison. Countless destructive rules appeared in the air as the claws were lashed out. The defensive light screen exploded maniacally. Yi Futian was completely exposed as Qin Zhong's attack went straight for him. However, Yi Futian seemed to have not noticed any of that as he went swinging his staff about. The fifth strike of the 9 heavenly attacks burst, and the divine ape roared. Terrifying powers whipped in the air. The pair of terrifying claws met the staff head-on and grabbed onto it. The staff shattered bit by bit, but that pair of claws turned intangible. Countless shadows of the divine eagle appeared as its feathers cleaved through the air, heading for Yi Futian. Yi Futian's body moved like a bolt of lightning, as fearsome aura built up around him. His flying body continued to gather the force of the world, yet it was still unable to escape the feathers at his tail. The feathers seemed to be boundless as they kept cutting the divine ape, cracking the spectral manifestation Yi Futian clad himself in. However, Yi Futian did not seem to be in any bit of pain. The power he gathered became increasingly strong, and the divine ape grew in size in response. A giant ape appeared in the sky. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked through the air. The giant ape lashed out with its arm from above, as if it had packed all the force of the 9 heavenly attacks into that one arm that it brought to bear. Qin Zhong looked up at the shadow bearing down on him. It was an overwhelming shadow which seemed to have descended in the mortal world like a god. Stars seemed to have emerged around that arm coming down on him. The rules had finally taken form, turning into overwhelming power. Qin Zhong extended his hand and lashed out at the hand that Yi Futian had coming down on him. The divine eagle let out a very long streak, melding with that arm he had lashed out in response. Many saw the divine ape that descended from above bombard the dragon eagle. The resulting destructive light was unbearably bright. The spectral manifestation began to crumble under the influence of the boundless rules. The very huge divine ape shadow that Yi Futian had been clad in exploded bit by bit and crumbled. However, that power seemed to have penetrated everything nonetheless. It continued to head for Qin Zhong. Yi Futian's training with Sage Dojan enabled him to open 5 of the 7-star acupoints, allowing him to gather force using 9 heavenly attacks and bring the gathered force to bear. Imbued with the highest power the rules were able to generate with his spectral being, there was no telling how powerful the end result of all that was. Qin Zhong was probably the only one capable of feeling it firsthand. Tremendously dazzling light encompassed Qin Zhong's body as the dragon eagle resisted the incoming force in his stead. The devastating light threw both combatants off. Yi Futian was thrown high into the sky. All the manifestations he was clad in were no more. Qin Zhong, however, stood somewhere below without moving an inch. While terrifying light still circled around his body, it was nowhere near as dazzling. Blood began to show at the corner of Qin Zhong's mouth as he grunted. His organs were severely rattled. The power of his offensive rules was tremendously powerful, yet he was no match for Yi Futian in sheer brute force. With such power coming down straight at him, even if he managed to destroy Yi Futian's manifestations, the recoil had him severely injured nonetheless. So that was what the number 1 below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs was capable of, Yi Futian said casually. Many looked at him and found themselves speechless. Chapter 697. Qin Zhong stood rooted to the ground as though the other battles around him had no relation to him. He only knew that he had been defeated. Qin Zhong stood rooted to the ground as though the other battles around him had no relation to him. He only knew that he had been defeated. He, who was undefeated in Yu State among his generation, had been defeated by Yi Futian today. The number 1 person under the sage plane in Jisheng Cliffs had been defeated by the Barren State's most outstanding noble plane. Moreover, Yi Futian's cultivation level was lower than his. He raised his head and stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's physical strength and his explosive power in battle, the rule power that he had understood, were so strong. All this had caused him to be injured, even though he had a deeper understanding of rule power. He would remember this battle. There were countless geniuses in the 9 states. Even though many people claimed that he was the person with the strongest potential among the 9 sons, he could not be too complacent. Now, in the Barren State, he had been defeated, and his brother Zhan Xiao had also been crushed by Gu Donglu. Then, what about the geniuses from the other 7 states? Now, he had not entered the sage plane and had not interacted with any of the other states' experts. However, they should all be prodigies as well. The other people also looked at the battle that had stopped and had mixed feelings. The people from the palace were not here today. If they were, how would they feel? Previously, Qin Zhong had crushed Shimen Hanjiang in the palace, and nobody could stand up to him. Today, Yi Futian, who had been expelled from the palace, continued his undefeated legacy. Even when he was up against a son from the Yu state, the person with the most outstanding potential among the 9 sons, Yi Futian defeated him as a grade 2 noble. All the influential figures in the Barren State knew what this battle meant. Huang Shi, Su Shang, and the others all looked at Yi Futian, the handsome teen standing in the air. He did not have any expression of delight after his victory, because he knew that his battle could not impact the situation. It was merely a pointless battle. To Yi Futian, he had only proven that the Jisheng Cliffs cultivators were not as high and mighty as they had thought. Even the most outstanding person within the generation could be defeated, proving his previous point. Potential to enter the divine path. Huang Shi muttered to himself. It was rumored that Qin Zhong had the potential to become a sage and had the most outstanding potential among the Jisheng Cliff's 9 sons. Then, now that Yi Futian had defeated Qin Zhong as a grade 2 noble, what did it mean? Yi Futian, naturally, also had the potential to become a saint. Not only that, but this battle had proven that Yi Futian could battle sage plane figures as a grade 2 noble. Although Qin Zhong was not a sage, he should not be weaker than someone who just entered the sage plane. Back then, Bai Luli had risen to fame in one battle. He had the divine teachings, and sage Wanxiang had predicted that he had the potential to become a saint. The Holy Ji Palace had also sacrificed much for Bai Luli, even expelling Yi Futian from the palace. The battle in the White Cloud City proved their stand even further. However, Yi Futian had now proven that he was not weaker than Bai Luli. Although they were unable to tell who was more outstanding because of the difference in cultivation level, nobody would dare to say with certainty that Bai Luli could defeat Yi Futian. Then, was all that the Holy Ji Palace had done for Bai Luli really worth it? The palace could have had 2 disciples with the potential to become saints. Now they were standing at opposing ends with no way back. Even the palace was at loggerheads with Yi Futian. Even outsiders like Huang Shi and Su Shang felt pity and regret in their hearts. Although they were not from the palace, they still had the same lamentation. Huang Zhouge, Digang Li Futu, Nan Hao, and many others from the younger generation also had mixed feelings. He had still not been defeated and was getting even stronger. Digang could already feel that if he battled with Yi Futian now, it would definitely not be like the battle a year ago. Now, Yi Futian could probably defeat him easily. His father Dikai had high hopes for him to enter the divine path. Now, to enable him to enter the Jisheng Cliffs and be under the care of Kong Yao, his father did not hesitate to go to war against Zhuge Qingfeng. However, there was someone who he could never hope to outdo in the same generation in the Barren State. He raised his head and looked at the battlefield in the air. Each time Kong Yao and Yuan Hong clashed in the air, the impact would make people's hearts shudder. However, Kong Yao's mindset had been affected, not because of his own battle, but because of an insignificant battle on the ground. Qin Zhong, his teacher-nephew, who cultivated in the same vein as him, was the most outstanding young generation in the vein. Not just that, but Qin Zhong was extremely outstanding and had once been pointed out by a saint, claiming that he had the potential to become a saint and would enter the divine path in the future. After Qin Zhong entered the sage plane, he would have a chance to be taught by that saint. Thus, There were many voices in the Jisheng cliffs claiming that Qin Zhong was the most outstanding of the 9 sons. In the future, he would definitely become an influential figure in the Jisheng cliffs. To protect Qin Zhong, he, who was 9th on the sage ranking, was willing to sacrifice much. This was the allure of the Saint Plain. Even a descendant with the potential to become a saint was worth his elders protecting him like this. This was also a type of legacy. So, even though the battle between Qin Zhong and Yi Futian had no influence on the overall situation and could even be claimed as insignificant, Kong Yao's mindset had been affected. He had a doubtful thought, but he didn't know whether he was doubting himself or Qin Zhong. In the barren state, Qin Zhong, who was protected by his vein, had been defeated by a grade 2 noble. At that moment, rod shadows filled the skies and crushed downwards. Kong Yao's mindset had been affected because of Qin Zhong's defeat. Adding on to the fact that he had been unable to obtain a decisive victory, his movements slowed for a brief moment. When he raised his hand, Yuan Hong's polearm of divine destruction had already struck down. With a deafening sound, the divine shadow was shattered and Kong Yao was slammed to the ground all the way from the skies. Even so, he was still not injured. Yuan Hong's saint-level ritual implement was a defensive ritual implement, and his attacking ritual implement, the polearm of divine destruction, was not at the saint level. For someone who had reached the limit of the sage plane, Yuan Hong would not be able to injure him, no matter how strong he was. In reality, the first 10 in the sage ranking had all reached a bottleneck. Although they were unable to break through that restriction, they were unmatched in the sage plane. However, he was also unable to defeat Yuan Hong, who had a saint-level defensive ritual implement. Similarly, on the other battlefield, although there were many experts on the barren sky ranking who joined forces, Zhuge Qingfeng focused all his efforts on defense. With a saint-level ritual implement, Yan Wuji and the others could not find a gap in his defenses. No matter what, Zhuge Qingfeng would not clash head-on with them. He was naturally clear of the current situation. As long as he and Yuan Hong were not defeated or killed, it was sufficient to deter these people. They did not dare to move rashly, because at their level, as long as they lived, it was too easy for them to massacre the other party's younger generation. As long as they lived, the other party would not dare to make rash decisions. Especially now that Gu Donglu and Yi Futian had exhibited their extraordinary potential. They understood it all the more. As long as they were alive, they had hope. In the future, Yi Futian would definitely be able to traverse the divine path. At that time, no matter how much Jisheng cliffs wanted to deal with them, they would have to weigh the consequences. With a bellowing roar, Yuan Hong crushed down from the skies, raising the polearm of divine destruction in his hands and swinging it down upon the Nantian house, lured with the godly spear of Nantian. The swing contained the wrath of the heavens, and the godly spear of Nantian raised his spear and swept towards the air. In an instant, countless spear shadows filled the heavens, and the golden and silver rays clashed. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard as the godly spear of Nantian was pummeled to the ground, and both his legs sank into the ground. His arms that held his spear trembled lightly. Now, Yuan Hong's offensive ability was horrifying. How could he stand up to someone who could single-handedly deal with the White Cloud City Lord? Yuan Hong did not stay for long and swung the polearm of divine destruction towards others. Immediately, Yan Wuji and the others fell back and turned their gazes towards Kong Yao with resentment. They were already having it tough with Zhuge Qingfeng, but Kong Yao still led another elite battler, Yuan Hong, in. How were they going to continue battling? Yuan Hong's defensive ritual implement is the same as Zhuge Qingfeng's. They're both saint level. It can weaken my offense. I can't damage him, Kong Yao said. He could not break through the defense of a saint-level ritual implement, so Kong Yao understood that even if they continued battling, he would not be able to take down Yuan Hong alone. The people on the ground would also be hard-pressed to take down Zhuge Qingfeng. Even so, we must continue battling. Yan Wuji's expression was sharp like a blade that had been removed from its sheath. They were at the point of no return, so they had to bite the bullet and continue. They had previously thought that the battle would be easy. With Kong Yao's strength, he could crush Yuan Hong and kill him, then deal with Zhuge Qingfeng without any hesitation. Kong Yao seemed to have lost the desire that he had before. He looked at Qin Zhong and Zhan Shao. Zhan Shao had been injured by Gu Donglu, and it was only with the help of Jisheng Cliff's archmages that he was not killed by Gu Donglu on the spot. Qin Zhong continued to stand there quietly, but the impact of his defeat could not be erased. After vomiting blood, Qin Zhong was not at peak condition. All the people here today, do you not have opinions? Kong Yao looked at the other influential figures in the surroundings. However, they all watched silently. It was not that they didn't want to become a saint, but everyone had their own thinking. Especially after seeing Yuan Hong's saint-level ritual implement. They knew that if there was no outcome in today's battle, nobody knew how it would progress in the future. Although Jisheng Cliffs was the holy land in the U State and had Saint Plain cultivators, the Saint Plain experts would not come personally to the barren state. They might not even know about this matter. After all, they were legendary figures. There were so many people cultivating in Jisheng Cliffs and so many things happening every day. How could they report everything to the saints? Sending Kong Yao to handle this matter was already taking it very seriously. We should deliberate on Gu Donglio's words. Does Jisheng Cliffs need to investigate the matter? Don't accuse others carelessly. At that moment, a voice sounded. Kong Yao turned around with a glint in his eye. Not only Kong Yao, but Yan Wuji and the others looked at the person who had spoken with a sharp expression. Now, they were already standing on the Jisheng Cliffs side to deal with Zhuge Qingfeng. There was already no way out. Investigate? This person was speaking for Gu Donglu? If the matter was really like Gu Donglu had said, would Jisheng Cliffs leave and punish Zhan Shao? By then it would be Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng looking for them for revenge. However, the person who had spoken was also an elite figure in the barren state, the fifth on the barren sky, ranking the sovereign family leader, Huangshi. Nobody expected that he would say such things. His words had shown his standpoint. Evidently, he was on the crouching dragon mountain side. Chapter 698. Countless cold gazes stared at Huangshi. Countless cold gazes stared at Huangshi. Yan Wuji said coldly, Huangshi, are you suspecting the Jisheng Cliffs of intentionally maligning Gu Donglu? He intentionally mentioned the Jisheng Cliffs, hoping that Huangshi would step down and not interfere with this matter. Otherwise, they would have trouble. Naturally not. I've heard Gu Donglio's words. Mr. Kong did not personally experience the incident, but heard it from a younger generation. Since both Gu Donglu and Zhan Shao have different accounts, as a holy land, Jisheng Cliffs should not completely believe their disciple and came to capture Gu Donglu without investigating. In that case, it looks as though you are bullying him and is not good for the Holy Land's reputation. Huang, she continued, Gu Donglu is right. It is extremely simple to investigate this matter. We only need Gu Donglu to use his spiritual will and show any of us what happened. Everything will then be clear. If it was really Gu Donglio's doing, I will naturally support Jisheng Cliff's actions and help to take down Gu Donglu. Many people had weird expressions. Although Huangxi's words seemed to be impartial and there was nothing off about it, he did not explicitly oppose the Jisheng Cliffs. That would be foolish. The origin of the matter was the conflict between Zhan Shao and Gu Donglu. However, because of their standpoint, nobody wanted to know the truth as it was not important. But for Huangxi to step out and say these words when the battle had reached a deadlock meant that the situation was different. Although I am longtime rivals with Zhuge Qingfeng, I believe that he is a chivalrous person. If Gu Donglio's character is really that despicable Zhuge Qingfeng, are you able to bring yourself to exterminate him? Huang, she looked at Zhuge Qingfeng and asked, if the results of the investigation are like what Zhan Shao has said, I will definitely not shield Gu Donglu, and I will hand him over. Moreover, I will give my Zhuge family's sacred item to the Jisheng Cliffs as an apology. Zhuge Qingfeng replied. As his voice landed, the surroundings fell silent, but there was a faint, oppressive atmosphere. You doubt me? Zhan Zhao's expression was grim. He naturally knew what the truth was. Many people looked at him. He was merely the Jisheng Cliff's son, and many of the influential figures on the barren sky ranking did not have to care about him. The Jisheng Cliffs had 9 sons every generation. But how many of them would become saints? Zhan Zhao's achievements could catch up to Kong Yao at best. From his battle with Gu Donglu and the character that he had revealed from this matter, it was unlikely for him to become a saint. Huang Shi's words hold reason. At that moment, another voice sounded. The crowd all looked in the distance. The Tingxue House's Su Shang had a mysterious smile on his face, and his eyes were squinted. The impression he gave people was one that was gentle on the exterior, yet sharp underneath. After all, this fellow was a ruthless killer. The 9th on the barren sky ranking, Su Shang had also made his stance. Although they did not directly oppose the Jisheng Cliffs, their stance had already shifted. Are the 2 of you going to interfere with this matter? Kong Yao looked at Huang Shi and Su Shang, asking coldly. No, no. Su Shang smiled and shook his head. I am merely saying, casually, if Brother Kong feels that I am wrong, you can treat it like you didn't hear it. He was not going to take part in the battle. After all, he had a huge household to take care of. The Jisheng Cliffs would not have any reservations about what they did in the barren state. He naturally could not fall out with the Jisheng Cliffs, but with his position he could stand out and say a few words. Does Brother Kong feel that what I have spoken wrongly? Huang Shi smiled and replied, I am thinking for both parties, if there is an option to solve it peacefully. Why is there a need to battle? Zhuge Qingfeng has already said that if Gu Donglu really did what Zhan Zhao said, he will immediately hand him over. Is that not enough for the Jisheng Cliffs? After saying so much, it was already clear that if the Jisheng Cliffs still insisted on continuing, it would be protecting Zhan Zhao despite knowing that he did it. Although many people could feel that Gu Donglu was telling the truth, hearing it from Huang Shi's mouth was undoubtedly offending the Jisheng Cliffs. As for Zhan Zhao, he was ignored. Huang Shi and Su Shang would not go to war with Jisheng Cliffs, but at least they could influence the situation here. The other influential figures from the barren state would not step in after seeing the 2 of their stands. If nobody else joined in, Kong Yao would naturally not be able to break this deadlock. I have seen the images that Zhan Zhao has shown me. There is no cause for doubt. If anyone continues to doubt him, it is the same as doubting Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao replied assertively. Huang Shi and Su Shang's statements had caused a shift in the situation. Their side's momentum was weakening. If he was not dominant, he might as well leave the barren state and return to Yu State. Today, in Xuanwu Tower, I have seen the attitudes of many of you in the barren state. The Zhuge family is also an important faction in the barren state. Since that is so, I will give the Zhuge family another few days to consider. If they are still unwilling to hand him over, prepare to bear the consequences, Kong Yao said coldly. Goodbye. After saying that, Kong Yao turned around and left. Yan Wuji and the rest had grim expressions. They actually failed today. Withdraw, they commanded, turning around and following Kong Yao. Immediately, many figures left together. The people from the Sword Saint Villa, the Emperor family, and many other experts left. Brother Kong, if we do not take down the Zhuge family, we will be in danger, Yan Wuji said with a sullen expression. I know, but all of you have seen what happened today. Are you confident to take them down? Kong Yao continued. Since the Zhuge family wants to continue struggling, let us all prepare for a battle of an even larger scale. Bring all your family's experts and assault the crouching Dragon Mountain. This time, the younger generation from Jisheng Cliffs had been present. As such, he had held himself back and not started slaughtering people. Okay. Yan Wuji nodded and replied, However, we cannot leave Xuanwu City now. We need to watch crouching Dragon Mountain's every move, especially Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong. I know, Kang Yao replied. Yan Wuji was probably afraid that Crouching Dragon Mountain would take drastic measures and deal with him as Yuan Hong did to White Cloud City. In the current situation, Yan Wuji probably wanted to exterminate them at all costs. Qin Zhong, Zhan Shao, the two of you go to the Holy Ji Palace. There is no need for the two of you to participate in the remaining matters. If the palace can send its experts, it's naturally better for us, Kang Yao said. Qin Zhong and Zhan Shao understood what he meant by that. This time, Kang Yao was truly infuriated and was preparing to go to Crouching Dragon Mountain to slaughter them. We will make arrangements too, Yan Wuji and Di Kai said as well. Everything from now on would be settled in one battle. On the other hand, although Zhuge Qingfeng had fought off Kang Yao, he did not feel relief. This time they had taken the initiative to attack because Gu Donglu had decisively stepped out of the Zhuge family. In today's battle, everyone had fought with reservations. They could naturally feel that Kang Yao's attitude was getting more dominant. They would have to face even more dangerous battles ahead. I am still unable to leave the family out of this. Zhuge Qingfeng sighed internally as he thought. There were some things that he wanted to avoid but was unable to. Gu Donglu stood there silently. He wanted to face all this alone, but Yi Futian and Zhuge Qingfeng had come, unwilling to throw him aside. He naturally felt touched, but at the same time he was sullen because he had implicated all of them. Yi Futian walked over to Huang Shi and Su Shang, saluting and thanking them. Thank you, elders. Don't thank me, I didn't do anything. Su Shang shrugged his shoulders and replied. He had casually said a few words, so it was indeed nothing to him. Actually, I do not wish that you be embroiled in this turmoil. Huang Shi looked at Yi Futian and said, Jisheng Cliffs were determined to achieve their objective in the barren state and would not step down. Yi Futian's side was on the weaker end. After all, they were up against the Jisheng Cliffs. It was not easy for the barren state to have a Yi Futian. This was a person who defeated the Jisheng Cliffs Qin Zhong, someone who could become a saint in the future. Neither do I, Yi Futian smiled and replied, but that was his third brother. However unwilling he was, he had to be involved. He was only a noble and unable to do much, but he could not just watch it happen. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and Huang Shi, overhearing their conversation. He had mixed feelings, as Yi Futian had already won the admiration of many of the Barren Sky rankings influential figures. Huang Shi, Yu Qi, Yuan Hong. Although he was only a noble, he was unknowingly affecting the entire situation in the barren state. If not for the palace's mistake, in a few years' time, when Yi Futian reached the pinnacle of the Sage Plain, he had the qualifications to represent the barren state and become the next owner of the palace. However, the barren state already had Bai Luli before him, and the palace had chosen Bai Luli. News of the battle in Xuanwu City spread throughout every corner of the barren state. The Sword Saint Villa, Emperor family, Nantian House, and other factions had started to collect their experts, while Kang Yao was still in Xuanwu City. The strife in the barren state had become even more severe. While Qin Zhong and Zhan Shao had reached the Holy Ji Palace, there was nothing else left for them to do. The experts in the palace evidently knew about the battle in Xuanwu City. Many of them were astonished. Even the Holy Ji Palace's palace lords felt bewildered, especially by one piece of news. Yi Futian had defeated Jisheng Cliffs Qin Zhong as a grade 2 noble. This piece of news stirred doubt in the hearts of the palace's influential figures. Back then, Qin Zhong had basked in glory in the Holy Ji Palace. Shimen Hanjiang could not even withstand a single strike from him, but now Qin Zhong had been defeated by the expelled disciple of the palace, Yi Futian. Who could understand how they were feeling? In the Sage Palace, Lu Chan stood in front of the palace, looking in the air. Qin Zhong was rumored to have the potential to become a saint. This was said personally by the Jisheng Cliff Saint, so it was naturally reliable. However, he had now been defeated by Yi Futian, who was still a grade 2 noble. What about Yi Futian then? He also had the potential to become a saint. The palace originally had 2 people with the potential to become saints, but now Yi Futian had not only been expelled, but he could also be at opposing ends with the palace and even become mortal enemies with Bai Luli. The 2 people with the potential to become saints had emerged from the palace, but were like fire and water. Did they regret it? Lu Chan had doubts about his decision. Was he wrong? However, all this was for the palace. Why would he be wrong? Chapter 699. In the Holy Ji Palace, not only were the elders moved, but many disciples were also astounded by the results of the battle. In the Holy Ji Palace, not only were the elders moved, but many disciples were also astounded by the results of the battle. The first on the law rank who had been expelled from the palace was still a legend even when he was no longer in the palace. He was unrivaled in his generation in the Barren State, and now even the number 1 noble in the Yu State had been defeated by him. In the Sword Palace, in front of an ancient palace, a figure with only 1 arm sat cross-legged, looking at the ravine in front of him. By sitting here, he could overlook the entire Holy Ji Palace. Behind him, a girl in a red dress strolled towards him and sat down beside him. She asked gently, "What's the news from them?" "They have temporarily driven off Jisheng Cliffs, but the issue is not over yet. Many major factions are gathering their experts and preparing to siege the crouching Dragon Mountain," Yu Wuchen replied. A worrying expression appeared in Lu Chenyu's eyes. For a while there was silence. Although they were worried, they were unable to interfere with the elite's battles. Even those who were in the lower ranks of the Barren Sky ranking did not have the right to participate in this unrest. Zhan Xiao and Qin Zhong are now in our Holy Ji Palace. The Jisheng Cliffs are not intending to let them continue battling. If anyone can resolve this issue, it can only be the Holy Ji Palace, Yu Wuchen said slowly. However, he did not have much hope. The palace's standback, then, in the White Cloud City was already clear enough. It was already a blessing for them to not be dealing with Yi Futian, not to mention help him. However, if the palace didn't step in, who could resolve this turmoil? The Jisheng Cliffs would not leave without Gu Donglu, but Zhuge Qingfeng would not hand him over. Yi Futian would not allow it either, so they would definitely continue fighting. "It'll be fine," Lu Chenyu replied softly. She did not know what to do either. Perhaps she was just comforting herself. Yi Wuchen did not say anything. He also hoped that everything would end. It was not easy for them to reach this stage. The days passed, but the unrest in the Barren State did not end. The Sword Saint Villa, Emperor family, Nantian House, and many other factions experts gathered in Xuanwu City. However, at this time, Yu Qi suddenly gave an order for the Emperor family to return to Alchemy City, claiming that Alchemy City's factions would not participate in the siege of the Zhuge family. Moreover, he had given the order as the city lord of Alchemy City and was extremely authoritative. This was also Yu Qi's first time having such a bossy attitude towards the Emperor family. Many years ago, the 2 families' ancestors had created Alchemy City together. Even if they had their own intentions now, they were still allies on the surface. However, from another perspective, the Alchemy City lord not allowing the Emperor family to join forces with Jisheng Cliffs to siege the crouching Dragon Mountain was also appropriate. When Di Kai heard about the matter, he was furious. However, Yu Qi's attitude was determined, and he instructed the Emperor family's people to tell Di Kai that he was not to participate or he would have to suffer consequences. The attitudes of the Barren State's elites had become more delicate. There were already a few elite figures who had either subtly or directly expressed their support for crouching Dragon Mountain. They did not jump out and oppose Jisheng Cliffs, as it would be too foolish, but their actions had unknowingly affected the entire situation. Everything was changing in the outside world, but the palace remained the same. Zhan Xiao had wanted to persuade the palace to participate, but Zhuge Qingfeng was also from the Holy Ji Palace. No matter what, the palace would not directly participate in the siege of crouching Dragon Mountain, even if they were unhappy about the marriage. Zhan Xiao was also unhappy about this matter, and he was annoyed with many of the people in the Barren State. Qin on the other hand, stayed in the palace to cultivate, ignoring all the conflicts that were going on. One day, in one of the cultivation spots in the palace, many disciples had gathered. Zhan Shao was there as well. Today, the White Cloud City's second young master had claimed that he wanted to meet him for something. This second young master, Bai Zhe, seemed to be intentionally getting close to him. He had been seeing a lot of him lately. He had heard that the White Cloud City's young city, Lord Bai Luli, was the most outstanding person in the barren state. Even Yi Futian was also expelled from the Holy Ji Palace because of him. It was a pity that he missed out on meeting Bai Luli this time. Bai Luli was not in the palace and had left to cultivate. Brother Zhan, do you really plan on missing this grand show? Bai Zhe said to Zhan Shao, this time the siege of Crouching Dragon Mountain will be done by all the elite archmages. With my cultivation level, I will not be able to influence the situation. Zhan Shao looked at Bai Zhe and said, he was curious about what business Bai Zhe had with him. Then, Brother Zhan, how confident are you that they will be able to deal with the Crouching Dragon Mountain this time around? Bai Zhe asked, who knows? Zhan Shao replied, his uncle Master Kong Yao was truly enraged now, but the other party had 2 saint-level ritual implements with extremely strong defense, so there was still a problem. Moreover, some old fellow from Alchemy City had appeared and was opposing them. If the White Cloud City is willing to participate, there will naturally be no doubt about the outcome. However, your father seems to be afraid. Zhan Shao looked at Bai Zhe and said coldly, I hope that Brother Zhan can forgive me on this matter. Yi Futian used the people in the Bai clan to threaten us. He is indeed despicable, Bai Zhe replied coldly. Come to think about it, what does Yi Futian have to do with Gu Donglu snatching Brother Zhan's holy item? He keeps on participating and causing destruction, threatening the White Cloud City and inviting Yuan Hong to aid him. Yu Qi's attitude is likely also because of his influence. Without him, perhaps Brother Zhan could have arrested Gu Donglu a long time ago. A cold glint appeared in Zhan Zhao's eyes. What Bai Zhe had said was really true. If it had not been for Yi Futian, the matter would have been resolved a long time ago. However, Yi Futian really had outstanding potential. Even his brother Qin had been defeated by him. Yi Futian is a despicable person who will resort to any and all means. If the Jisheng Cliffs were like him, the matter would have been resolved a long time ago. It is just that Jisheng Cliffs and Brother Zhan can't bring themselves to do it, Bai Zhe continued. Why do you say so? Zhan Shao looked at Bai Zhe. I heard that when Yi Futian left the palace, he brought his family and friends. However, when he came out, only Yuan Hong was with him. The rest of them should still be on Taihang Mountain. Now, Taihang Mountain strength is all congregated on Crouching Dragon Mountain. If the others all imitated what Yi Futian did, wouldn't this matter be solved easily? Bai Zhe tried to sound casual while saying it. Zhan Shao smiled and looked at Bai Zhe. This fellow was indeed despicable. However, his words made sense indeed. He did not know how the battle on Crouching Dragon Mountain would turn out. If they returned to Jisheng Cliffs this time and the truth was uncovered, he would very likely be punished. There needed to be a resolution to this matter. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Zhan Shao smiled and continued. Bai Zhe, you've reminded me, when dealing with despicable people like Yi Futian, there is no need to abide by the rules. Brother Zhan dares to take the chance that is worthy of respect. Bai Zhe put his fists together and saluted. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving first. Okay. Zhan Shao nodded. As Bai Zhe left, Zhan Shao looked at his figure, and a menacing smile appeared on his face, and he said, Let's go. Not long after, a piece of news spread from the palace. The Jisheng Cliffs Zhan Shao had brought a group of people and left the Holy Ji Palace. In the Sword Palace at Yi Wuchen's cultivation spot, Su Kei and Zue Qianqiu had arrived. Yi Wuchen saw the two of them and asked, What's up? The palace's disciples are spreading some news. Bai Zai intentionally leaked news of Yu Sheng, Hua Jiu, and the rest's whereabouts to Zhan Shao. Now, Zhan Shao has left the palace, Suke said. Yi Wuchen's expression suddenly became sharp, and there was a momentous surge of killing intent. Bai Zai, can we inform Yi Futian? Yi Wuchen asked. The Tingxua house has a special transmission method. I will send the news as quickly as possible to Crouching Dragon Mountain. I will definitely be faster than Zhan Shao, Suke said. Yi Wuchen nodded and turned around. He looked at the base of the palace and clenched his fists, asking coldly, Is Bai Zai still in the palace? Rumor has it that he is cultivating in the Valley of Knowledge, Suke replied. The Valley of Knowledge was a secret zone for cultivation in the palace. It could hone one's spiritual will energies. Yi Wuchen's gaze looked forward, sword will emitting from his eyes. He then leaped forward, and sword will turned into a sword and landed at his feet. It then tore through the air towards the direction of the Valley of Knowledge. Suke and Zue Qianqiu looked at each other, then moved in a flash towards the direction that Yi Wuchen had left in. In the Valley of Knowledge, there was an extremely mysterious aura that could affect one's spiritual will. As such, very little people chose to cultivate there, and even fewer could reach the depths of the Valley of Knowledge. Presently, Bai Zai was cultivating there. However, at that moment he had a premonition and turned around. He saw a figure riding a sword towards him, landing in the area in front of him. Yi Wuchen. Bai Zai saw the person who had come, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. He must have come because of that issue. It was no secret, and he had not intentionally concealed or prevented the news from spreading, because he did not care at all. So what if Yi Futian knew? Perhaps it might be even more interesting that way. Would he stay on Crouching Dragon Mountain or go to Taihang Mountain? Sword will emanated from Yi Wuchen's body with surging killing intent. As he felt the aura, Bai Zai's mocking aura became even more imminent. He coldly said, Yi Wuchen, it can't be that you want a duel. Although he had been dominated by Yi Futian in the palace, he was not scared of Yi Wuchen. TCH. A horrifying dark sword chi rushed straight towards Bai Zai. In an instant, the sword chi in the air erupted, and Yi Wuchen's body moved like a flash of lightning towards Bai Zai. A glint appeared in Bai Zai's eyes. He had not expected that Yi Wuchen would be so decisive and strike without warning. He fired his eye of devastation, and immediately the area turned gray, a horrifying spiritual will enveloping everything, and the sword chi brushing past him. In the gray dimension, he saw Yi Wuchen's sword slash. It was a domineering dark sword, reminiscent of the sword demon's demon sword technique. It could cause a sword's power to increase multiple-fold for a short while. Die. Bai Zai roared and released his life spirit, pushing the power of his eye of devastation to its limit and crushing the sword current. However, Yi Wuchen's sword appeared to rush forward in waves and was never-ending. You're courting death. As Bai Zai saw Yi Wuchen getting closer to him, a giant gray hand appeared in the gray dimension and grabbed Yi Wuchen, attempting to crush his body in an instant. As the giant gray hand swooped towards Yi Wuchen, the killing intent in Bai Zai's eyes was terrifying. However, at that moment, a silver light burst forth from Yi Wuchen's brow chakra and pierced forward like a silver sword torrent, destroying everything. At that moment, an extremely intriguing feeling appeared in Bai Zai's head. He found it hard to estimate his distance from the sword, as though everything he saw was an illusion. Boom! An extremely dominant spiritual will storm was used to resist the force. Bai Zai's pupils turned into horrifying torrents, crushing all the swords that slashed towards him. However, at that moment, Yi Wuchen's strength increased rapidly and countless sword chi rushed towards the spiritual will. At that moment, he seemed to have used up every ounce of his strength to increase the killing ability of his swords, causing a mirage to appear in Bai Zai's head. He had sunk into the sword torrent and was unable to tell the difference between reality and illusion. He could only see a destructive sword torrent crushing everything and rushing towards him. His eye of devastation could see a pair of demon sword eyes. Die! Bai Zai roared and his spell scrolls glowed. The terrifying lightning energy pierced through everything and headed straight for Yi Wuchen. Next, a destructive sword chi penetrated his brain and rampaged wildly. Bai Zai's expression became twisted, and he raised his hand and pressed it down in Yi Wuchen's direction. However, at that moment, another figure flashed by, and Bai Zai felt a cold sensation on his neck. A sword had pierced his throat. Chapter 700. Yi Wuchen was thrown off, and he spewed blood from his mouth. However, his expression remained cold as he looked at the sword at Bai Zai's throat. Yi Wuchen was thrown off, and he spewed blood from his mouth. However, his expression remained cold as he looked at the sword at Bai Zai's throat. Zui Qianqiu was seen standing right behind Bai Zai. Bai Zai extended his hands while shaking all over, holding his throat where blood kept oozing out. His eyes were wide open and almost popping out as he glared at the figure before him. The bloodshot eyes were filled with vile hatred and frustration. Am I going to die just like this? His body trembled from fear of death. He had never even once thought that Yi Wuchen and the others actually dared kill him within the Holy Ji Palace. Have they gone insane? He was the second son of White Cloud City, a gifted proud son and a student of the Holy Ji Palace. How dare they actually kill me? This is vexing. His eyes went blood red and his aura dropped sharply. There were tears streaking down from his eyes. Fear, hate, regret, and many other emotions overwhelmed him. He had never thought himself to be one who would die at such a young age. His future should have been one filled with glory. He had been proud and arrogant as he blazed his way on the holy road. But everything changed when he met Yi Futian. His life was completely thrown off course, since from that very day, he ended up dead in the Holy Ji Palace by the hands of two people he had despised. He recalled the scene when he first came to face Yi Futian. He ignored Yi Futian right in front of him and intended to rope Huajiu into the Holy Sage Pavilion to train with him. He despised Yi Futian, and the feud between them started there. At the moment, everything was about to end. The cold sword rendered his blood cold as well. Su Kei glanced behind him, and with a flash, he dropped his finger down. Sword aura filled the place there were, and struck Bai Zai's body, which was then dissolved into nothing soon after, disappearing alongside his sword flash. What are you two standing there for? Su Kei said, knowing that they had gotten themselves in big trouble. Zui Qianqiu's eyes turned to Yi Wuchen, who then turned around and said, Why are you two getting involved in this? This is my problem. Zui Qianqiu and Su Kei walked up to him. They knew that even if Zui Qianqiu hadn't done what he did, Bai Zai would have died all the same. However, the last move that Bai Zai pulled would have caused Yi Wuchen severe injuries. As such, Zui Qianqiu dealt the fatal blow. Don't think about it too much. Since we have actually fought, the Holy Ji Palace will definitely look into it, and it looks we won't be able to hide the incident for long. What we need to do right now is get the hell out of here. Zui Qianqiu's voice did not sound like his usual playful, nonchalant self. They had just killed a student of the Holy Sage Pavilion, after all. Worse still, it was the son of the city lord of White Cloud City, and Bai Luli's brother. Their violation of the rule forbidding the students of the Holy Ji Palace killing each other was more than enough to convict them. Their predicament was made worse by the fact that the Holy Sage Pavilion treasured Bai Luli, and they would definitely not sit by knowing that his brother was killed. They needed to do something about it one way or another. They found someone standing before them as soon as they walked out of Valley of Knowledge, a figure exuding imposing bearing just standing around. Yi Wuchen and the other two were practically frozen seeing the figure before them. Yi Wuchen then walked up firmly and said to the figure respectfully, Teacher, I was the one responsible for the matter. It had nothing to do with them. The sword demon glared at the three of them with sharp expression. These three bastards have actually killed Bai Zai. Are they insane or what? What is this matter are you talking about? Yi Wuchen was stunned. He went on to stare at the sword demon with a dumbfounded expression. You all have reached a certain plane in your training, and now it is time for you to go out to experience the world, the sword demon said and turned around. This is farewell. He disappeared as soon as he finished talking. Yi Wuchen bowed to the figure who just left before turning to do the same with Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu. Su Ke then said, "Just get out of here." The three of them headed for Sword Palace like bolts of lightning, bringing Lu Chenyu with them before leaving the Holy Ji Palace as fast as they could. After a while, someone found Bai Zai's spirit jade scroll broken. That could only have meant one thing: Bai Zai had perished. The people of Holy Sage Pavilion went to inform the assistant palace lord, Lu Chan, at once of the news. The Holy Sage Pavilion was shaken to its core. Bai Zai had perished within the boundaries of the Holy Ji Palace. Nothing so dire had happened within the sacred ground for many, many years. Lu Chan's expression was ashen. Everyone around him busied themselves with one matter or another. Sage Tianqing made it there as well. Bai Zai was a student of the Holy Ji Palace, by Gu's son and by Lily's brother. He had very deep ties with the Holy Ji Palace, and he was found dead within the Holy Ji Palace. Find out who did this as soon as possible, Lu Chan said coldly. We are investigating the matter, Sage Tianqing responded. The entire Holy Ji Palace was shaken by the incident. Nobody thought Bai Zai would die. Someone came before Sage Tianqing and Lu Chan and reported after some time. Bai Zai had deliberately guided Zhan Shao to Taihang Mountain, and the case was feverishly discussed among the students. Many were in the opinion that Bai Zai's action was despicable. Yu, Shang, Hua Jiu, and the rest of them were on Taihang Mountain. And Sage Tianqing asked, some saw Yi Wuchen, Zue Qianqiu, and Su Ke leaving the Sword Palace, and they were nowhere to be found after. Even Lu Chenyu disappeared from the Sword Palace. According to the guards, they have been gone from Holy Ji Palace for quite a while, the person elaborated. Both Lu Chan and Sage Tianqing wore dire expressions. From what they heard, the three of them were definitely involved in this. It was not known who actually did that for now, but given that all three of them were students of the Sword Palace and shared amicable relations, the other two would have gotten involved somehow. Get someone after them, and go fetch me the sword demon, Lu Chan said. The people before them nodded, and a group of mighty ones was dispatched outside the Holy Ji Palace. The sword demon was, too, summoned to the Holy Sage Pavilion shortly after. Sword demon, Yi Wuchen, and the other two were students of the Sword Palace. What do you think of this? Lu Chan asked. If something like that were to happen to my friend, I would have chosen to kill Bai Zai too. He wasn't fit to call himself a student of the Holy Ji Palace. The sword demon looked at Lu Chan and said, everyone in the Holy Ji Palace knew of the feud between Bai Zai and Yi Futian. Bai Zai was being put under Yi Futian's shadow all the time. He should have simply gone for Yi Futian on his own if he hated Yi Futian that much. However, he went to guide Zhan Shao of Jisheng Cliffs to Taihang Mountain instead. It was an act that damaged the reputation of the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan stared at the sword demon with a somewhat bitter expression. While there was no doubt that what Bai Zai did was despicable, Yi Wuchen and the rest should not have killed him still. Killing one's fellow student within the vicinity of the Holy Ji Palace is the most dire of crimes one can commit within the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan looked at the sword demon and said, if the culprit behind this is found, the Holy Ji Palace will make sure he is punished appropriately. The sword demon looked at Lu Chan with a calm expression. There was no doubt that he knew it would have turned out as such. It was the very reason why he chose to let them go instead of stopping them. He knew very well that none of them would come out of this alive. Both sets of eyes remained staring at each other, and silence filled the air for a while, before the sword demon broke the silence and said, the Tingxue house has already made their stance clear. If Su Ke is found to be involved in this incident, the stance of Tingxua House will lean towards him. Furthermore, Yu Qi from Alchemy City also made his stance clear. The incident rocked the entire barren state, and despite not being a clear state of things, there are now two factions formed on this. Haven't you considered why this has happened? And why indeed? Lu Chan's expression turned immensely sharp as he stared at the sword demon. The sword demon did not hold back at all. He stared at Lu Chan and said, "The Holy Ji Palace wanted a saint in the barren state, but there were many who did not actually care whether barren state had a saint or not, and some did not even want to see it happen. It was because we at the Holy Ji Palace poured all our hopes into Bai Luli and were willing to do anything for him. Many in the barren state may have thought that even if a saint were to emerge, it would be a saint of the Holy Ji Palace, a saint of White Cloud City, instead of a saint of the barren state. As such, they chose another whom they saw to possess the same hope of achieving such an endeavor. It might have been a deliberate movement or just some momentum formed due to the times. However, there was no denying the movement formed. It was powerful enough to shake even Kong Yao, White Cloud City, and many other forces. What are you trying to say? Lu Chan felt troubled inside. So even the Lord of Sword Palace began to falter in his beliefs then? The Holy Ji Palace wanted to create a saint for the barren state, but the barren state as a whole disagreed with that. The people of the barren state have their own ideas about things. If the case continues to worsen further, it is anyone's guess what the consequence will be. Wan Xiang predicted that the Holy Ji Palace would be caught in a huge ordeal. But where did said ordeal come from? The sword demon sighed and continued, "Maybe if the Holy Ji Palace had been more careful with the case between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue and gone to listen to opinions of more people, things would have turned differently." The sword demon then turned around and left. Lu Chan and Sage Tianxing watched sword demon walk away and thought, out of the 6, some among them now doubted the Holy Ji Palace's previous decision. What was more fearsome than external enemies was a rift within one's own ranks. The divergence in ideology was usually the most terrifying of all such internal rifts. People at their level would often be adamant in carrying out their own ideologies. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was no longer one. Back then, when Bai Luli was to be engaged to Zhuge Mingyue, no one cared what the nobles of the younger generations within the Holy Ji Palace thought. Nobody had anticipated that it was those nobles back then from the Holy Ji Palace who had come to be instrumental in steering the way things would go in the barren state. Someone who claimed to be from Tingxua House came to look for Yi Futian at Crouching Mountain Dragon. Yi Futian saw the one who came and they left a message. Zhan Shao was heading for Taihang Mountain with his people. Yi Futian's expression changed drastically hearing the news. Cold, murderous intent was seen in his star-like eyes. With the war at hand and Crouching Dragon Mountain being surrounded by mighty ones, Zhan Shao had actually brought his men to Taihang Mountain. The very reason he had Yu Shang, Hua Jiu, Lulan Shui, and the others stay at Taihang Mountain was because things were too dangerous at Crouching Dragon Mountain. However, they now found that Taihang Mountain was caught in a similar predicament instead. Both Taihang Mountain and Crouching Dragon Mountain were in trouble. Danger lied everywhere, and Yi Futian had a hard time making decisions. If he had Yuan Hong and the ones from Taihang Mountain pulled from Crouching Dragon Mountain, there was no doubt that Crouching Dragon Mountain's days would be numbered. It was not something he wanted to see. But if he did not call on Yuan Hong, what could he do about the trouble that was to come to Taihang Mountain? Chapter 701. In the moon tower of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Gudong Lu came beside Yi Futian and said, "Little brother, I'll go to Taihang Mountain in your place." In the moon tower of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Gudong Lu came beside Yi Futian and said, "Little brother, I'll go to Taihang Mountain in your place." All that started with him. With Zhan Shao heading to Taihang Mountain, he deemed it compulsory for him to be the one to end it. As he knew Jisheng Cliffs and Zhan Shao would not simply let things go, there was then a need for him to end things. During the prior battle, he had readied himself to end things once and for all. However, things did not turn out as he wanted it to be. I'm concerned for Jiu and the rest over there. I need to go there myself, Yi Futian said. With Jiu, Yu Sheng, Lulan, Qing Xian, and the others at Taiyang Mountain. He would not be able to forgive himself should anything happen to any of them. Futian. A figure was seen approaching him. It was Zhuge Qingfeng. Yi Futian looked at him as Zhuge Qingfeng said, "Word from the Holy Ji Palace said that it was Bai Zhe who urged John shout ahead for Taiyang Mountain. Bai Zhe was killed in the Holy Ji Palace, and the one who killed him was most probably Yi Wuchen, Zui Qianqiu, and Su Quebec. All three of them have fled the Holy Ji Palace." Bai Zhe. Yi Futian's expression was cold as ice when he uttered the name. However, his eyes were filled with intense worry when Wuchen and the rest came to mind. It was one trouble following another indeed, and Yi Wuchen was embroiled in this incident because of him. It had never been Yi Futian's intention for things to turn out this way, as he had only wanted for Wuchen to practice his art in peace in the Holy Ji Palace. However, it seemed that there was no way for anyone close to him to stay out of this. "Bring Yuan Hong with you," Zhuge Qingfeng said. "Can't do." Yi Futian refused without hesitation. "I got you into this, uncle. You have put your life on the line for me and third brother, and you even got the entire family in danger. If I were to have Yuan Hong go to Taiyang Mountain with me, Crouching Dragon Mountain would be finished. Furthermore, even if Crouching Dragon Mountain got destroyed, the ones from Jisheng Cliffs wouldn't let me walk free still. This is just suicide." Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian. Things were in a dire state now, and there was no time to wait around. "Uncle, just blaze your way out of the mountain with Grandpa Yuan right now. There's no need to wait for them to come up the mountain and bring the war to your doorstep. Only then would I be able to leave, as they are watching every move on Crouching Mountain Dragon," Yi Futian said. Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. "Is he trying to start the war prematurely? I'll get you there." A voice was heard from somewhere. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yi Futian, and the rest present were stunned for a bit, before turning their attention to the figure approaching them. The house master of Tingxua House, Su Shang, who ranked 9th on Baron Sky ranking. Yi Futian looked up at Su Shang and said, "Well then, thank you in advance." Yi Futian was, of course, feeling anxious, and he had also hoped to be able to bring Yuan Hong with him. However, it was not something feasible at all, as it would have brought about the doom of both Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taiyang Mountain. Since Su Shang offered his help, Yi Futian felt it unnecessary to beat around the bush. He had only needed to remember that he owed Su Shang a favor. "I'm not alone in Barren State, and I can't just go about fighting Jisheng Cliffs head-on," Su Shang said. "There is no need for more words. I understand." Yi Futian nodded. Jisheng Cliffs had saints, and Su Shang had no reason to get himself embroiled in this and make himself an enemy of Jisheng Cliffs. It was not a good thing for Tingxua House to be involved in, and he of course had his reservations. "Better get moving then," Su Shang said. "Indeed," Yi Futian said. "Yuan Hong, let's get going then." Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yuan Hong and said, "Right." Yuan Hong nodded. He felt concerned about Taiyang Mountain as well. "Let's go." Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong moved at the same time, going down Crouching Dragon Mountain. Mighty ones gathered in Xuanwu City in hordes not far away from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Many figures from top forces were there, and they felt a frightening pressure raining down on them. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and many mighty ones from both Taiyang Mountain and the Zhuge family appeared. Even the sages of the Zhuge family were getting involved in the war now. They knew what things were like right there and then. If Zhuge Qingfeng lost and got killed, that would be the end of the Zhuge family. While they might have been very irked about what the Zhuge family did, they knew they had to come out and fight. "You all have death wishes, I see," Kong Yao said as he saw them appear. His terrifying aura increased, and he took to the air with a leap. The last battle had him feeling very angry, and this time he came determined to do one thing, to kill. Mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect, Sword Saint Villa, and the Nantion house took to the air at the same time, prepared to get the slaughter started. They had no way out of this. It was either killing off the Zhuge family or having their respective clans and forces get into further trouble. Di Kai was there too, but he hesitated. Yu Qi had warned him not to get involved with the war, or there would be consequences to pay. Yu Qi had never been so stern and forceful with anything. He had no idea what would have happened to him if Yu Qi were to find him being a part of the war. The sky was literally filled with people, and terrifying aura permeated the air. Countless people in Xuanwu City turned their eyes at the battlefield and felt their hearts jumping out of their chests. The frightening storm had finally made it to their doorstep. That was very probably the final showdown, and it would be a very bloody one. The storm in the barren state was in full force, as if to serve as a prelude to bigger troubles to come. Countless eyes stared at Xuanwu City, and hardly anyone was paying any attention to Taihang Mountain. However, at the very same time, there were figures heading to Taihang Mountain in another corner of barren state. The one taking the lead was imposing, and he was practically clad in murderous intent. It was none other than Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud City. He was the first to know that Bai Zhe died, as he was Bai Zhe's birth father, and Bai Zhe had a spirit jade scroll in his ancestral home. He found it totally unbelievable when he first found his son dead. How could my son die training in the Holy Ji Palace? How is that possible? Who killed him? While his second son was nowhere near as exceptional as his brother, Bai Luli, and himself had little hope for Bai Zhe to achieve much. But Bai Zhe was still the son of the city, lord of White Cloud City. His son had been killed by someone. He went to the Holy Ji Palace as soon as he found out that his son died and found the one who killed him was probably Yi Wuchen. There was no telling if Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu were a part of this. All of them fled from the Holy Ji Palace and were fugitives now. The city lord did not go after Yi Wuchen and the rest of the gang when he heard further news about the incident. He did not even go to Xuanwu City. His goal was Taihang Mountain. Knowing that his son died because of the incident with Taihang Mountain, there was only one thing left to be done: end Taihang Mountain with his very own hands. If Yuan Hong had not interfered with things back then, things would have turned out differently. Jisheng Cliffs would have taken Gu Donglu away, and Bai Zhe would not have died. He needed to have Taihang Mountain pay for this. Taihang Mountain needed to bear the brunt of his wrath. Yuan Hong, Yi Futian, and all the others needed to pay for what they had done. Bai Zhe's death had led Bai Gu throwing the composure and bearing of the one who ranked fourth on barren sky, ranking out of the window. There was only one thing in his mind right there, and then kill. He would have first ended Taihang Mountain before going to bury Crouching Dragon Mountain. Everyone needed to die to pay for his son's death. Time passed, and it was evening. The blood-red evening sun at the sky of Taihang Mountain seemed to be some sort of omen, and a lonely one at that. Hua Jiu made it a habit to stand at the edge of the cliff, looking far away at the highest peak of Taihang Mountain every day. She did not go to Crouching Dragon Mountain, as she knew Yi Futian was concerned about getting her involved, and as such he left her out of it. However, she deemed it impossible for her to live on if anything were to happen to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Despite having such sentiments, she stayed behind in Taihang Mountain per Yi Futian's wishes instead of going to Crouching Mountain Dragon. She did not mind standing at the cliff looking far away, waiting for his safe return at all, but she nonetheless had to keep suppressing her urge to go to him, just so that she would not be causing him further worry. Under the light of the evening sun, a group of people was seen walking up Taihang Mountain. A sparkle of concern was seen in Hua Jiu's eyes before many golden great apes took to the air and began fighting in the sky. It was apparent that Yi Futian was not among the ones who came. The airborne clash above Taihang Mountain alerted the demonic beast standing guard. The mountains shook as one golden silhouette after another leaped into the air to join the fray. Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian came to Hua Jiyu's side. Yu Sheng's cold eyes were looking far off. Zhan Shao was leading a group of mighty ones coming up the mountain. While the group was not the best Jisheng cliffs had to offer, there were still 2 sages in their ranks. They were originally tasked to protect Zhan Shao and Qin Zhong, but they were relegated to the expedition to Taihang Mountain at the moment. There were many demonic beasts guarding Taihang Mountain, but the top-notch ones had all gone to fight the battle in Crouching Dragon Mountain. They are nothing but a bunch of animals. Kill them all, Zhan Shao said coldly as he walked forward. There were 2 killer, godlike beings before him, with one of them holding a sword and emanating incredibly terrifying rules of the sword. It seemed to be infused with rules of lightning as well. One went to slash a golden great ape coming at it, which surprisingly resulted in its huge body being bisected in one go. Terrifying screams were heard in the air. The other one was just as terrifying. They killed their way up, and many golden great apes fell, their blood staining Taihang Mountain. The blood-red sun seemed to be mirroring the bloody scene below, which felt rather unsettling and sad. There were simply no apes capable of stopping the advance of Zhan Shao and his group as they killed their way up the mountain. The group continued killing their way up to the main mountain of Taihang Mountain. Zhan Shao was able to see Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, and the rest of the group. A terrifying smirk was seen in his eyes. Yi Futian had foiled his schemes more times than he could count, and he was determined to have him pay the dearest price there was to pay. He was about to make Yi Futian suffer. You all retreat. Several golden great apes appeared beside Huajiu, Yu Sheng, and the rest of them. 2 incredibly huge golden great apes rushed in Zhan Zhao's direction to kill him, leaving several others to ensure Yu Sheng and the rest of his group's escape. Sister-in-law, let's go, Yu Sheng said to Huajiu. She felt incredibly awful seeing one ape after another fall, but she still turned around adamantly and had the apes cover her escape. You want to run? Zhan Zhao's expression was ice-cold. Intercept them. They increased their speed going up the mountain until the 2 incredibly huge golden great apes descended, wielding their staffs and lashing out with incredible, overwhelming attacks. A straight flash of the sword streaked through the air, cutting up the shadows of the staffs. A thunderous rumble was soon heard. That Jisheng Cliff's mighty one had finally met their match. We will hold them off. Please continue your pursuit. The mighty one from Jisheng Cliffs told Zhan Shao, who responded with a nod. Good work. He did not get himself entangled with the battle right there and kept advancing instead. The 2 golden great apes intended to stop him, but they, in turn, were stopped by others. You are not getting away, Zhan Shao said coldly as he looked at them escape. The group caught up to Hua Jiu and the rest of them soon, as the golden great apes were not known for their speed. Get them, Zhan Shao ordered. The mighty ones attacked, and the golden great apes who were escorting Hua Jiu and the rest fought. But Zhan Shao took 2 others beside him and kept going forward, as if he was enjoying toying with Yu Sheng, Huajiu, and the rest of them. Terrifying lights shot to the skies in 2 different directions, not far away from Taihang Mountain, moving at a great speed. Senior, can you go any faster? Yi Futian asked while standing on Su Shang's sword. Yi Futian was very worried, but Taihang Mountain was within sight. Jieyu Yu Sheng, stay safe. Who is it? Su Shang's eyes turned in another direction, far away. A powerful aura was sensed encroaching the space they were in. Su Shang unleashed terrifying sword will and cut up the encroaching aura. His expression was cold as he stared far away, and he soon caught sight of the city, Lord of White Cloud City. Chapter 702. Su Shang. The city lord of White Cloud City's eyes shone with cold light, seeing Su Shang around. According to the Holy Ji Palace, Su Shang's son, Su Ke, was among the ones who fled the Holy Ji Palace. As such, Su Ke would have possibly been one of those who assassinated Bai Zhe. Su Shang. The city lord of White Cloud City's eyes shone with cold light, seeing Su Shang around. According to the Holy Ji Palace, Su Shang's son, Su Ke, was among the ones who fled the Holy Ji Palace. As such, Su Ke would have possibly been one of those who assassinated Bai Zhe. Bai Gu never expected to find Su Shang on Taiying Mountain. He determined the day to be the one where he would bury the one who ranked 9th on the barren sky ranking. The Eye of Devastation was unleashed, and a pair of terrifying eyes appeared in the sky, covering the entire space they were in. A wisp of sword aura warped around the bodies of Yi Futian and everyone there, resounding with metallic noises as it spirited all of them away. Su Shang took one step forward, and that one step filled the air with a killer aura, permeating every nook and cranny it could find. Bai Gu's eyes turned serious. Despite being ranked 4th on the barren sky ranking, he deemed it absolutely unwise to underestimate Su Shang, who ranked 9th. Of the 4 major swordsmen in the barren state, Su Shang ranked 1st. It was for a very simple reason. That reason was his art of the killing sword. Anyone who dared underestimate Su Shang would pay the price with their life. Any chance he managed to cling to could turn into a chance of landing the killing blow. At the very instant, Bai Gu felt as if he was being put under lockdown by the boundless killing aura in the air. The killing aura spread everywhere, and even the Eye of Devastation had problems controlling and dispelling the aura. He saw flashes of gray mirages, as if he was being surrounded by Su Shang's shadows. "Go kill the others!" Bai Gu ordered the ones he took with him, yet there was hardly anyone who moved. In actuality, the pressure that they were being put under was way higher than the one on Bai Gu. The killing aura locked them where they stood, as if to say that they would have been torn to shreds and die a horrible death if they dared to move a muscle. Bai Gu's expression went extremely cold at the scene. He never expected the men he brought to be hindered by what Su Shang was doing. Bai Gu took one step forward, sending a frightening gray hand at Su Shang. Su Shang flashed about, appearing in yet another corner when one of his mirages was destroyed. His spiritual was utterly incapable of locking Su Shang in place. Soon, Bai Gu felt as if Su Shang's body had completely melded with the boundless killing aura around him. He was unable to sense any living aura in the mirages flashing about, giving off the illusion that Su Shang had simply vanished into thin air. He knew, however, that it was where the truly terrifying part of Su Shang lied. The swordsman felt as if he was nowhere, yet he was actually everywhere. Su Shang, house master of Tingshu House, was the king of killers in the barren state. Even those who ranked higher than Su Shang on the barren sky ranking deemed it necessary to give it their all when fighting Su Shang, or they would have definitely ended up dead. Su Shang was one such extremely dangerous figure. The fact was, however, other than Bai Luli, who was made one of the top 10 due to his potential for sainthood, all the other 9 were dangerous figures in one way or another. "Beware!" the city lord of White Cloud City shouted. He felt as if a black sword current appeared before one of the mighty ones from White Cloud City behind him. The blade was almost formless, making it seem undetectable. Bai Gu unleashed terrifying spiritual will powers in an attempt to stop the blade from going his way. However, the sword current was capable of tearing spiritual will defenses apart. That mighty one was seen with a frightened expression on his face, feeling as if death itself was near. Whoop! Their throat was pierced from behind. Sword aura was unleashed as blood burst from the wound. They held onto their throat as they fell into boundless fear. Such was the power of the one ranked 9th on the barren sky ranking, the power of the king of killers. Bai Gu burst with an even wilder raging aura, filling the air with his murderous intent. Su Shang had just killed his men right in front of him, who ranked 4th on the barren sky ranking. In yet another corner, Yi Futian moved forward riding on Su Shang's sword, zipping through the air. The sword will dropped exponentially, and he knew Su Shang simply was unable to afford to spare any of his spiritual power to control the sword. He needed to focus on the fight with the city, Lord of White Cloud City. It was anyone's guess how many who ranked on the barren sky ranking were caught in that war. Yi Futian felt rather guilty for it. He earnestly hoped Su Shang would emerge fine from that battle. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian kept moving forward. Gu Donglio's eyes turned as sharp as the sharpest sword to be found, seeing the bodies of golden great apes strewn about the mountain. The very reason he had followed Su Shang and Yi Futian to the battlefield was so that he could end things once and for all with Zhang Shao. Yi Futian clenched his fist and found himself shivering slightly. He prayed earnestly that nothing happened to Jieyu, Yu Shang, and the rest of them. They followed the aura of battles and moved across Taihang Mountain. Somewhere far away from where they were, another appalling battle was taking place. A demonized body stood in the air as demonic might filled the space they were in. The huge armor body was unleashed and the 7-star acupoints were activated. The being was further clad with another layer of armor. There were 3 sage-level figures standing before him, Zhang Shao and 2 other sages. However, the 2 sages did not have much training. One of them was a lower-level magi, while the other was a mid-level magi. All the other mighty ones were being held back by the demonic beasts of Taihang Mountain. Although they were only magi, Yusheng simply had no way of stopping them. Blood spouted from Yusheng's mouth. Hua Jieyu and Yi Qingxian stood behind him. Yi Qingxian was all tears at the moment. Zhang Shao gazed at Yusheng and looked incredibly disgusted. He had never expected a noble to dare stand before him, and worse still, a noble whose combat capacity was frightening enough to scare him. However, the fact that Yu Shang was still a noble remained. Despite being armed with compensation provided by the secret arts of the demonic ways and ritual implements, it was still inadequate to make up for the difference in planes. It was as if an ant was trying to shake a tree. "If death is what you seek, I'd be happy to oblige," Zhang Shao said while glaring at Yusheng. They never intended to toy with Yusheng, yet he rampaged like a devil. Zhang Shao was forced to admit that if the man before him was allowed to grow, the man would have in time become an extremely terrifying figure practicing demonic arts. "Kill him and just take the girls," Zhang Shao said coldly. Yi Futian dared mess with him before, and he told Yi Futian that he would make the young man pay. A shadow stepped forward, and terrifying lightning coursed through its body. Yu Shang howled and stood in their way. A terrifying halberd was brought to bear like it was wielded by a devil. However, when the lightning fell onto the halberd, Yu Shang felt his entire body going numb. Despite his overwhelming force, he was rendered utterly helpless when the lightning struck him. It was some special rules of lightning employed by his opponent. "Die," that magi figure said coldly as he brought a lightning bird straight for Yu Shang. That strike sent Yu Shang flying and then landing hard on the ground, spewing more blood. The ritual implement he has on him allows him to dissolve most of the attack's power. "Just go blast him with sheer power," Zhang Shao said coldly. Both magi walked up to Yu Shang, whose eyes looked like they belonged to someone dead. They were none the less rather impressed with Yu Shang. If this guy had managed to become a sage, he would have been very terrifying. But the fact remains we have to kill him. Wild, unruly rule-based attacks were unleashed. Yu Shang stood where he was without any intention of flinching. Despite the demonic might he packed with him, he was still blasted until he kept spewing blood. His steps faltered and he fell onto the ground. Yet he got up once again only for the cycle to repeat itself. However, he remained adamant against retreating. "What an idiot," Zhang Shao said coldly. He ceased paying any more attention to Yu Shang and had instead walked up to Hua Jiyu and the 2 other girls. All 3 of them were very pretty. Yi Futian sure knows how to enjoy himself. I wonder if Yi Futian will come to regret ruining my plans. Ladies, would you be willing to come with me? Or do I need to make you come with me?" Zhang Shao smirked as he said. Yu Shang charged at him, but Zhang Shao simply dismissed him with a heavy attack. Yu Sheng was at the end of his might, and there was no way he would have been able to stop Zhang Shao. "Zhang Shao, A voice shaking the air was heard from afar. Zhan Shao tensed up right there and then. His eyes turned incredibly sharp as he turned his eyes at the air, seeing two silhouettes coming his way in great speed. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. He glanced around and found that it was just the two of them in the air. He felt rather relieved about that. Good thing for both Gu Donglu and Yi Futian to show up here right now. No better time to have both of them dead once and for all. Kill them, Zhan Shao said coldly. The two magi went straight for the two silhouettes in the air. Gu Donglio's expression went cold as he felt the plane of the two figures coming at him, unleashing his celestial shadow-like, terrifying spiritual will with his life spirit. The two felt as if they were looking at a god within mere moments. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air, and Gu Donglu charged at the two in his way. Yi Futian kept going downward, coming near Yusheng. Yusheng was practically covered in blood at the moment. Even his eyes were thoroughly bloodshot. "You're here," Yusheng uttered, seeing Yi Futian arrive. His eyes were closed as he fell into a coma. All that tension he had been holding throughout his body was all released. He felt relieved at the very moment Yi Futian showed up. Yi Futian carried Yusheng's stout body on his back and walked towards Huajiu. Zhan Shao did not stop him as he looked on in a toying manner. To him, Yi Futian was as good as dead the moment he showed up. His arrival saved Zhan Shao a lot of trouble. It was convenient for Zhan Shao in the sense that he was able to kill both of his enemies at the same time. "Sorry for being late," Yi Futian walked towards Huajiu and said to her softly. "I've been waiting for you," Huajiu said with a smile. Having been through all those hurdles made her considerably calmer than she had once been. Yi Futian was there, and it was all that mattered. "Great couple, you two." A chuckle was heard alongside the line. "Too bad this is your last." Yi Futian did not turn around. He said to Yi Qingxian instead, "Qingxian, help me look after Yusheng." "Yeah." Yi Qingxian nodded in tears. Yi Futian turned around and glanced at his third brother in the air. Both of the magi had his third brother surrounded, but they were too held back by him. As such, he was the only one available to take Zhan Shao on. Zhan Shao, who was the same level as his third brother, upper-level sage, and a son of Jisheng Cliffs. Zhan Shao looked at Yi Futian and said, "Yi Futian, you are but a noble, yet you overstretched yourself meddling with the affairs of Jisheng Cliffs. With so many dead because of you now, I wonder, do you feel guilty? Do you feel any regret?" "I only have one thought in mind now," Yi Futian said as he glared at Zhan Shao, "and that is to kill you." Zhan Shao smirked sarcastically at him. "Kill me?" Zhan Shao burst out in sarcastic laughter as he glanced at Huajiu and the rest of them. Zhan Shao then said, "I'm thinking now, after I kill you, should I kill these few pretty girls here as well?" Chapter 703. Yi Futian glared at Zhan Shao without saying much. It became obvious that only one of them could come out alive from the upcoming battle. As such, there was little else to be said. Yi Futian glared at Zhan Shao without saying much. It became obvious that only one of them could come out alive from the upcoming battle. As such, there was little else to be said. Yi Futian felt as if golden fires were burning within him. His body gradually became encircled with golden light, with a dazzling beam shooting upwards like the essence of holiness. Yi Futian's personal aura turned increasingly powerful as he unleashed that mystical aura about him. All powers hidden within him seemed to be burning in a frenzy. His bones, muscles, meridians, vessels, his internal organs, and even the spiritual qi within his life palace burned in a crazed manner. His spiritual will was acting similarly, basking under sacred lights. All powers seemed to be activated at the very same time and refined to the extreme. The aura Yi Futian unleashed was an extremely powerful one since the battle began. Boom, boom. Beams of golden lights pierced through his body. 5 of the 7-star acupoints opened and violent resonance was heard from within. His body seemed to be undergoing changes as the Dozhan form appeared. A shadow of a divine ape stood tall in the air, encompassing Yi Futian within. Terrifying power coursed throughout. The smirk on Zhan Zhao's face disappeared altogether as his eyes sparkled with a tinge of unease. What kind of aura is that? The light that Yi Futian was basking in was frightening, making it seem as if he was some kind of king among gods. Despite being only a grade 2 noble, the aura coursing about him was absolutely that of a sage. As soon as he became able to develop matured power of rules, he was hardly any different from a sage. It was progress made in giant leaps. What kind of secret art is this? Zhan Zhao glared at Yi Futian with eyes like blades. He had been taken aback by the overwhelming power Yu Xing demonstrated with his demonic arts before. Yet what Yi Futian pulled right there proved even more dazzling. According to what he personally knew, even in Yu State, it was not to say that such secret arts allowing one to burn one's latent potential and achieve a meteoric rise, enhancing one's power beyond that of one's own plane did not exist. But it was nonetheless extremely rare, and the effects would have never been so overbearing and potent. Being capable of even enhancing one's power to one plane beyond one's current plane was already regarded as some insane work of secret arts. When Yi Futian went unleashing his full power right there, he was but a grade 2 noble, yet his aura was enhanced to be that of a sage. How is this even possible? Zhan Zhao was not the only one who was surprised. Even the 2 magi whom Gu Donglu was fighting sensed the changes in Yi Futian all the same, and they were completely taken aback. The pressure Gu Donglu put on them was immense. Both of them one lower-level magi, while the other was a mid-level magi, were of a higher plane than Gu Donglu. One of them was even 2 planes higher than Gu Donglu. However, both were barely able to hold Gu Donglu back, even working together. When that lower-level magi was caught in a lapse of judgment, their split-second oversight had almost got them severely injured. While they were no top-notch geniuses in Jisheng Cliffs, they were nonetheless cultivators from that sacred ground. As such, their talents were by no means weak. Yet, this trip of theirs to the barren state had them re-evaluate their knowledge of cultivators in Yu State. The fact that you're a noble doesn't change. You may have enhanced the aura of your plane through the use of secret arts, but it hardly matters to me. There's only one outcome of a bug trying to stop a wheel: death. Zhan Zhao glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. The aura about his body burst. The ground shook as he took one step forward. A fearsome gravity rules rained from above, making Yi Futian feel as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. You will experience the true power of a sage, Zhan Zhao said coldly. He lashed out with his hand at Yi Futian, and a large spectral hand went on to grab Yi Futian in the sky, smashing the young man down on the ground, attempting to end the fight right there and then. Yi Futian activated the full potential of his powers. He punched, and every single punch seemed to be imbued with the force of an emperor, allowing his form to exude even greater powers. That shadow of divine ape struck with a palm attack. His comet punches launched falling stars, clashing hard with the palm Zhan Zhao thrown at him. The stars exploded as the opposing palm came at him, but the divine ape had boundless lightning coursing about it, and the palm crumbled bit by bit as it hit its intended target. However, Yi Futian's battle form was completely unscathed. Power of rules! Zhan Zhao glared at Yi Futian's shadow. It became obvious to him that Yi Futian had developed powers of rules. He would not have defeated Qin Zhong that day otherwise. Even though the rules Yi Futian developed were far from mature, they still possessed great power, being boosted by all manner of abilities. Yi Futian was able to sense Zhan Zhao's power level with that one hit. Despite his current enhanced form, it was still difficult to move Zhan Zhao. His spiritual will entered his life palace and found the place burning. The world tree swayed about, and Yi Futian felt his senses grew even more powerful as he attacked with Fist of Emperors. The spiritual chi around his surroundings became very clear to him as it gushed into his battle form. Thunderous rumble was heard as his battle form turned increasingly huge. His Dozhan battle form seemed to be evolving into a demon god. Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt himself becoming one with his surroundings. His life spirit melded with his battle form, and soon it shone with lights of all elements. No noble would have been able to do anything to harm him at the moment. Tremendous will power of rules burst and covered the entire space, swallowing even Zhan Shao within. Zhan felt a terrifying pressure on him. It was as if his body was bearing the weight of countless stars. The power of rules actually matured. Zhan Shao glanced at Yi Futian, whose aura was still growing. Sky freezing. Yi Futian attempted to freeze the space. Zhan Shao was first dumbfounded, but then smirked at him. Noble can't be used as rules, after all. Doom. Zhan Shao took to the air with one step on the ground. He extended his hand and slapped at Yi Futian once again. Appalling aura was unleashed and rumble was heard. It was as if mountains had fallen from above, and every one of them seemed to be imbued with freezing rules. Starlight coursed throughout the surface of Yi Futian's body, and it seemed to begin to take tangible form. When the mountains fell onto him, the screen of starlight cracked and shattered. However, he was able to tell that the true defenses of rules had taken form. Zhan Shao glanced at Yi Futian with cold eyes, finding it unbelievable that he was unable to kill a noble right there and then. Even if Yi Futian had begun to develop the use of rules, it was still an insult to Zhan Shao to be unable to end Yi Futian right away. A shadow of a thunder god seemed to have appeared behind him, holding a thunder blade in its hand and swung at the space before it. Zhan Shao was not known to be one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs for nothing. He relied on more than one type of power of rules to get where he was. "Cut him!" Zhan Shao uttered coldly. Countless flashes of the thunder god's blade appeared in the air and slashed downward. The star defenses around Yi Futian were broken right there and then. There was no way he could have defended against attacks using rules of that potency. Yi Futian's senses were unleashed to their limits. His spiritual will melded with the heavens and the earth, controlling the will of the world around him and intending to totally freeze the space they were in. He found himself still unable to do so. The slashes possessed rules of cutting the void, enabling them to break all types of defenses, even those conjured using rules. Zhan Shao took one step forward and dealt a lightning-imbued slash, cutting everything in its path downward. Boom! A tower appeared on top of Yi Futian, and it stopped the blade. The tower spun around in the air, ringing, emanating a powerful aura of rules. A top-class sage ritual implement. Zhan Shao glanced at the tower. It was a pity that Yi Futian was the one using it, as he had no way of using its true power. The tower was unleashed upon Zhan Zhao's head. Yi Futian's spiritual will was cranked to the fullest, controlling the tower's power. Starlight gushed out from it in a frenzy. At the same time, the divine ape conjured a staff and began gathering force. Ritual implement, eh? You're not the only one with something like that. Zhan Shao extended his arm. A mountain flew from his palm, and countless shadows of the mountain appeared, heading for the tower. The 2 top-class ritual implements clashed in the air. Zhan Shao took hold of the blade and dealt yet another slash, an overwhelming and direct move. The divine ape burst forth with its staff, clashing hard with the flashes of the blade. The slashes that were cutting the space tore through the shadows of the staff. Yi Futian unleashed a second attack with the staff. The air around them was shaken, and the move affected even the clouds above. Zhan Shao, however, hardly felt anything. Regardless of how powerful Yi Futian's art with the staff proved to be, he deemed it all the same as Yi Futian would die that very day. There was nothing his void-tearing blade techniques was unable to break. Flashes of the blade rained down like purplish lightning bolts. Shadows of the blade filled the air. Yi Futian continued to unleash 2 strikes, yet the terrifying flashes of the blades remained potent enough to cut through everything, tearing through his staff and landed right onto the star defenses. Some of the slashes even managed to land on his battle form. The mountain ranges that they were at right then were cracked in multiple places, as if the place was to be cut up soon. However, Yi Futian seemed to have no awareness of his own predicament. He remained astute, wielding his staff. The fourth and fifth attack of the staff shook the earth. The divine ape roared and starlight filled the air. Zhang Shao unleashed yet another slash. However, 9 slashes were dealt this time. The 9 slashes worked as one, cutting up everything in their path. Yi Futian's battle form was all battered, and it seemed to break any time soon. Despite what had just happened, Yi Futian walked towards Zhang Shao instead, unleashing even more potent destructive force. Die already. Zhang Shao dealt cuts at Yi Futian, who was coming at him. However, Yi Futian did not even attempt to defend this time, as if he had given up. He crossed the space in one step, appearing right before Zhang Shao and unleashing the devastating 6th attack. Zhang Zhao's pupils dilated somewhat, and he was all dumbfounded. Is he trying to throw away his life? The slashes cut right through Yi Futian's battle form, and the staff attack was brought on to Zhang Shao. Shadows of the blade appeared around Zhang Shao, and a tremendously huge golem shadow appeared. When the attacks of both sides landed, Yi Futian's battle form crumbled thunderously. The remaining force of the blade cut right through his defenses and reached his physical body. An appalling wound was found on Yi Futian's body. On the other hand, Zhang Shao was severely shaken as he fell to the ground. He grunted and found blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood off while glaring at Yi Futian with ferocious eyes. If he had not been equipped with defensive life, spirit, and rules, that one strike might not have gravely injured him. Is he trying to drag me along in death? You can die now. Zhang Shao walked forward, but saw a dazzling figure. It was Hua Jiyu. She walked up to Yi Futian, cradling his arm. There was no fear in her eyes. That battle was fought between people capable of wielding sage-level powers, and the enemy was an upper-level sage. She was helpless in a fight like this, but she allowed herself to die alongside Yi Futian. You two are quite a couple indeed. In that case, I guess I'll just send you on your way then. Zhang Shao walked in their direction. Elsewhere, Gudonglu rampaged and severely injured one of his opponents, but the other refused to let him off, resulting in him being incapable of rushing to Yi Futian's side. The devastating power of rules encompassed Yi Futian and Huajiu. Death was upon them, and even the burning will of emperors would not have made much difference in this case. Zhang Shao held a cold blade in his hand and walked up. Yi Futian looked at Huajiu, feeling immense pain inside. He turned to face Zhang Shao, unleashing his spiritual will, but it did not help with his case. Pathetic. It would do you some good if it were imbued with rules, Zhang Shao uttered coldly. Death was really upon them. The tree life spirit whooshed in the wind. Yi Futian had never experienced the powers of the world in such clarity. Yi Futian felt that if he was given just a bit more time, his rules might have truly matured. But Zhang Shao had no intentions of giving him more time. His blade was held high and then brought down on him. It was the blade of a reaper. Yi Futian glared at the devastating blade coming at him. The attack happened in slow motion in his mind. The clarity was such that he was able to sense the power of rules imbued within it. Everything around him grew increasingly clear. The clarity was beyond anything he had experienced. His spiritual will felt as if he had completely left the body, becoming one with the spiritual chi of the world. Everything in the world continued to be made slow. In his senses, he found the blade moving very, very slow. He turned around to look at Huajiu. A tear streaked on her face, falling just as slowly. Yi Futian closed his eyes at that moment. His spiritual will seemed to no longer be his, belonging to the world around him instead. Aura of the world melded, and a mystical power was being born. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at the blade that was coming down very slowly at him. He then uttered, "My will is that of the heavens. Rules space freezing." As soon as he finished his words, everything in the world seemed to have almost slowed to a halt. At that moment, Zhan Shao felt his blade turning sluggish. It was as if he had difficulty bringing the blade down. Even his arm felt as if it had stopped moving altogether. Everything went still. Chapter 704. What's going on? Zhan Shao felt the rule power of the external world as well. It was an invisible power, yet it seemed to be everywhere. His every move was affected, his blade was slowed down, and the movement of his arm became sluggish as well. This was far from the full potential of the void-tearing blade techniques. What's going on? Zhan Shao felt the rule power of the external world as well. It was an invisible power, yet it seemed to be everywhere. His every move was affected, his blade was slowed down, and the movement of his arm became sluggish as well. This was far from the full potential of the void-tearing blade techniques. There's rule power, mature laws, and they're even... Zhan Zhao's expression immediately turned ugly. Right now, he could clearly perceive the type of laws these were, and it made his heart beat wildly. How could there be rule power of this magnitude? In the previous face-off, Yi Futian had continuously tried to use his spiritual will to freeze the space. However, his power then had been that of a noble. It didn't become a law, and as such had no effect on Zhan Shao at all. But this time, Yi Futian's power had reached an even higher level and evolved into laws. Furthermore, those laws were to do with spatial rule power, which was terrifyingly powerful. There were many classes of cultivators in this world. But while cultivators embarked on different paths, the ultimate goal of their journey was the same. At the sage plane, one had to realize their own laws, whether they were a spirit elementalist, a full attribute sorcerer, or martial arts cultivator. And for those who were skilled in different sorts of domains, they applied their own perception to the various elemental energies in order to have them evolve into brand new laws. Amidst the various rule powers attainable by a sage, spatial rule power was definitely one of the higher level ones. Space was a concept, and it was different from the elemental energies of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It did not exist in this world in the truest sense of the word. There was wind, fire, water, and earth in this world, visible to the human eye, and the world itself was filled with spiritual chi. But space was a vague, invisible thing. Only at the level of laws would one be able to even come into contact with this sort of power. It was within the current sage and saint ranking of the 9 states that there were individuals of the best caliber who had realized this power. Those who could realize spatial rules were all peerless individuals. Yet today, this sort of power was emanating from the hands of Yi Futian, a noble who had not entered the sage plane. As far as Zhan Shao could remember, there did not seem to be a precedent for this in the history of the 9 states. Even that one individual whose name was renowned only managed to realize this sort of laws at the sage plane. Someone who had realized this at the noble plane would be destined to be great in the future. There would be no way Zhan Shao had not heard of them if that was the case. The implication of this was that Yi Futian was possibly setting a new precedent within the history of the 9 states. No wonder younger brother Qin Zhong had tasted defeat at Yi Futian's hands. At the thought of this, a troubled expression crossed Zhan Zhao's face. With a loud explosion, a giant stone man appeared behind him. With 2 types of laws being activated, Zhan Zhao's power was at a terrifyingly vast capacity. The blade in his hands continued to swing downwards at Yi Futian. It was true that spatial rules were laws of a higher level, but Zhan Shao was still an upper-level sage, and though he may not be at the level of a magi or an archmagi, there was no way the laws he spent years realizing would be weaker than the ones his opponent had just realized. But Yi Futian did not seem to notice. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his own world. The world, as he perceived it, seemed to have changed. He could see everything with great clarity, and his spiritual will had completely been detached from his body. It was as if his spiritual will no longer just belong to himself, but to this world as well. Endless streams of energy coursed through the world, and though they were vague and invisible, they could be controlled and made tangible through spiritual will. Yi Futian knew that these truly were laws. Right now, the strength of Yi Futian's spiritual energy was increasing exponentially as well. As it evolved, it directly broke through to the next plane, which was the grade 1 noble plane. With Emperor Will burning within Yi Futian, the strength of his spiritual will could perhaps only be perceived by Zhan Shao then. Slash! Zhan Shao hissed, as he sensed that Yi Futian's rule power was growing stronger still. Everything in the space seemed as though they were about to stop moving, and an ominous feeling descended upon Zhan Shao. Before the battle, he had not anticipated that he would face this sort of situation. It seemed implausible that a grade 2 noble would be able to pose a threat to someone like him. But right now, Zhan Shao could acutely feel a real sense of danger. At the grade 1 noble plane, along with the increase in emperor-like power brought about by a secret technique, Yi Futian's power had already surpassed that of someone who had just newly transcended into the sage plane. Furthermore, with his maturing ability to realize laws, Yi Futian was not too different from an actual sage. If anything, he could be said to even have reached the level of a mid-level sage. At this point, even as an upper-level sage, Zhan Shao seemed to only be a plane higher than Yi Futian, with not much difference between their power and abilities. Besides, the rule power that Yi Futian had realized was spatial rule power. Yi Futian stood up, his eyes filled with icy murderous intent. The world tree within his life palace rustled, and the world in Yi Futian's life palace seemed to resonate with the external world. It was as if Yi Futian was in complete control of this space. Zhan Zhao's blade was still powerful, and since he was also using rule power, even Yi Futian's realization of spatial rule power was not enough to halt him completely. But even if Yi Futian didn't manage to stop him completely, slowing him down alone was enough. To Yi Futian, Zhan Zhao's blade technique was absolutely clear and played out before his eyes. A step forward and Zhan Zhao's blade came slashing towards him. However, the blade began to move at a sluggish speed. Yi Futian dodged the slashes before sending a fist flying toward Zhan Shao, the savage force of which landed squarely on Zhan Zhao's arm and sent him plummeting through the sky like a dying star. The blade fell, and Zhan Zhao's expression was incredulous. Frightening gravity laws manifested, exerting great pressure upon Yi Futian before Zhan Shao swung his left arm towards him. But then spatial rule power descended upon the space once again, and Zhan Zhao's movements remained slow. Burning with emperor will and emanating an unbeatable power, Yi Futian's fist shot out towards Zhan Zhao's throat. Where his defenses were the weakest, Zhan Shao wanted to avoid the attack, and his body made to avoid the attack as well, but to no avail. The meteor punch, reinforced by starry laws, slammed into Zhan Zhao's throat and tore through it, causing bright red blood spurt out and stain Yi Futian's fist. Zhan Zhao's body shook violently and his eyes bulged. He wanted to make a sound, but his throat had been torn apart and there was no way he would be able to speak anymore. He trembled, and an endless fear gripped him as he stared fixedly at the figure before him. He was going to die at the hands of a noble. He had come to Taihang Mountain for revenge, to make Yi Futian regret his actions. Never had he even dreamed that Taihang Mountain of the Barren State would be where he breathed his last. As a person of the Yu State and one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, he was supposed to eventually become one of the prominent figures in the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. How could he die here? Why was Yi Futian able to kill him? How dare Yi Futian kill him? Yi Futian did not care at all about whatever Zhan Shao was thinking about. Lifting his fist, he swung at Zhan Shao again, causing blood to spurt continuously onto his face. But Yi Futian did not seem to notice. There was only endless murderous intent within his cold gaze. He would not have gone this far if it had not been for Zhan Zhao's despicable ways. third older brother and second older sister were supposed to spend their lives together. Yi Futian was going to head out to train and break through into higher planes, and Taiyang Mountain would remain firmly within its position of power. But this had all changed because of Zhan Shao, who had led a party into Taiyang Mountain, massacred many of the apes, and put the Zhuge family in a life-threatening situation. All this translated into the cold, murderous rage Yi Futian felt, making him punch Zhan Shao again and again until the latter's throat was completely destroyed and he collapsed in pain, death eventually overcoming him. Over where Gu Donglu was, the two who were currently battling him witnessed Zhan Zhao's death at Yi Futian's hands. They then frantically began to try and escape the battlefield. The shift in circumstances had caught them absolutely by surprise. Furthermore, they had also sensed that what Yi Futian had was the power of spatial rule power. This had come as a huge shock to them and disrupted the situation in their own battle as well. Gu Donglu had seized the opportunity then to kill a lower-level sage. Right now, he successfully launched another attack, and his blade ran straight through the throat of his other opponent, a mid-level sage, killing him on the spot. The two men's bodies fell to the ground, indicating the end of the battle. At this very moment, Yi Futian felt incredibly weak. It felt like he had used up all the energy in his body, and he sank to the ground. Hua Jiu held him, her eyes wet with tears. At the back, Yi Qingxian was holding on to Yu Shang as well, tears rolling down her face silently. It was as if they had already experienced death once, but they had miraculously managed to survive. If Yi Futian hadn't killed Zhan Shao, the battle on Gu Donglio's end probably would not have been concluded as quickly. Gu Donglu came over to Yi Futian's side, observing Zhan Zhao's corpse with a cool expression. Zhan Shao was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Before this battle, this entire affair had just been a tussle over a treasure. But now that Zhan Shao had died, the situation was no longer simply a fight to hold on to the treasure. A son of Jisheng Cliffs, the holy grounds of the Yu state, had been killed. And Gu Donglu knew all too well just what the implications of that would be. But Gu Donglu was not too affected by it. Looking at Yi Futian, he commented, "Spatial rule power? Youngest brother, you are going to achieve a miracle in the future." "Third older brother," Yi Futian called out weakly, lifting his head to look at Gu Donglu. While he had managed to kill Zhan Shao, he felt no joy. There was nothing to be joyous about anyway. "Don't think too much about it. Just sleep and have a good rest," Gu Donglu said gently. A huge surge of spiritual will emanated from him and rushed into Yi Futian's mind. "Third older brother," Yi Futian called out again, feeling the immense heaviness of the spiritual will. He then saw Gu Donglu lift his hand and strike straight at his neck. At this, Yi Futian, who was incredibly exhausted, was struck unconscious and collapsed into Hua Jiu's embrace. Hua Jiu lifted her head to look at Gu Donglu, who said to her, "Take him away to anywhere that's not here, and don't let him come back." Hua Jiu stared at Gu Donglu before glancing at Yi Futian. She then nodded and replied, "Third older brother, please take care of yourself." As she spoke, she held on to Yi Futian's body and turned to Yi Qingxian. "Qingxian, let's go." With Lulan Shui and Yi Qingxian, who was holding on to Yu Shang, the party disappeared into the distance in a flash. At the sight of the sun setting, red as blood, Hua Jiu could no longer hold back her tears, and she wept. "Second older sister, I'm so sorry." Of course, she understood why Gu Donglu had sent her away. She knew what his intentions were as well, but she followed his instructions still. If it had been just her, she would not have left. But now Yi Futian was involved. She would forsake everyone around her if it meant Yi Futian could live well. Gu Donglu turned to look at the blood-red sky. This had all happened because of him, and he had come to Taiyang Mountain for the exact purpose of killing Zhan Shao. What difference did it make whether it was him or Yi Futian who had killed Zhan Shao? Chapter 705. After 3 days, an oppressive atmosphere hung over the vast barren state. After 3 days, an oppressive atmosphere hung over the vast barren state. This was a result of the terrifying battle that had happened a few days ago. Many places within Xuanwu City had been blasted to smithereens. There had been many casualties as a result of that earth-shattering battle as well, with many dead or injured. Within the ranks of all the great powers, like the Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Sword Saint Villa, Nantian House, and the Sacred Fire Sect, there had been many who were killed in the chaos. Even several of the most influential characters from those groups had not been able to escape injury. But in the end, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong had still managed to hold off several incredibly powerful opponents. The insane fight had caused the Sacred Fire Sect and Nantian House to retreat. And after the two opposing sides sustained some damage, they had also decided to pull back for now. This epic battle that would be the talk of an era was named the Battle of Xuanwu City. It would go down in the history of the barren state and be remembered for having an impact on future developments in the state. Other than Xuanwu City, a fierce battle had broken out over at Taihang Mountain as well. The city lord of White Cloud City was engaged in a showdown with Su Shang, the top swordsman in the barren state, who was dubbed the Slaughtering Sword. Many of the influential characters on the side of the city lord had been killed in that battle, which had ended with Su Kei sustaining serious injuries and the city lord getting stabbed once. That wild attack made the city lord decide to halt the battle. Though the city lord was definitely superior to Su Shang in terms of ability, he did not want to engage in a life-and-death struggle fighting him. Su Shang, the #1 killer in the barren state, was too dangerous. With his injuries, the city lord was not 100% confident of leaving this battle unscathed. It was said that Su Shang had shut himself away in Tingxua House after that battle. No one knew the extent of his injuries, but one could guess at the severity of it. Even so, Su Shang had still managed to force the city lord of White Cloud City to retreat. The city lord of White Cloud City probably knows better than anyone how dangerous the #1 killer of the barren state really is. Many people thought to themselves. Other than the battle between those two, many of the Jisheng Cliffs cultivators that Zhan Shao had taken to Taihang Mountain had met their demise there. Similarly, many demon apes had also been killed, and their blood stained the ground of the mountain. However, the most shocking news that had arisen out of the battle at Taihang Mountain was that Zhan Shao, who had come to the barren state to take Gudonglu away, had been killed there. Zhan Shao was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, and had caused a terrifying ruckus soon after arriving in the barren state. It was completely unexpected to everyone from the barren state and Jisheng Cliffs that Zhan Shao would die in the barren state in this way. Once the news had spread, many people were shocked, even those at the top in the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone knew there was a possibility that a greater crisis was about to befall the barren state. Gu Donglu had admitted that he was the one who killed Zhan Shao. If Crouching Dragon Mountain were to still insist on sheltering Gu Donglu, then all the holy items in Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng's possession would not be able to save them. A son of Jisheng Cliffs had died here at the hands of Gu Donglu. Even if a saint from Yu State did not take action, it was unlikely that Jisheng Cliffs would just let this go. But Kong Yao never did come to Crouching Dragon Mountain to hunt anyone down. Instead, there was a strange peace within the barren state. It was as if a hush had fallen upon everyone. But everyone in the barren state knew that this was but the peace before the imminent storm. Everyone from Nantian House, the Sacred Fire Sect, and the other powers who had been involved with Kong Yao all heaved a sigh of relief. Zhan Shao had died at an opportune time. Now that he had been killed, did it mean that all hope was lost for Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taihang Mountain? Over at Mingyue's quarters at Crouching Dragon Mountain, many people often came to ask Gu Donglu about the situation at Taihang Mountain, and a greater number of them were interested to know Yi Futian's whereabouts. The only reply Gu Donglu gave them was that his youngest brother was injured and that he had been sent away to avoid the situation here. Though there was some suspicion over Gu Donglio's words, most people did not think too much about it. It was better that Yi Futian wasn't at Crouching Dragon Mountain. The atmosphere at Crouching Dragon Mountain was incredibly uneasy now that Gudonglu had killed Zhan Shao. No one knew what the future would bring. The fact that Yi Futian was alive presented a sliver of hope. But it was evident that Gu Donglio's explanation had failed to convince Zhuge Mingyue. Looking at him, she asked, "You know very well the kind of person youngest brother is, and I know him as well as you do. He's not the kind of person who would just up and leave like that. What are you hiding from me?" "Mingyue!" Gu Donglu looked at Zhuge Mingyue, and reaching out to touch the hair by the side of her face, he whispered, "Promise me something." "That I'll carry on with life if you were to die?" Zhuge Mingyue returned his gaze. Over the past few months, though she had asked Gu Donglu about this matter many times, he had never once given her a direct reply. It was obvious that he didn't want to lie to her, which was why he intentionally did not give an answer. Gu Donglu nodded at her words, and Zhuge Mingyue then replied, "Then can you promise me something as well?" "What is it?" Gu Donglu asked. "Don't say things like this to me again in future," Zhuge Mingyue said softly. "Since you don't want to talk about youngest brother, then I won't ask any further. But no matter what happens in the future, I won't run. Didn't we already agree on this on the day you came back to me?" Looking at the woman before him, Gu Donglu had nothing to say. What was he to do with a strong-willed woman like her? A storm was brewing over at the Holiji Palace as well. While Zhan Zhao's death seemed to have no connection to the Holiji Palace, anything that happened within the Barren State was unavoidably linked to the palace, given that it was a symbol of the state. Besides, Kong Yao and Zhan Shao had requested the palace's assistance many times, only to be refused by them. Furthermore, with all the various incidents that had occurred recently, like Bai Zei's death as well as the battle between the city, Lord of White Cloud City, and Su Ke, Lu Chan and everyone else at the palace had a strange feeling that things were really about to change in the Barren State. Right now, Sage Wanxiang had come to the Holy Sage Pavilion to see Lu Chan about something seemingly important. "What is it?" Lu Chan asked, noticing Sage Wanxiang's expression. He could tell that Sage Wanxiang had something urgent to tell him. "A crisis is going to befall the palace," Sage Wanxiang replied solemnly. Since receiving the divination of crisis in the palace, he had spent this period of time doing further calculations regarding the divination, and with the recent events that had left the Barren State shaken, he had not dared to let his guard down at all. Not long ago, Sage Wanxiang had encountered a frightening prophecy. A crisis was about to befall the palace, which meant that the divination of crisis he had received earlier was about to come to pass. "Are you sure?" Lu Chan's expression instantly turned solemn as well. From Sage Wanxiang's face, Lu Chan could deduce that the crisis the palace was facing this time was no ordinary one. It was highly possible that this would be a massive crisis. How could one be wrong about this sort of thing? Sage Wanxiang replied, "There are laws according to which everything in this world functions. If this sort of prophecy is appearing, then it must have been caused by something. And major incidents have been happening in the Barren State over the past few days. There is a high possibility that these incidents will eventually lead to the crisis that the palace is going to face." Over at Xuanwu City, Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs led several big powers in a face-off against Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taiheng Mountain. Bai Zei was killed, and Zhan Shao lost his life as well. All these incidents may add up to become a crisis for the palace, Lu Chan guessed. Jisheng Cliffs probably will not let Zhan Zhao's death pass just like that. All the incidents that occurred within the past few days had caused the divination to change for the worse. Zhan Zhao's death undoubtedly had the greatest influence on the way things would turn out in the Barren State. It could potentially have directly affected the divination itself. Sage Wanxiang nodded lightly. He could not determine the exact event that would push this prophecy into fruition, but judging the magnitude of everything that had happened so far, he could deduce that Zhan Zhao's death played the largest part in all of this. As of today, Kong Yao was still in the Barren State, while some of his men from Jishing Cliffs had left. They had to go back and report that a son of Jishing Cliffs had been killed in the barren state. Qin Zhong had left with the other powerful individuals from Jishing Cliffs as well. But the next party sent from Jisheng Cliffs probably would not be made up of nobles like Qin Zhong anymore. Jisheng Cliffs probably had not expected that things would turn out like this either. Were there any other omens in the prophecy? Lu Chan questioned further. Sage Wanxiang shook his head. Since the prophecy was one that foretold crisis, something disastrous was definitely going to happen. No one knew how things would turn out in the future, and it was not possible for Sage Wanxiang to make any predictions about it either. It was unclear whether the Holy Ji Palace would make a breakthrough in this upcoming crisis, or be overwhelmed beyond rescue. Summon the heads of the 6 palaces, Lu Chan ordered. Everyone has a right to know about this, and we need to discuss what the palace should do when this crisis finally arises. Sage Wanxiang nodded in response to Lu Chan's words. Indeed, they had to start preparations for the upcoming crisis now. However, at this very moment, Lu Chan suddenly lifted his head to gaze into the distance before sighing internally. Those who were expected to return to the palace had finally come back, though he was hoping that they wouldn't. A man with an incredible aura walked towards them from afar. In a flash, he had landed directly before them. There weren't many people who could behave so impudently in the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace, but Lu Chan did not scold him. Instead, he remained silent, as though this was something absolutely normal to witness. This man who had just returned to the palace was Bai Luli. Bai Zhe, his younger brother, had been killed not long ago. "Teacher, have they been captured?" Bai Luli asked. He could never have expected that his final parting from his brother would be when he had left to train after the incident at Crouching Dragon Mountain. His younger brother had been killed in the Holy Ji Palace afterward. Though Bai Zhe really had been a little too arrogant for his own good and had many flaws that even Bai Luli had criticized, he was still his younger brother, and blood was thicker than water. Now that Bai Zhe had been killed, the pain that Bai Luli felt was understandable. Bai Zhe had been in the wrong for what he did, and he did deserve to be punished, but did it really warrant him being killed? Lu Chan shook his head gently. Su Ke was also on the run now. Lu Chan knew of the influence Tingxue House had. It was probably part of the reason why they were still unable to capture Su Ke and Yi Futian even now. "We're still investigating," Lu Chan replied. "Luli, now that the barren state is in chaos, protect your own frame of mind against disturbances from the outside world." Bai Luli was the hope and future of the Holy Ji Palace. No matter what happened, those at the palace were hoping that Bai Luli could remain unaffected by it all. "I understand." Bai Luli nodded. He understood Lu Chan's intentions. Wanxiang has predicted that a crisis will befall the palace, Lu Chan told Bai Luli. It is still unknown whether the palace will be able to tide through this crisis. But if the palace really is destroyed, you must live and carry on the work of the palace. "Nothing will happen to the palace," Bai Luli replied. "I hope so as well," Lu Chan murmured. However, his worries remained. Now that Bai Luli had returned, and the prophecy was about to come to pass, what would become of the barren state? And what would the palace eventually have to face? No one knew the answer to these questions. All may have seemed calm in the barren state for the time being, but there was already an army of people making their way from the Yu state to the barren state. Zhan Shao, one of the 9 warriors of Jishing Cliffs, had died in the barren state. This definitely was no small matter. Chapter 706. Undercurrents of activity ran beneath the peaceful veneer of the barren state. The various powers in the state were all busy making preparations, especially those who would be directly involved in the storm to come. Undercurrents of activity ran beneath the peaceful veneer of the barren state. The various powers in the state were all busy making preparations, especially those who would be directly involved in the storm to come. At this point, they stood at the precipice of a major development. It was a matter of life and death, and the outcome could very possibly be determined by the period of time to come. The people of the Barren State could also sense that this unrest would definitely lead to great changes in their state. It was within this period of calm that a party of dozens of people arrived at the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State. They were all from Jisheng Cliffs, and they were all strong. Just as the palace had predicted, Qin Zhong did not return to the Barren State again. A son had perished in the Barren State, and Qin Zhong had suffered a defeat as well. This definitely was anything but good news to Jisheng Cliffs. With the arrival of the party from Jisheng Cliffs, the Holy Ji Palace naturally had to step up and welcome their guests properly. Lu Chan personally came to greet the party, which included Kong Yao as well. It could be seen that Kong Yao was one of the leading figures within Jisheng Cliffs. After all, other than the saints, there was no other person who was stronger than Kong Yao, who was 9th in the sage ranking. But here at the Barren State, Kong Yao was held at bay by the holy ritual implements. Lu Chan, since you're here, I'll get straight to the point, Kong Yao declared. Go ahead, Lu Chan replied. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State is a place to pass down divine teachings, just like Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu State, Kong Yao began. As regions designated as places that fall under the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, the Barren State and the Yu State are connected to each other as well. With regard to the matter at hand, I had previously requested that the Holy Ji Palace step in and resolve the issue. Jisheng Cliffs did not get involved, but since the palace avoided the matter as well, I stepped in personally. But now that a son of Jisheng Cliffs has perished in the Barren State, and the various powers of the Barren State are now at war with Jisheng Cliffs, the head saint is very displeased. Lu Chan sighed internally. Zhan Shao was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, which meant that he had been chosen to be in the running alongside 8 other disciples to compete for sainthood one day. Even if Zhan Zhao's death was not enough to elicit a reaction from the saint, he would, at the very least, be aware of what had happened. Lu Chan did not say anything in response, but waited for Kong Yao to continue speaking. The head saint has personally declared that since this has all occurred in the Barren State, given that the palace is the true site of Emperor Xiao's orthodoxy in the Barren State, he hopes that the palace can take care of this matter properly. Kong Yao continued, his expression cold. If the palace does not handle this matter satisfactorily, then Jisheng Cliffs will step in. The head saint will also report this matter to Emperor Xia, such that the Holy Ji Palace's special status will be revoked and replaced by powers in the other 8 states. Then there will no longer be any reason left for the Holy Ji Palace to exist. Lu Chan's heart thumped wildly at Kong Yao's words as he recalled sage Wanxiang's predictions. Could this be the crisis that was about to befall the palace? Kong Yao had said the exact thing that had been worrying Lu Chan the most. The Barren State had not seen a saint amidst its ranks for many years, and the Holy Ji Palace was indeed at constant risk of being replaced. Perhaps Emperor Xia usually didn't have the time to personally look into matters regarding the Holy Ji Palace. After all, the palace was in no way important enough to warrant such interest from the emperor. However, should a saint report to Emperor Xia about the palace, it was highly possible that an order from the emperor would be enough to turn the palace into history. Lu Chan himself was very clear about the sort of situation the palace was facing right now. He knew that the sole reason why the palace had not been bothered despite not having a saint was that it was still recognized by Emperor Xia as a site to pass down divine teachings. If not, there would be no way that Kong Yao and the rest from Jisheng Cliffs would be talking about the palace being connected to them in any way. How should we take care of this matter then? Lu Chan asked. What would Jisheng Cliffs demand from the Holy Ji Palace in response to Zhan Zhao's death? Some changes have to be made to the structure here in the Barren State, Kong Yao replied. Also, the head saint wants 2 people alive in particular. Who? Came the question. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian, Kong Yao answered. This was not his own opinion, but an order that had come from Jisheng Cliffs. Kong Yao guessed that the reason lay in Zhan Shao and Qin Zhong's defeat. Lu Chan's eyes flashed at Kong Yao's words. The saint of Jisheng Cliffs was after Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. The fact that he was after Yi Futian as well was interesting. Back during the battle before Xuanwu Tower, at the base of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Gu Donglu had overpowered Zhang Shao and defeated him with one strike. Now he had even killed the man. Yi Futian had also defeated Qin Zhong, the most talented of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, despite only being a grade 2 noble himself. These were probably the reasons why Jisheng Cliffs wanted these two alive. If not, there was absolutely no point to their demands, and it would be easier to just kill them. This is a very serious matter. I'll have to call for a meeting between the 6 palaces, Lu Chan replied. Sure, I'm in no hurry, Kong Yao replied coolly. It was because of his rage that he was not in any rush to settle things. Since the people of the Barren State had dared to put up a fight against Jisheng Cliffs, then he would play along with them for now. This time, if he didn't get a conclusion he wanted, he would not leave the Barren State. What the palace refused to do, he would take all the time he needed to achieve it himself. Lu Chan furrowed his brows at Kong Yao's tone. Kong Yao seemed to be in a completely different emotional state as compared to the last time he had come to the palace. While he seemed calm now, he was actually being much colder than before. Then I'll take my leave for now. Lu Chan turned to leave. After a short while, Lu Chan called for a meeting at the Holy Sage Pavilion. The various palace lords had all arrived, and many elders were joining the meeting as well. I'm sure everyone is aware of the arrival of a party from Jisheng Cliffs, Lu Chan said. I'll now tell you what Kong Yao has said to me. After repeating Kong Yao's previous words, Lu Chan asked again, What do you all think? Sage Zhando spoke up, with Kong Yao being hindered by Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong. Jisheng Cliffs has not been able to resolve this matter in the Barren State themselves. Now, they're attempting to bring a close to this entire affair through the hands of the palace. Lu Chan, do you not think this is ridiculous? But this matter concerns the future of the palace as well. If the saint of Jisheng Cliffs really were to report this to Emperor Xia, what would become of the palace? This doesn't just concern the palace either. If the other 8 states were to invade the Barren State, things will no longer be as they were, and who knows what will happen then? Lu Chan said. Besides, there are indeed some powers in the Barren State who need to be put in place. Even though Bai Zhe was killed in the palace, Yi Wuchen and Suke have not been found even today. I'm sure everyone here understands the reason behind this. Everyone knew what Lu Chan was insinuating. There was no doubt that Tingxua House was behind this. A holy ground is not determined by its form. Without destruction, there can be nothing new constructed. If this is the end of the palace, then fate has determined it to be so. In the face of this crisis, change must happen in the Barren State. Why go against the current? Sage Dozhan replied, As for Bai Zhe, even if he was the younger brother of Bai Luli, do you not think he deserved to die, Lu Chan? Everyone else looked towards Lu Chan and Sage Dozhan. Right not, the 2 most powerful figures in the palace were at odds with each other, further signaling that the will of the palace was no longer one. Dozhan, aren't you being too impudent with your words? Is it appropriate for you to say that this is the end of the palace as the palace, Lord of Battle Saint Palace? Sage Tianqing commented coldly. Regarding Bai Zhe's death, even if he was in the wrong, it should have been a matter for the palace to handle. The Tianqing Pavilion would have taken care of it. Since when was it the place of a bunch of disciples to overstep their boundaries and take matters into their own hands? What they have done is to murder their own peer. Taken care of it? Sage Dozhan replied incredulously, looking towards Sage Tianqing. Just as the palace says, the Barren State needs a saint of their own. To this end, even the Zhuge family can be sacrificed. And yet you say you would have dealt with Bai Luli's younger brother? The son of the city lord of White Cloud City? Would you have dared to do it? His gaze was sharp, and he stared unflinchingly at Sage Tianqing. Everyone around them fell silent, watching them argue. They both had their arguments and stands, but there was one thing that was true. There indeed was no way the palace could have done anything about Bai Zhe, but what Yi Wuqian and the rest did was too extreme as well. When the palace no longer is simply a place to pass down divine teachings, but takes on a strong agenda of its own, then it signifies that the palace has already become corrupted and that these holy grounds are sacred no more. And since these are no longer holy grounds, what's the point in keeping the shell around? Why not just go with the flow and rebuild from the ashes? If after several years there still isn't a holy Ji palace, the barren state will still be the barren state, Sage Dozhan said coldly. Dozhan, Lu Chan chastised, his expression dark. What you are saying is outrageous. Sage Dozhan looked towards Lu Chan and replied, We once walked this path together because of our shared beliefs and stayed in the palace in order to pass on the divine teachings. Other than pursuing the divine path, everything else was for the betterment of martial arts in the barren state. But now, I think our paths have diverged. As such, we should not associate with each other anymore. Sage Dozhan then stood up and addressed everyone. This is my stance on this matter. Whether or not you will take it into consideration is no longer any of my concern. After speaking, Sage Dozhan left immediately. Lu Chan was livid. What kind of stunt is this bastard trying to pull? Everything I do is out of consideration for the palace. My conscience is clear, Lu Chan said, though it was unclear whether he was addressing Sage Dozhan or the people around him. What do you all think? Lu Chan asked the rest. For the palace, Sage Wanxiang murmured before saying, I'll leave the decision to you. Sage Daozong smiled bitterly. No one had expected that things would come to this. Sage Dozhan may have been a little extreme with what he said, but there is some truth to his words. The sword demon muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. Sword demon, for the sake of the palace's unity, there were some things I did not mention. But that doesn't mean I do not know what happened. You've let certain things pass under your nose, Sage Qianqing accused. Are you talking about Yi Wuqian? The sword demon looked at Sage Qianqing. I let him go because I too thought that it was right that Bai Zhe was killed. If he deserves to die, it doesn't matter who his older brother is. Do you understand that, though? The sword demon then stood up and turned to leave as well. There were certain things that everyone was well aware of but did not explicitly mention. It was not just out of consideration for the sword demon's dignity. They were also concerned that Bai Luli might have taken issue with him. But was it really necessary to keep it all under wraps? As such, the sword demon paid no mind to these concerns and revealed the truth directly. 2 of the 6 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace had walked out of the meeting. Looking at the 2 figures disappear, Lu Chan took in a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking again. Right now, let's try not to cause too much damage to the foundations of the barren state. As of now, we don't know where Jisheng Cliffs will draw the line. But if Gu Donglu and Yi Futian are what they want, then let's take them into our custody first. Tianqing, take some people with you to go see the Zhuge family and persuade Qingfeng. He needs to let go of some things now. If not, no one can predict just what the consequences might be. Understood. Sage Tianqing nodded. In the end, Lu Chan had made a decision according to his own judgment. Now, they would try to end things quickly and enable the palace to tide through this crisis. Chapter 707. In the following days, the barren state was as peaceful as ever. However, Tingxua House in the Zhongzhou region, Alchemy City in the western region of the barren state, and the Zhuge family, which was located to the north of the Zhongzhou region, all received visitors from the Holy Ji Palace. In the following days, the barren state was as peaceful as ever. However, Tingxua House in the Zhongzhou region, Alchemy City in the western region of the barren state, and the Zhuge family, which was located to the north of the Zhongzhou region, all received visitors from the Holy Ji Palace. Right now, Sage Tianqing had come personally to visit the Zhuge family at Crouching Dragon Mountain and was meeting Zhuge Qingfeng. At his quarters, Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Sage Tianqing, who stood before him, and asked, Has the palace finally decided to involve itself in this matter? Qingfeng, you all have already caused so much chaos and bloodshed within the barren state. So many have died in the last battle alone. Are you going to stubbornly carry on this way? Sage Tianqing questioned Zhuge Qingfeng, looking straight at him. Take my advice on this. Now that Zhang Xiao has been killed, there is no way Jixing Cliffs is going to let this matter go. They've explicitly stated that they want Gudonglu to be handed over to them. The palace is still unsure where Jixing Cliffs will draw the line regarding this, but we're hoping that the Zhuge family can be left unharmed by this as much as possible. As such, necessary sacrifices have to be made. I'd like to know what the palace would do if Jixing Cliffs asks for Bai Luli one day, Zhuge Qingfeng asked, glancing over at Sage Tianqing. You're still stubbornly refusing to come to your senses, Sage Tianqing commented coldly, staring at Zhuge Qingfeng. Answer my question first. Would the palace sacrifice Bai Luli? Zhuge Qingfeng was still staring at Sage Tianqing determinedly, refusing to budge until he received his answer. Bai Luli is the future of the barren state, Sage Tianqing responded, returning the other man's stare. At this, Zhuge Qingfeng smiled. It was just as he had expected. Bai Luli represents hope for the palace and for the Holy Sage Pavilion, not for the barren state, Zhuge Qingfeng stated. You were there at the battle between Gudonglu and Bai Luli. Did Gudonglu really seem weaker than Bai Luli then? Even if you consider him to be weaker, can he really be that far off from Bai Luli in terms of ability? As for Yi Futian, is he any less talented than Bai Luli? Between the two of them, they've defeated Zhang Xiao and Qin Zhong, respectively. Why aren't they seen as hope for the barren state as well? Why does the palace want to kill off this strand of hope? Facing the barrage of questions from Zhuge Qingfeng, Sage Tianqing was rendered speechless for a moment. Zhuge Qingfeng stared at him and continued rather aggressively, being from the palace myself, I definitely understand teacher and Uncle Master's intentions. But you all have become so fixated on your own beliefs that you refuse to admit that you're wrong. Now that Zhang Xiao has been killed and Jixing Cliffs is advancing upon us, the palace is the only force in the entire barren state that can do anything about this situation. However, the palace's actions thus far have been very disappointing to me. Sage Tianqing stared at Zhuge Qingfeng. He had come with the intention to advise and persuade Zhuge Qingfeng. But at this very moment, the roles had been reversed, and Zhuge Qingfeng was trying to give him advice instead. With this, he understood that neither of them would budge in this conversation. It was evident that Zhuge Qingfeng did not intend to give up anything. Wan Qiang divined that a crisis would befall the palace. If this matter isn't handled properly, then great changes will occur within the barren state. Zhuge Qingfeng, think carefully about what you have done, Sage Tianqing warned the other before turning to leave. As he left, he cautioned once more. If the circumstances call for it, the palace may take action. Now that you've left the palace, I hope it won't be you standing opposing the palace. Zhuge Qingfeng watched as Sage Tianqing left. He knew that the palace was about to involve itself properly in this matter, and once the palace decided to capture Gudonglu, there would not be much question as to how the situation would end. Two figures appeared behind Zhuge Qingfeng. It was Gudonglu and Zhuge Mingyue. You heard everything? Zhuge Qingfeng asked the two. Gudonglu nodded. They had heard the conversation between the two men, and it was possible that Sage Tianqing knew they had been listening as well. I'll head down to the palace, Gudonglu declared. Zhuge Qingfeng turned and stared fixedly at Gudonglu, who stood before him. Gudonglu should know that if he made the trip, it was very possible that he would not return. Zhuge Qingfeng's gaze then flicked over to his daughter Zhuge Mingyue. She was very calm despite Gudonglio's declaration, suggesting that she already knew his plans beforehand. Mingyue has agreed as well, Gudonglu explained. Since this issue has to be solved eventually, why don't I take the initiative to do so? Have you two thought this through? Zhuge Qingfeng asked the duo. Back when Zhuge Mingyue was engaged to Bai Luli, she had been so stubbornly against it, and when he had actually appeared, she had given up everything to be with him. It was unthinkable that she would actually agree to let Gu Donglu head over to the palace now. Yes, Gu Donglu nodded. From the time of the battle at Xuanwu Tower, he had already thought this matter through. It was just that his youngest brother had refused to give up then. While his youngest brother did manage to triumph somewhat the last time, it didn't change much. As such, it was inevitable that things had come to this. "Father, let him go," Zhuge Mingyue requested as well. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter silently, unsure of what to say. In the end, he didn't say much. Turning away from them, he lifted his head to glance at the sky before walking off. There wasn't much he could say anyway. After holding on for so long, was he going to personally agree to let Gu Donglu head off to his death? There were certain things that a gentleman would and would not do. While this son-in-law of his was starting to grow on him, the fonder he grew of him, the more difficult things were for him. Gu Donglu left crouching Dragon Mountain alone. Zhuge Mingyue stood on the highest point on crouching Dragon Mountain, watching as he disappeared into the distance. Her expression was exceptionally peaceful. It was hard for her to endure this, but she accepted the way things were. This was what made Gu Donglu the man she loved after all. Sage Qianqing took Gu Donglu to the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. This was done at Gu Dongliu's request, who had wanted to see Lu Chan. Sage Qianqing had agreed to Gu Dongliu's request, which was why Lu Chan was currently standing opposite him. Lu Chan was slightly taken by surprise. He had not expected Sage Qianqing to bring Gu Donglu back with him so easily. But when Sage Qianqing secretly transmitted the events that had transpired to him, Lu Chan understood as well. Looking at the man before him, Lu Chan felt a sense of admiration. Gu Donglu had held up against Bai Luli in battle despite only being a mid-level sage. He was insanely talented, the sort of powerful character one rarely saw in the barren state. It was even rarer that someone like Bai Luli would be willing to sacrifice himself. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Lu Chan asked Gu Donglu. He had been informed by Sage Qianqing that Gu Donglu wished to meet him. "I'd like to ask you, Senior, what path it is that you're pursuing?" Gu Donglu asked, as his gaze shifted towards Lu Chan. "The divine path is what I'm pursuing naturally. And it's not just me. That is the path that every cultivator is pursuing," Lu Chan replied. "Of course, I think that's not what you're asking about. When it comes to the barren state, the path I'm pursuing is the one that leads to a saint appearing in the barren state. I'm working towards a future where martial arts will flourish in the barren state and allow it to contend within the 9 states. I want the palace to be a place that trains generation after generation of strong disciples and carries on the important task of passing down knowledge and even the actual divine path itself. Not like what it is right now, being only a place for divine teachings in name. What makes the Holy Ji Palace a holy ground recognized by the people of the barren state? What would make it a place that meets your expectations, Senior?" Gu Donglu questioned further. "It would be a place that stands apart from personal grievances and external circumstances, a place that exists only for the purpose of passing down divine teachings," Lu Chan replied. "In other words, it would be an impartial place." Gu Donglu nodded. "Then what is it that would allow martial arts to flourish in the barren state?" Lu Chan stared at Gu Donglu. He suddenly knew where Gu Donglu was trying to steer him in this conversation. He also understood what Gu Donglu was hinting at. "Get to the point," Lu Chan ordered coldly. Gu Donglu replied, "If martial arts are to flourish in the barren state, then besides having men of great talent, an impartial place established for the sole purpose of passing down divine teachings, like the Holy Ji Palace, is necessary. If such a place is tainted by personal interests, then it would surely tamp down those that go against it, making Senior's dream impossible." He then continued slowly, "But now, what you are doing goes against your beliefs. If the palace is going to focus all its attention on Bai Luli and pin all its hopes on him, how can the various cultivators rise together and allow martial arts to flourish in the barren state? How can the barren state contend within the 9 states then? Right now, what the barren state most urgently needs is a saint. Lu Chan defended himself. He knew that ultimately dreams were only just dreams and that one often had to consider reality as well. If your actions don't match your beliefs, then there's a flaw in your frame of mind that would destroy any hopes you have in advancing along the divine path. Gu Donglu responded calmly, Senior, won't you be destroying the path that you've been holding on to then? At his words, Lu Chan was slightly shaken. His frame of mind was stable. Yet a few words from Gu Donglu had stirred an unease within him today. Looks like you haven't given up completely, Lu Chan commented, looking at Gu Donglu. Is Gu Donglu trying to persuade me? If one has the option of living, who would want to die? Besides, my conscience is clear, and my frame of mind is flawless. Allow me to show you something, Senior, Gu Donglu requested, closing his eyes. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, strands of the energy seeping into Lu Chan's forehead. Soon, Lu Chan saw a flurry of scenes and images. Those images were from when Gu Donglu and Zhan Shao were together in the secret realm of the relic. Gu Donglu was proving that he was not lying, that the holy item had indeed chosen him, and that Zhan Shao had been the one that killed the sages. What else are you trying to say? Lu Chan asked. Gu Donglu responded, The truth can be distorted, but one knows in their heart whether they're in the right or wrong. Since I've come here, I don't expect to leave this place alive. But you hadn't expelled my youngest brother from the palace back at Crouching Dragon Mountain, Senior. Then perhaps the palace could have flourished even greater than what you hoped for in future. There's a saying that goes, being unable to see the wood for the trees. As the acting palace, Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, you should not have been like that. If you still stand by your beliefs, Senior, then I hope one day you'll actually live by them. After speaking his part, Gu Donglu bowed slightly and turned to leave. He had said everything he wanted to say. He would accept whatever happened next with grace. Looking at Gu Donglio's disappearing figure, Lu Chan sighed. Sometimes there was no turning back. Especially in this case, now that they had come to this point, there was nothing he could do but carry on. Gu Donglu was taken to the party from Jisheng Cliffs and presented before Kong Yao. Kong Yao's gaze was cold beyond measure, and a murderous intent glinted in his eyes. The palace indeed was the holy grounds of the barren state. It was so much easier for them to get things done. Everything that has happened thus far arose from the bad blood between me and Zhan Shao. Since Jisheng Cliffs is the holy grounds of the Yu state, now that Zhan Shao has been killed by me, you're welcome to take me with you. But I hope that Jisheng Cliffs will not give its holy grounds a bad name, Gu Donglu said to Kong Yao. Are you trying to take on everything upon yourself? Kong Yao asked, staring at Gu Donglu. Do you think that's possible? Where's Yi Futian now? Kong Yao demanded, his demeanor frosty. Since Gu Donglu and Yi Futian were both people singled out by the head saint, Kong Yao had to take them both to the Yu state. Chapter 708. Gu Donglu stared at Kong Yao. So Jisheng Cliffs won't even let our little brother off, eh? Gu Donglu stared at Kong Yao. So Jisheng Cliffs won't even let our little brother off, eh? He has left barren state, Gu Donglu said. I haven't brought any sacred relics with me this time. With Zhan Shao dead and the killing of the sages long past, you can all put the blame on me. So, would Jisheng Cliffs want a sacred relic? Or would you people make do with Yi Futian? Kong Yao looked at Gu Donglu and said, Gu Donglu, if you headed for Jisheng Cliffs earlier, you might have ended up being a son of the place, and there would have been no need for you to stand against Jisheng Cliffs. Now, your threats mean nothing. I'm going to the sacred relic, and I'm taking Yi Futian as well. It was you who started all this, but you brothers indeed cherished one another, and you became the very reason why Yi Futian got himself into this and stirred up all that trouble. He roped the Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Alchemy City, and Tingxua House into this, all so that you, his third brother, can live. If that is the case with him, and you now surrendering yourself, it wouldn't matter where he is now. So long as you're around, would he be far off? As for the sacred relic, we'll take you back to Jisheng Cliffs after we're done with all this. You will spill its whereabouts, whether you like it or now, Kong Yao said coldly. His words provoked Gu Donglu enough to have his eyes filled with thick murderous intent. Kong Yao, you are, at the very least, someone ranked 9th on Sage, ranking out of all 9 states. You're even the number 1 below the Saint Plain. Don't you ever feel any guilt doing all this? Du Donglu glared at him and asked. No, I don't, Kong Yao said without any hesitation. Gu Donglu said nothing more. He was only hoping that his little brother had already escaped. The news was heard in the barren state soon that Gu Donglu was taken to the Holy Ji Palace and handed over to the people of Jisheng Cliffs. The Holy Ji Palace released more news, saying that they would let Yi Futian return to the Holy Ji Palace to end the war. The Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Tingxua House, and the other forces would have had further complications to deal with otherwise. It was apparent that the Holy Ji Palace did not wish for Jisheng Cliffs to end forces, like the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain, but they had to take Yi Futian in. It was an indisputable fact, as both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace had no intention of letting him run loose. Countless people in the barren state were exasperated. With the Holy Ji Palace stepping in, things changed drastically, and it was too late for anything to go back to how it once had been. It was said that Yi Futian had fled. He was nowhere to be found in both Crouching Dragon Mountain nor Taihang Mountain. No one knew where he was, and no one knew if he would have returned. Many speculated that Yi Futian was probably gone for good this time. After all, it was too late to turn back the clock now. If they were Yi Futian, they would have given up some things just to keep themselves alive. With his talents, there would always be a chance for revenge in the future. The east side of Taihang Mountain was near the eastern regions of the barren state. The Zhaixing House was somewhere in that region. Yi Futian woke up somewhere in the Zhaixing House. He opened his eyes and felt rather tired. That battle back there thoroughly exhausted him, as he went cranking up the will of the emperor to the extreme and even went burning the powers of his life palace. All energies within his body were almost burnt up without a speck of power left. He had relied on nothing more than the self-repair abilities of his life spirit to regenerate his strength, allowing him to wake up. However, he was still extremely weak at the moment. "Third brother," Yi Futian called with a low voice as he woke. He sat up and saw Huajiu by his side. "Jie, where are we?" Yi Futian asked. "Zhaixing House." Huajiu answered. "When we fled eastward that day, we passed by Zhaixing House's territory and met the chief of Zhaixing House. He was the one who let us in." Zhaixing House. Yi Futian felt rather peculiar with the name. Mu Chuan actually bothered helping me. This was where I took his polearm of divine destruction all those years ago. Didn't that old fart Mu Chuan not like me and bickered with Headmaster Qinyuan all the time? "Where is third brother?" Yi Futian asked. He should have returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. He said nothing would happen to him, and he had us leave. Jiu explained softly. "Jiu, why bother lying to yourself?" Yi Futian said, looking at Huajiu. Nothing would have happened to him, really? Yi Futian killed Zhan Shao, and his third brother knocked him unconscious, before having Huajiu spirit him away. There was simply no need to say much about why Gu Donglu did so. His third brother wanted to shoulder everything himself while having both of them flee as far as possible. Huajiu lowered her head. She had indeed been lying to herself at times, which was she simply was unable to keep calm about things. "Yu Sheng, how is he?" Yi Futian appeared very calm. "He is training these days to recover from his injuries," Jiu said. The exhaustion Yu Sheng suffered that day when he practically turned into a demon to fight was not that far off from what Yi Futian had suffered. One could have even said that they were fortunate to be able to survive that battle at Taiyang Mountain. Any news about Senior Su Shang? Yi Futian asked further. There were too many things on his mind, too many people he was concerned about. My, look at yourself. Do you really think you're in a place to be concerned for others now? A voice was heard somewhere. Mu Chuan, chief of Jiaxing House, walked in and said to Yi Futian, "Relax, Su Shang is alive, though he is pretty badly injured." But the city lord of White Cloud City also suffered quite a bad stab wound. Both of them left on a truce. Yi Futian sighed in relief and said, "Thank you, sir. But why would you bother saving me?" "Saving you," Mu Chuan said coldly. "I'm only concerned for that piece of treasure that was the pride of the Jiaxing House. When are you going to return polearm of divine destruction to me?" "Mu Chuan, do you have any decency left in you?" A voice was heard berating him somewhere else. Yi Futian then saw Chan Yuan walking in, glared at Mu Chuan, and added, "The polearm of divine destruction now belongs to Yi Futian. Are you really still thinking about getting it back?" "Headmaster." Yi Futian felt rather surprised. He did not expect to see the headmaster in Jiaxing House at all. "Futian, take as much rest as you need. When your injuries have recovered, I'll get you out of the barren state." Chun Yuan looked at Yi Futian and said, "As for the affairs of the barren state, I'd advise you to keep your hands to yourself." "Leaving barren state, huh?" Yi Futian mumbled to himself, "Will I be able to leave with barren state in shambles?" "Headmaster, just tell me honestly, how are things in the barren state now? Did any other mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs show up after Zhan Shao was dead? How is my third brother doing now? And news from Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taihang Mountain." Yi Futian went blasting him with questions. "You want to hear the truth?" Chun Yuan stared at Yi Futian. What happened to the barren state now was already common knowledge. If Yi Futian wanted to find anything out, there was simply no hiding of anything from him. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded. "After your third brother killed Zhan Shao, the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs arrived at the Holy Ji Palace and insisted to have the Holy Ji Palace interfere with things. The big shots of the place then went to Crouching Dragon Mountain and other forces. Finally, your third brother went straight to the Holy Ji Palace himself, wanting to end all of that conflict once and for all." Chun Yuan added, "But the Holy Ji Palace and Jisheng Cliffs wanted more than just your third brother. They wanted you as well." Yi Futian went silent hearing all that. Gu Donglu had indeed wanted to shoulder everything himself. But even then, both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace refused to just let Yi Futian go. "I was the one who killed Zhan Shao," Yi Futian said. Chun Yuan and Mu Chuan were both shaken to the core hearing that, especially Chun Yuan. He knew secrets about Yi Futian. As such, Chun Yuan believed Yi Futian when the young man said he was the one who killed Zhan Shao. However, the news still proved to be a startling one. Yi Futian was just a noble, and Zhan Shao was a son of Jisheng Cliffs, an upper-level sage. It was insanely unreasonable to have Yi Futian killing Zhan Shao. This can't be true. Mu Chuan felt rather reluctant to believe what he had just heard. "My third brother knocked me unconscious after that battle and had Jiu spirited me away. He then went to the Holy Ji Palace alone. He wanted to shoulder everything for me." Yi Futian did not care one bit if Mu Chuan believed anything he said. "If your third brother was willing to go that far just to let you flee, I don't see any reason for you to surrender yourself." Chun Yuan looked at Yi Futian and said, "Someone with talents like Yi Futian did not deserve to just die like that. His future was connected to more than just the barren state. It was connected to all 9 states, and probably far beyond that." Yi Futian looked at Qin Yuan. He was able to relate to the headmaster's thoughts, but he would have never been able to forgive himself if he were to just flee like that. His guilt would have followed him for the rest of his life. Mu Chuan, who was hearing the ongoing conversation from the sides, knew from there that Yi Futian was not lying about anything. Qin Yuan apparently believed what he said, which meant that Yi Futian had meant not known to most people that allowed him to surpass the limits of planes. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to kill Zhang Xiao meant that Yi Futian had developed matured power of rules. "I'll go check on Yu Sheng," Yi Futian said and got up. He then said to Mu Chuan, "Sir, if I don't end up dead, and when the day comes where the polearm of divine destruction was no longer of use to me, I'll return it to you." Mu Chuan was completely startled. Yi Futian's talents were such that there would definitely be a day where the polearm of divine destruction would no longer be able to serve him. It was not some kind of bluff. The polearm of divine destruction was just a ritual implement that had once been used by a saint. If the day where Yi Futian was to achieve sainthood would come, there would indeed be no more need for that piece of equipment. Yi Futian left where he was and went to check on Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian. They were really having peace and quiet in the Zhaixing house. While Chief Mu Chuan had a sharp tongue, he treated them well. He would not have let Qin Yuan show up there otherwise, and would have informed Jisheng Cliffs or the Holy Ji Palace. There were many instances where what one did was far more important than what one said. Yi Futian went to sit with his legs crossed on top of Zhaixing house. The wind blew, and he closed his eyes, melding his spiritual will within the wind, within the world around him. That space would have been frozen just so long as he triggered his will. Rules. So this is the power of rules, huh? Yi Futian mumbled quietly to himself. The wind blew again. That gentle breeze suddenly turned into a gale as sharp as knives, cutting up the space they occupied. Comprehension of one led to the comprehension of all. Yi Futian had stepped foot into that territory and had developed comprehension of matured rules of incredibly high levels. Space-type power of rules. That meant that some of the simplest rules would have been nothing to him. He could have developed comprehension of them in no time. All that was needed was for the strength of his spiritual powers to reach new heights. He would have then become a true sage. In actuality, however, what he was right there was hardly different from being a sage. Yi Futian's spirit and vigor restored considerably several days later. The powers within his body felt more ample than it had been before. He felt himself to have grown far stronger than he had been. He had spent the past few days training on top of Zhaixing house, so much so that he did not sleep nor rest at night, and he said little to nothing to anyone. Everyone was able to feel what he was going through, and nobody went bothering him. They were feeling rather contradictory about things. On one hand, they hoped Yi Futian would have eventually choose to leave, but if he were to simply leave like that, they would be somewhat disappointed. Chapter 709. One day after another passed in Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan and Qin Yuan looked up at the person dressed in white at the top of Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan then said, "He has been doing nothing but training these days. I wonder what's going on in his head." One day after another passed in Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan and Qin Yuan looked up at the person dressed in white at the top of Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan then said, "He has been doing nothing but training these days. I wonder what's going on in his head." Qin Yuan shook his head. Yi Futian seemed to be in a never-ending trance since the day he started training in Zhaixing house, without talking to anyone nor sleeping. Even Qin Yuan had no idea what was going on in Yi Futian's mind. But it was apparent that Yi Futian had no intentions of leaving the barren state, or he would have left already. Huajiu was also looking at Yi Futian from another direction. She had no idea what was going on in Yi Futian's mind, but she nonetheless was able to relate to how Yi Futian felt. She knew Yi Futian too well, which meant she knew what his character was like, as well as what his third brother meant to him. That figure who stood before him and defended him back in Eastern Baron territory held an extremely significant place in his mind. Yet his third brother had now gone to the Holy Ji Palace, and it was probably a trip he would never return from. Yi Futian closed his eyes on top of the mountain. Mystical energies filled his surroundings, making the entire space indescribably heavy. His eyes popped wide open all of a sudden. Tiny, broken stones rose from the ground before him. However, each and every stone seemed to have been imbued with the power of rules, and they all grew incredibly heavy, covered with a layer of light of rules as if they were shining stars. A flash shot out from his eyes, and in a split second, every single piece of those stones shot at a peak far away at breakneck speed. Boom! A thunderous rumble was heard as the peak crumbled before him. The rumble traveled all the way to the top of Jiaxing House. That bombarded peak exploded violently, with half of it gone when the dust settled. Many below turned their head up to look at the top of Jiaxing House. It was not a place anyone could have simply gone up to, and everyone wondered what was happening, seeing the peak being blasted to pieces. Who is training up there? Mu Chuan and Chunyuan had their eyes thrown wide open, before turning to look at each other in shock. The power of rules of the stars. The Jiaxing House and the Starry School were of the same lineage, where all learned to master the power of the stars laid down by the saint. Yi Futian has now mastered the power of rules of the stars. What do you have more to say, old fellow? Chunyuan said. Too bad that the timing is rather off. Mu Chuan sighed. He had to acknowledge Yi Futian's talents now. Or rather, he was forced to when he witnessed what Yi Futian was capable of back in the law battles. Yi Futian had come to develop the use of the power of rules of the stars, a territory of sages when he was still a noble. Furthermore, it seemed to be a very, very mature one. It was anyone's guess if he had killed Zhang Shao back, then using the power of rules of the stars. Shouldn't he rest for a bit? Chunyuan looked at Yi Futian and said. The young man was seen standing up, then headed to the edge of the sky above the Jiaxing House. He turned his attention to where they were and said, Headmaster, Chief Mu, it's time for me to leave. Where are you going? Chunyuan stared at Yi Futian and asked, So he finally has an answer now, huh? Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yi Futian answered. You'd be walking to your death if you did that, Chunyuan said as he looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how talented Yi Futian was, as well as the fact that he had come to comprehend the power of rules and killed Zhang Shao, all that hardly mattered now. I will leave Jiaxing House, and then Senior Yuan Hong will come pick me up as to not drag the chief into this. With things as they were then, there was no way he would have simply left on his own. If someone were to see him and went after him, he would have been taken down before he was even able to reach crouching Dragon Mountain. You've been recuperating here at Jiaxing House. If you were to head back, do you really think no one would notice? Mu Chuan looked at Yi Futian and said, I won't stop you if you want to head back to crouching Dragon Mountain. Just wait for Yuan Hong to pick you up. People from those two sacred grounds won't come after Jiaxing House just because I let you stay around. Yi Futian glanced at Mu Chuan and found his words reasonable. So long as Jiaxing House did not get involved in this, people of those two sacred grounds would not have stooped so low as to go against Jiaxing House. The black-winged condor guided Yuan Hong to Jiaxing House several days later, picking up Yi Futian and leaving. Chunyuan left with them as well. The barren state was shaken to the core that day when Yi Futian made it back to crouching Dragon Mountain. Everyone knew that Yi Futian, who had disappeared for a while, was back on crouching Dragon Mountain. Both the Holy Ji Palace and Jisheng Cliffs were looking for him. Yi Futian went straight to see Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Mingyue as soon as he returned to crouching Dragon Mountain. Zhuge Mingyue smiled when she saw him, yet her smile was one no longer as composed as it used to be. At the moment, Gu Donglu had gone to the Holy Ji Palace, and Yi Futian had returned. Why do you need to do this? Your third brother has decided to give himself up. What are you returning here for? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and said, Third brother did intend to give himself up, but Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace still have no intentions of letting me walk, no? Yi Futian added, If I just walk away like that, would peace return to the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain? Despite having returned, the people of Jisheng Cliffs did not do anything themselves. They had the Holy Ji Palace do the dirty work instead. But then again, with Zhan Xiao dead and Kong Yao having suffered losses in 2 battles, there was no way Jisheng Cliffs would not have come prepared. Yi Futian thought as much himself. The people of Jisheng Cliffs took themselves to be outside the loop, watching the show and whatever was going to happen from outside in a jesting manner. Zhuge Qingfeng, of course, knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked at Yi Futian silently and said, But what can you change coming back here? The worst outcome from all of this would be to quell the rage of both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace before we got more people into this. Yi Futian turned to Zhuge Qingfeng and said, What is the Holy Ji Palace's stance in all of this? Yi Futian felt heavy inside. While the Holy Ji Palace did try to stop him at White Cloud City, he did not wish for the Holy Ji Palace to get more involved. However, the Holy Ji Palace had become totally involved, shattering their very last hope. How much can the stance of the Holy Ji Palace change from what it was before? Zhuge Qingfeng then added, They do not wish to see the barren state in chaos and the power of the state diminished. Their actions of taking down both Gudonglu and you for Jisheng Cliffs were done so to quell Jisheng Cliffs' anger, so as to prevent that anger from spreading to the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain. So that is to say that the Holy Ji Palace still has a line they wouldn't cross then. Yi Futian said casually, Is there really no other way around this? Both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace are now standing at the same side. How are we going to do anything about this? Things would be in our favor if the entire barren state were to be on your side. But even so, if Jisheng Cliffs insisted on taking you in, so there's still little anyone can do to stop that, Zhuge Qingfeng said and sighed. The only one who would be able to break through such a deadlock is the Holy Ji Palace. He felt rather despaired as he said so. Even a figure ranked 6th on the barren sky ranking was still capable of feeling despair. Only they can break through this, huh? Yi Futian looked up at the sky and asked, Any news about third brother? None. Zhuge Qingfeng shook his head and answered, If someone from the Holy Ji Palace came, please tell them this, uncle. If third brother is still safe inside the Holy Ji Palace, I will then head for the Holy Ji Palace within the month, Yi Futian said and turned around to leave. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian leaving. He has still decided to surrender himself to the Holy Ji Palace, then, adamant and without regret, just like his third brother. Too bad that it would be a trip he would never return from. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace soon came to the Zhuge family estate to take Yi Futian, and Zhuge Qingfeng told them what he had been told. The people of the Holy Ji Palace left. A month's time was not long, and both them and Jisheng Cliffs had at least that much time to spare. The Holy Ji Palace had no intentions of waging a war, and Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs was in no hurry. If Yi Futian had given his word, then all they had to do was wait. The news spread throughout the entire barren state, and everyone sighed. Even top-class geniuses, like Gu Donglu and Yi Futian, were unable to escape. Both of them eventually had to surrender themselves. Barren State turned quiet after the news was out. There was nothing going on. It was as if everyone was waiting as well. Yi Futian entered the Holy Ji Palace within the month. Everything turned quiet on that day, unlike the 2 great battles which yielded no results before. A great battle could have broken out for the 3rd time, or things would have simply ended quietly. City Lord Office of Alchemy City. Shui Yi and Luo Fan kept standing right outside Yu Qi's bedchambers. She held her baby in the bedchambers, a daughter born from her and Shui Yi. Despite the great event of the daughter of the city giving birth to a baby girl, there were no celebrations of any kind to be had, the reason of which was all too obvious to everyone from the city lord office. Yu Qi looked at his daughter and then his granddaughter before turning around to glare at Shui. He said, "I'd have refused to have the wedding go on if I knew all of this would happen. Is there any point saying all that now?" "You," she said gently as she looked at her daughter. "I even lent the divine implement to Yi Futian. Haven't I done enough? With both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace in this, what can I, the boss of Alchemy City, do? And there is still that thing with the Emperor family." Yu Qi yapped away, feeling very displeased. "What are you telling me all of this for?" Yu Xi's voice was just as gentle. "Daughters indeed don't side with their daddies when they've grown up," Yu Qi said, feeling very frustrated. "If they like standing around so much, let them stand all they want. I'm not yielding to anything." Shui Yi and Luo Fan remained standing outside as if they had heard nothing. Yu Qi, the one who ranked 8th on the Baron's Sky ranking, City Lord of Alchemy City, and in possession of a divine implement. If he had gotten himself involved in this, he might have been able to change the course of the outcome. At the very least, he would have been able to do something to affect how things were now. West Mountain Dragon Clan, Divine Sky City, Eastern region of Baron State. A girl, 18 or 19, was seen yelling in some corner of the estate, "I want to go look for Brother Futian at Crouching Dragon Mountain." "Do you intend to walk to your death?" Long Ao glared at her daughter and said, "I don't care." Long Linger shouted, "Uncle will protect me." "Linger, stop kicking up a fuss," Madame Long tried to persuade her. It was not that they did not want to help Yi Futian. It was simply that things at hand were simply too great for them to be able to do anything. It was Madame Long who recommended Yi Futian to the Starry School. She had admired Yi Futian all that time. If Yi Futian was unable to survive this ordeal, then it was simply because fate was against him. At the moment, there were many things happening with many forces throughout the Baron State other than just Alchemy City and West Mountain, and all of them had to do with Yi Futian one way or another, a noble capable of moving all forces throughout the entire Baron State. There was probably no other like him. Bai Luli was probably the only one who had such influence before Yi Futian came into the picture. Chapter 710. Another 20 days passed with the blink of an eye. A storm seemed to be brewing throughout the Baron State. News from Crouching Dragon Mountain said that Yi Futian would be entering the Holy Sea Palace in 7 days. It was news that shocked Baron State somewhat and caught the attention of many. Another 20 days passed with the blink of an eye. A storm seemed to be brewing throughout the Baron State. News from Crouching Dragon Mountain said that Yi Futian would be entering the Holy Sea Palace in 7 days. It was news that shocked Baron State somewhat and caught the attention of many. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian. The young man was sitting there training in silence. Everything seemed peaceful. He had made it through the grade 1 noble plane. With him at the pinnacle of the noble plane and having developed mature comprehension of rules, the sage plane seemed to no longer be some faraway goal. It would have been something worth celebrating about, but be it Yi Futian himself or everyone around him, no one was in the mood for celebrating anything. "What do you plan to do at the Holy Ji Palace?" Zhuge Qingfeng asked the young man. Yi Futian had, no doubt, been seeing if he was able to advance further. He would not have waited another month to go to the Holy Ji Palace otherwise. "To prove one thing," Yi Futian answered. "And what would that be?" Zhuge Qingfeng asked. The big shots at the Holy Ji Palace always thought themselves to be right about everything. Lu Chan had always been reluctant to admit when he was wrong about anything, holding the extreme belief that nothing he did had ever been wrong. "I'm here to prove otherwise," Yi Futian said. "Of course, there is a chance that the place simply won't bother giving me such a chance." There was a self-dismissive smirk on his face when he said so. He had been weaker than others, which meant he had little means of negotiating terms with anyone. Still, he deemed that he owed it to himself to try. Even if his attempts were to end in failure, it would have still been better than how things were at the moment. There's also a chance that you're actually able to prove something. Yet the Holy Ji Palace still won't admit anything, Zhuge Qingfeng added. Of course, but still, having tried is better than having done nothing, Yi Futian said. I'll go with you, Zhuge Qingfeng said. Yi Futian turned around to look at the clan leader behind him. Zhuge Qingfeng said, just like you said yourself. Even if you're not going, there is no certainty to say that Jisheng Cliffs will let the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain off. Do you think they would let us go if I didn't show up? I also hope that you're able to prove something, even if things do turn out for the worse in the end. If things do turn out that way, I still hope that I'll be able to keep the Zhuge family in one piece, for I was once a student of the Holy Ji Palace. It was his personal decision to get involved with the matter involving Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. Many in the Zhuge family did not agree with what he did, and so it was natural for him as the one to suffer the eventual consequences. It was, after all, his responsibility as the head of the clan. All right, Yi Futian smiled and said, while still feeling rather guilty inside. He was the one who had gotten Zhuge Qingfeng into this in the first place, and he never thought things would turn out as they had. There are 7 more days. I'll head out for a bit, Zhuge Qingfeng said. He knew more or less what Yi Futian was trying to do. If Yi Futian wanted to try, then he saw fit to try himself as well, just so that they have a better chance at it. A woman was wearing plain clothes and reading a sutra quietly, with a lamp and a statue of Buddha by her side in Qingdang Temple. The abbot, monk Qingdang, added a bit of oil in the lamp by her side. The woman put down her sutra after a while and asked, Teacher, I've turned to the Buddhist way, and I should have let go of my longing for the mortal world. Yet, why am I unable to do so? Everyone in the mortal world has their own beginning and ending. One could not be on one's path of return with unfinished business in their mind. Monk Qingdang said. Where does such a path lie? The woman asked. The path of return lies where one's heart lies, Monk Qingdang explained plainly. I understand. The woman nodded. Book Mountain, Eastern Barren Territory, Barren State. It was a peaceful, tranquil place for training. While the access restriction to Eastern Barren Territory lifted, the spread of news and information was slow. As such, few knew about the major events taking place in the Barren State. A figure was seen sitting cross-legged and training at the peak of Book Mountain. That figure was none other than the Sword Saint. There was little for him to attend to in the college for the past few years, enabling him to pour his energy into his own training. As such, his level of cultivation had reached Magi Plane. Such a state would have naturally enabled him to become an invincible being in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he was not all that worth mentioning when he was compared to the people in the Barren State. Nonetheless, he had been progressed very quickly in his training, far quicker than he had been, being able to bring his cultivation to such a height within the span of several years. Without the events in the Barren State interfering with his training, he would have become even stronger. However, what was happening in Barren State was beyond him. A breeze blew by, and the Sword Saint opened his eyes and said, You are here. He turned around and saw a figure dressed in gray standing before him, emanating no aura. The Sword Saint was not surprised at all. It was as if he had known all along that the figure would show up. You're going to the Barren State, the figure dressed in gray asked. Indeed. The Sword Saint nodded. Regardless if he was actually able to do anything, he deemed it necessary to go. It was his juniors who were in trouble, after all. While you've improved greatly for the past few years, you're far from ready, the figure in gray said. I know that, which is why I'm waiting for you, the Sword Saint said. The figure in gray glanced at the Sword Saint with cold eyes. That very instant had the Sword Saint feeling as if he had been thrust into purgatory. Stop guessing my thoughts from here on out, the figure in gray said, and unleashed a broadsword in their hand. Countless runes flowed about the broadsword as if its powers were unsealed. The blade will only be unsealed when you decide to fight, but it is possible that it will bring you unbearable pain in return. Do you wish to take the blade? The figure in gray asked while looking at the sword saint. The sword saint did not doubt their words at all. If the blade was said to bring him unbearable pain, then it was certain that things would have turned worse than what he anticipated, instead of those words being something said only to scare him. Even so, he took the blade without any hesitation. The figure dressed in gray looked at him calmly and said, "Remember this. You will remain as long as the blade remains. Your life will be linked with the blade itself, the very moment you unseal it. I will keep this in mind." The sword saint nodded. He dared not forget anything the figure dressed in gray said. A wind blew, and the figure dressed in gray was nowhere to be seen. It was as if they never appeared on Book Mountain in the first place. The sword saint looked at the blade in his hand, the blade that could only be unsealed only in battle. He put the blade away and headed for the bottom of Book Mountain. 7 days passed like a flying arrow to a cultivator. Since the news spread from Crouching Dragon Mountain, many in the barren state acted. Countless flooded the Holy Ji Palace, with many from top forces among them. They had all reached the outskirts of the palace, and it seemed as if they had been anticipating that very day. The city lord of White Cloud City and Yanwuji, head of the Sword Saint Villa, arrived at the Holy Ji Palace. There were also those from the Emperor family and Sacred Fire sect. They were all in this, and it was only natural that they came to witness the final outcome of it all. None of them could rest easy until they saw the demise of the Zhuge family and Yuan Hong dead. That day, Yu Qi saw Yu Shi and Shui Yu walking about back and forth before him at the city lord office. He yielded and said, All right, I'll go have a look at things. You all stay here and take care of the place." Yu Qi walked out of the city lord office and gathered some of the mighty ones throughout Alchemy City before taking to the air, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. On the very same day, Su Shang recuperated and broke his isolation in Tingxua House. He too took a group of people with him and headed for the Holy Ji Palace in sovereign territory. Huang Shi looked at Huang Zhuge and asked, "Are you feeling rather sad about things?" Among my peers in the barren state, he was the one that was truly peerless and the one who served as a beacon for us all. If he were to simply fall, it would be a shame indeed, Huang Zhuge sighed and said. "Seems like you appreciate each other." Huang Shi smiled and continued, "Zhuge Qingfeng came looking for me a few days ago. I guess he had gone to quite a number of places besides here. He wanted to get his chances up as much as he could. While I too wish for the sovereign family to go do this, we are powerless against both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Qingfeng should know that much. There is just nothing the forces of the barren state can do to change how things end," Huang Zhuge said. "Zhuge Qingfeng wasn't asking for us to be in the war. He was only hoping that we give a chance to Yi Futian to prove himself," Huang Shi said. "Is there even a need to prove himself further?" Huang Zhuge asked. Yi Futian had already proven that he possessed unequaled talent among his peers. Even Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs lost at his hands. I know not what Yi Futian was trying to prove, but since Zhuge Qingfeng himself went around visiting places, I'm now rather curious about what is that they are trying to do. So, I decided to go to the Holy Ji Palace myself, Huang Shi said. Huang Zhuge turned to look at Huang Shi with a smile. However, he still remained unconvinced that they stood a chance to change anything. Chun Yuan returned to Divine Sky City at the eastern region of the barren state after visiting West Mountain, the Gu clan, and the Zhaixing House, persuading all those forces to go to the Holy Ji Palace to bear witness instead of to fight. That day eventually came. The air above 1,000 holy islands was filled with mighty ones arriving by air. The Holy Ji Palace personnel did nothing to interfere, allowing the mighty ones to pass the holy river and the 1,000 holy islands, arriving before the Holy Ji Palace. A massive number of mighty ones gathered at the outskirts of the Holy Ji Palace on that day. It was a scene eclipsing the law battles held once in 3 years. After all, very few top-class figures came to watch the law battles. Yet all who came that very day consisted of top-class figures from all over the barren state. It was said that Yi Futian from Crouching Dragon Mountain had departed with Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong, serving as his escort, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan stood before the ancient hall in Holy Sage Pavilion and asked, "Who is here today?" Everyone in the top 10 on the Barren Sky ranking, other than the Lord of Ice Temple, will probably be here today, Sage Tianqing answered. All of the top 10 figures were either already inside the Holy Ji Palace, or they were to be found among the crowd outside. Things are really bustling. Lu Chan looked up at the sky. The top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking gathering about because Yi Futian was showing up at the Holy Ji Palace. There was hardly any time in history where one noble plain youth had such an influence. A figure flashed before them and landed right before Lu Chan, Assistant Palace Lord. The messenger bowed. "What is the matter?" Lu Chan asked. "People from Ice Temple are here," the messenger said, and Lu Chan became dumbfounded. There are also figures from all top forces, including Monk Qingdeng, who does not care for mortal world affairs. It is unknown, however, why they are all here. The messenger bowed and said. Lu Chan went silent. So all the top figures will indeed gather here today? Chapter 711. While Lu Chan had anticipated the day to be one that would have caught the attention of many, he never expected just about all of the absolute top-class figures to be found in the barren state to show. Even the Ice Temple had someone coming to the Holy Ji Palace. While Lu Chan had anticipated the day to be one that would have caught the attention of many, he never expected just about all of the absolute top-class figures to be found in the barren state to show. Even the Ice Temple had someone coming to the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, Lu Chan knew that majority came only to see what was about to happen. While their stances and attitudes were unknown, he knew for sure that the ones who would actually get involved were but a handful. Sage Wanxiang was performing divination in Wanxiang Pavilion. Stars showered from above as he spun the star wheel around. He saw the grand Holy Ji Palace caught in the middle of a storm. Dark omens of devastating trouble shone, and dark clouds overshadowed the place. It seemed that the storm would soon be upon them, and dawn was nowhere to be found. "Someone come here," Sage Wanxiang shouted. One of his students walked and felt completely shaken by the image they saw. "Teacher, this is?" "Go inform the Assistant Palace, Lord, that the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace is upon us." Sage Wanxiang then added, "I need time to observe the stars, to wait for a sign to break the ordeal." The one who walked in had a very serious look on their face. Is Yi Futian's arrival at the Holy Ji Palace, the ordeal, spoken in the divination? How is this happening? What is going to happen today? Yes, teacher. They nodded and left to inform Lu Chan of Holy Sage Pavilion. Lu Chan was just as shocked hearing Sage Wanxiang's words. He was, however, puzzled as to where this ordeal was to come from. Nothing was heard from the forces of Jisheng Cliffs. The great force that hailed from Yu State probably had ample preparations. What do we need to do before they will leave the barren state alone? I never expected Sage Wanxiang to actually need to observe the stars like this. It is anyone's guess how fearsome the signs are this time. Is a storm about to hit the barren state today after such a long time of peace? Lu Chan's eyes were adamant. Whatever was to happen, he would be there to help the Holy Ji Palace survive the ordeal, for it was his mission to do so. In the palace where the mighty ones of Jisheng Cliffs were housed, Kong Yao turned his eyes to the person before him and said, "I heard Yi Futian is on his way here." Not just Yi Futian. Many of the top-class figures from all over the barren state will also be here today. They may be quite a lot who want to get involved in this, the person before him said. Kong Yao remained calm, however, with a tinge of sarcasm on his face. So things turned out like this? He thought, very well. Time to clean everything up in the Holy Ji Palace once and for all. Without a saint in the barren state for so many years, they seem to have forgotten what respect and fear are. Well then, it's time for the forces in the barren state to undergo a reshuffling. This place of orthodoxy of Empressya will be taken away sooner or later. All it needs for that to come true is simply a chance. Kong Yao headed for a prison, which was specifically built for Gu Donglu, locking the man within. "Your little brother is here," Kong Yao said, looking at Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu looked at Kong Yao and sighed to himself. "So our little brother is still here in barren state? Not just Yi Futian. Zhu Geqing Feng, Yuan Hong, and many others will come too. You may want to shoulder everything yourself. But it seems like there are many out there who actually care about you." Kong Yao smirked sarcastically. "It's fine how things turn out, as I want to see who dares to stand up." He lifted his head and little and said, "Everyone prepare to get a move on." Many silhouettes arrived by air as soon as he finished. All of them were mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. Two walked to Kong Yao's side. Their bearing was imposing, which meant that they were incredibly fearsome people. "Senior Kong, I heard that there are many ranked on the barren sky ranking here today?" Someone at his side said, sarcastically. The tone was such that it seemed that the person did not care about it at all. "Indeed," Kong Yao nodded. "It's been quite a while since I last went tempering my skills in martial arts with top-class sages." An elder beside him said in an extremely cold manner, "If someone dares move against Jisheng Cliffs, I'm not going to hold back. I assume you won't have any opinions about that?" "None at all. Anyone who dares meddle in this, there will be no mercy for them," Kong Yao said in an equally cold manner. "Very well then," the elder nodded. "I heard that things didn't go so well for you when you were here last. Your opponent seemed to have used divine, ritual implements. I guess this time you will be able to go at them with full force. It's a good thing to have so many mighty ones throughout the barren state gathering here today. We'll be able to teach them a lesson in fear and respect." Kong Yao said with a tinge of murderous intent in his eyes, "Let's go." The group left as soon as he finished his words. Gu Donglu sighed as he watched them leave. The trouble did not end up quelled, and it seemed that the storm was inevitable. He had been listening to the chatter in Kong Yao's group for the past few days and knew that they brought quite a lineup this time. Jisheng Cliffs wanted more than revenge for Zhan Shao. They wanted to a show of force in the barren state. With a son of Jisheng Cliffs killed in the barren state, all the other states of the 9 states would have probably been looking at how events unfolded in the barren state. The outskirts of Holy Ji Palace were filled with people. There were mighty ones to be found as far as the eye was able to see. Mighty ones from everywhere had arrived. Lu Chan and Sage Tianqing went outside the palace and laid their eyes on all those who came. Lu Chan turned his eyes to one direction, finding a group of a woman carrying a carriage made of ice. A lithe, alluring woman was seen sitting in that pure, flawless carriage, yet no one dared intrude the construct with their spiritual powers. "Lord Yin, you are here," Lu Chan greeted. "Lu Chan, it has been a while." A calm voice was heard from within the carriage. Many turned their eyes in her direction. She is indeed here, the most powerful woman in all of the barren state, and the one who ranks second on the barren sky ranking. Just one place beneath the lord of the entire Holy Ji Palace. "Shouldn't you be training within the ice temple, Lord Yin? What brings you here?" Lu Chan then added, "I assume you are here to see what is about to happen to the Holy Ji Palace." "My daughter was training in the Holy Ji Palace for some years, and she had seen quite a lot of progress in her training. As such, I'm here today to give my gratitude to the Holy Ji Palace," the woman in the carriage said. Lu Chan was caught off guard. The daughter of the Lord of Ice Temple training in the Holy Ji Palace? It was something that he did not even know about. "It is our honor to have your daughter train in the palace, Lord Yin," Lu Chan replied politely. The woman before him was ranked second on the barren sky ranking, and, with his senior currently recuperating from his injuries, It would have made her the most powerful being in all of the barren state. Yin Shuisheng? Sage Daozong felt something was off. One of his personal students was named Yun Shuisheng. Their surname was Yin. However, people usually took their father's surname, but it was hardly surprising for the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Temple to take her mother's surname instead. While there were many students of excellent caliber in the Holy Ji Palace, few fit the assumed criteria befitting the Princess of Ice Temple's caliber. With many among those that came to mind having a clear background, the only one who was left was none other than Yun Shuisheng. "Teacher, it's me." A girl bowed in the Holy Ji Palace and said, "Please forgive me for having hidden my true identity from you." "It doesn't matter. The Holy Ji Palace hardly takes the birth of those to be trained into consideration when picking students. Or rather, now that you've made your identity as the Princess of Ice Temple clear, it's quite flattering to have me train someone like you." Sage Daozong said with a smile, then added, "But I don't think your mother, Lord Yin, is coming just to see you." Sage Daozong had long had doubts about all that. The timing at which Lord Yin showed up was too convenient. To his knowledge, Yun Shuisheng and Yi Futian shared a rather amicable relationship, and they had both went to Alchemy City before. "I heard from Shuisheng that one of her friends has top-class talents and caliber, one who defeated Qin Zhong, who is known in Jisheng Cliffs to possess the potential for sainthood. Such a person, however, was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, and is to be taken by the palace as a present for Jisheng Cliffs. I heard that he would show in the Holy Ji Palace today, and so here I am out of curiosity," Lord Yun elaborated. Lu Chan and Sage Daozong both looked in the direction of the carriage. It never came to them that Yun Shuisheng actually called the Lord of Ice Temple here. "I assume you are all here out of curiosity, then?" Lu Chan looked at the others and asked. No one answered. It was apparent that all who showed today had their own attitude and stance on things. Seeing how he did not get any answer from the crowd, Lu Chan smirked coldly and said, "Well then, I look forward to how things will turn out." He stood on top of the Holy Ji Palace and looked far away. Wanxiang said today would be the day when the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace comes. With so many mighty ones from all over the barren state here, I wonder what form this ordeal will take indeed. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and Yi Futian were seen arriving outside of 1,000 holy islands. Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jiu came as well. Yi Futian stopped and scanned the many island cities beneath him. He would have reached the grounds of the palace itself a little further from where he was then. If he were to go any further, the possibility of him returning would be very slim. This is far enough. "Jiu, you can head back now." Yi Futian turned around and said to Hua Jiu all of a sudden. Hua Jiu's eyes were frozen. She then went on to stare at him with very cold eyes. He said he would let her go with him. "You promised me." She remained staring at Yi Futian, her eyes filled with determination. "I did what?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu and said, "Don't you know that I'm better with words and flirting than anything else?" That promise was nothing. Hua Jiu remained staring at him without saying anything. Yi Futian started looking frustrated and said, "You have any idea how annoying you are? Lulan Shui is indeed the better girl, obedient and knows how to take care of others and all. You're just a stubborn bull in comparison." Hua Jiu remained staring at him. "Will you just leave?" Yi Futian's tone turned serious. "No way," Hua Jiu answered. "How can you be so selfish?" Yi Futian's tone became very irritated. That day in Taihang Mountain, you cared only about yourself and you had third brother go to face everything himself. So what are you doing here today? You're being awful tagging along. You know that? Just what are you doing here? To show how noble your love is? What about your folks? What about them, huh? Hua Jiu's eyes were fixed on him as they went slightly red. She felt very guilty of what happened at Taihang Mountain. She was being selfish. She indeed betrayed third brother and second sister, just so he was able to live. She was able to even betray her parents now. But am I doing this just to show how noble my love is? All right, I'll tell you the truth, having come so far and all. You know well what kind of a person I am. I'm a ladies' man. Unless you like fighting with other girls for my favor, I can tell you this much. I've been with quite a number of girls all this while, and I'm now getting increasingly sick of you. You're good for nothing. But still, I don't want to drag you into this mess. Stop following me. Yi Futian then said dismissively, all that about you being my destiny and whatnot. I say that to girls all the time, and anyone who actually believes that nonsense is stupid. He then went on without her. Chapter 7:12. Hua Ju saw Yi Futian going further and further away, tears in her eyes. She then turned around to the black-winged condor and said, "Are you going to get in my way too?" Hua Ju saw Yi Futian going further and further away, tears in her eyes. She then turned around to the black-winged condor and said, "Are you going to get in my way too?" The bird lowered its head and said, "I'm sorry, boss orders." "So are you saying it's all right for you to ignore mine instead?" Hua Ji stared at the bird, coldly. The black-winged condor shook its head. The bird was stuck in the middle of nowhere. It did not dare go against his master's orders, yet it dared not offend his master's girl. It was a pitiful scene to look at. However, it knew that its master did all that for the sake of his girl, and so it chose to keep getting in her way. Seeing how the black-winged condor insisted on not letting her pass, Huaju turned her eyes far away and asked softly, "Hey, am I useless and a good-for-nothing?" The black-winged condor shook its head. It too had such a feeling when it was around its master. However, the bird progressed far faster than any other demonic beast. It had now comprehended rules of the wind. Just so long as its master kept progressing, it would benefit from it as well. "Take me with you. I'll just watch everything from afar," Huaju said while staring at the bird. The black-winged condor turned its head, figuring out what to do, before it eventually nodded. If its master were to punish it for it, then so be it, it thought. Yi Futian and the others continued moving forward. Zhuge Mingyue then said, "You know what Ji's thoughts are. Why did you need to go that far?" Second sister, the very reason third brother left that breakup letter behind was so that you didn't end up getting into all this. But you were stubborn enough to refuse, and he had to go all the way up to Crouching Dragon Mountain because of it. Although I know doing this would change nothing, this trip is an extremely perilous one, and I'm still rather reluctant, Yi Futian said. "I get it." Zhuge Mingyue ruffled Yi Futian's hair. They were still a young couple in their 20s. If Yi Futian was reluctant to let her go, Hua Ji would have been just as reluctant. In actuality, however, what he did back changed nothing, and Zhuge Mingyue could only sigh over what happened. The fate shared by both siblings in training was uncannily similar. The Holy Ji Palace was within sight after passing one floating island after another. Yi Futian and the others finally saw the grand, regal core island. It was the place where he fought in the law battles all those years ago. Mighty ones from all corners were there, and they seemed to be waiting for something, him. Countless eyes turned in Yi Futian's direction. Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong escorted him. Despite knowing that he would have ended up dead, the young man in his 20s insisted on making the trip nonetheless. A noble standing in front of all the top-class figures from all over Baron State. Lu Chan, Sage Qianqing, and all the others were standing at the sky stairwell of the palace as they cast their gaze on Yi Futian. The one who had been a student of the Holy Ji Palace, a young man with peerless talents who ranked #1 on law rank and was allowed entrance to the Sage Hall. However, it was indeed a pity that it all came to this. "Futian!" someone shouted. Yi Futian turned head at the voice and saw Qin Yuan, Mu Chuan, Long Ao, and Guyanqi's father all standing there. Yi Futian looked at them and said, "Headmaster, what are you doing here?" "Just to have a look," Qin Yuan smiled and said. Yi Futian turned his eyes to the others. Many came that day. Huang Shi of the Sovereign family, Yu Qi of Alchemy City, Su Shang of Tingxua House, and he heard that there were many from all over the barren state showing up at the palace just so that he would have a better chance at what he intended to do. He had never anticipated the ones ranked high on the barren state to come. He felt rather remorseful at the moment. He, a noble, making all those top-class figures ranked on the barren sky, ranking weight at the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, other than those on the barren sky, ranking who were friendly with him, there were also those who were practically his enemies, such as Yan Wuji of Sword Saint Villa, the godly spear of Nantian House, Dikai of Emperor family, the leader of Sacred Fire sect, and the others, with the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace and the group from Jisheng Cliffs considered. Even if they were to be many of his seniors willing to help him, it still fell rather short. Futian! Yet another shouted his name. He turned his eyes in another direction and saw a stout, tanned figure who bared his torso walking out from the palace. It was none other than his teacher, Sage Dozhan. "Teacher!" Yi Futian shouted. "Dozhan, get back here." Lu Chan could not help but stand out and intervene. Things were as complicated as they possibly could have been. Is Sage Dozhan trying to get himself on Yi Futian's side, standing out like this? If he were to join the fray as a lord of Battle Sage Palace, what would his stance even mean in all of this? The Holy Ji Palace does not interfere with squabbles outside and is only there to pass on the teachings of old. Today, I'm standing here as Yi Futian's teacher, not as lord of Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan replied. It was him who allowed Yi Futian to head for the Zhuge family. Yi Futian stopped the engagement, yet he had also planted the seeds of what was happening on this very day. It had been something that Sage Dozhan had totally unexpected. However, per his words, as he let Yi Futian off that day despite knowing, that the Holy Ji Palace was doing it all for the sake of having a saint emerge, they were not doing it the right way. His student did nothing wrong, and as such, he stood with the side that was doing the right thing. Lu Chan's expression turned awfully ugly. Kong Yao, who was standing with those from Jisheng Cliffs, simply smirked coldly. Very good indeed. He wanted to see how many would stand against Jisheng Cliffs. Futian, why are you here at the Holy Ji Palace today? Sage Dozhan asked. I'm here to make things right, Yi Futian answered. How? Sage Dozhan asked. I interfered in the engagement between Bailuli and my second sister back at Crouching Dragon Mountain, and I got expelled for it. It was the will of the Holy Ji Palace to have Bailuli become a saint. As such, everything the Holy Ji Palace did was to assist Bailuli, and I acknowledge that. Yi Futian then elaborated further, looking at Lu Chan. Third brother once said that it was easy to prove what happened back in Yu State, whether it was my third brother or Zhan Shao who killed all those sages. I believe the palace knew deep down. As such, why is the palace standing on the side of Jisheng Cliffs and taking my third brother? Why do they want to take me, an expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace? Is there any meaning to saying all this? Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian. There was nothing words were able to do anymore. Of course, Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan and said, I want to hear from the assistant palace lord personally whether the Holy Ji Palace have been doing the right thing all this while. Your third brother said the same thing when he came to the Holy Ji Palace. However, I'm free of guilt, and so is the palace as a whole. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian. He admired Gu Donlu and Yi Futian, but it was one thing to admire and another thing altogether to say who was right or wrong. He did not think he had done anything wrong. It was simply that fate had been cruel to all of them. Free of guilt, eh? Yi Futian smiled. Nice for you to say that you are free of guilt. The very reason why you insist so adamantly on the righteousness of your actions was because of Bailuli's potential for sainthood. What you have been doing was all for his sake, to have a saint among us, and as such, you found yourself free of guilt. In that case, I have one last request. If you still feel yourself to be free of guilt, I will then surrender myself to whatever is installed for me. If you still remember the beliefs you've held on to so adamantly, I'd then like to see if you'd really see it through. And what would that be? Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and asked, "The expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace is here to challenge Bai Luli." Yi Futian uttered every single word clearly and slowly. Many who were present felt their eyes frozen in place. Not even the top-class figures ranked on the barren sky ranking were able to react sensibly as they looked at Yi Futian. So this was what Zhuge Qingfeng was talking about when he said Yi Futian wanted to prove something? To challenge Bai Luli, but Yi Futian is just a noble. How is he going to do that? Bai Luli's unparalleled talents among his peers aside, his upper-level sage plane is already something that Yi Futian is unable to surpass. This is just ridiculous. Even the big shots who admired Yi Futian's talents felt that he was spewing nonsense. The city lord of White Cloud City glared at Yi Futian coldly. Him challenging my son Bai Luli? What kind of a joke is this? Sage Dozhan, too, looked at Yi Futian, feeling rather puzzled. This is a joke, isn't it? Sage Tianxing said coldly. Yi Futian, is there any meaning to all of this? Challenge Bai Luli? Lu Chan too looked at Yi Futian without saying anything. That request was indeed a ridiculous one. Do you all find it funny? Yi Futian turned to address those who were present and added, "If I was able to kill Zhan Shao, why can't I challenge Bai Luli?" Zhan Shao was of the same plane as Bai Luli. Countless eyes stared at him as he finished talking. Did Yi Futian just say that he was the one who killed Zhan Shao? You said it was you who killed Zhan Shao. Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian. Indeed, Yi Futian said. Third brother wanted to save me, so he knocked me OU, wanting to have me leave the barren state. He then came to the Holy Ji Palace alone. I was the one killed Zhan Shao. So that was what happened. Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Mingyue felt rather relieved as they finally knew what actually happened. The great figures in the air felt rather shocked. Yet Yi Futian did not seem like he was lying. But then again, how was this possible? Big words you spew there, Kong Yao said coldly. Zhan Shao was a son of Jisheng Cliffs, and there was no way he could have been killed by Yi Futian, a noble. It was an utter insult to Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian looked up at Kong Yao before rising up slowly. He then melded his spiritual will with his surroundings. A formless hurricane whipped around violently in this air. Wind, Yi Futian uttered a word. The ferocious gale then went about rampaging in the air like a dragon. Power of rules. Many found their jaws agape. Fire, Yi Futian uttered yet another word. Power of rules of fire was unleashed, turning the air around scorching hot. Wah! Many shivered deep down. Thunder, Yi Futian uttered yet another word, bringing about rules of lightning to work. Yi Futian's body was still seen rising up. Stars shone and glittered, then wrapped around his body. Rules of the stars, Yi Futian continued. Many felt their hearts about to pop out of their chests as they stared at Yi Futian. A grade 1 noble brought many power of rules to bear. Furthermore, all of them were matured. Space. Freeze, Yi Futian said yet again, and all of the great figures felt the power of space rules bore upon them, surprisingly feeling their bodies stiffen in the air. The entire space felt as if everything was about to freeze. That is the rules of space. This. Their hearts pumped excitedly. All of the great figures on the barren sky ranking felt riled up inside over someone their junior unleashing their powers. It was not enough to just unleash the power of rules of respective elements. Yi Futian had even gone on to develop comprehension of rules of stars and the extremely high rules of space. Number 1 below the Saint Plain of Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Kong Yao and said coldly, "Do you know anything about talent whatsoever?" Chapter 713. Kong Yao, 9th on the 9-state sage ranking, the number one person under the St. Plain in Jisheng Cliffs. He had seen countless talents. The Jisheng Cliffs generations of 9 sons were all people with outstanding potential. However, at this moment, in the declining barren state, a noble was pointing at him and asking whether he knew what potential was. However, he had no comeback. Kong Yao, 9th on the 9-state sage ranking, the number one person under the St. Plain in Jisheng Cliffs. He had seen countless talents. The Jisheng Cliffs generations of 9 sons were all people with outstanding potential. However, at this moment, in the declining barren state, a noble was pointing at him and asking whether he knew what potential was. However, he had no comeback. He had indeed never seen such talent. To comprehend such complete rule power as a grade 1 noble, a prodigy could do it. To comprehend a strong and complete rule power needed an elite prodigy like Qin Zhong, who had the potential to become a saint. However, even many sage plane cultivators could not comprehend spatial rule power, not to mention comprehending complete spatial rule power as a noble. Today he had been exposed to something new. He had met a genius in the barren state. What a pity! The same with Gu Donglu. If he had met them earlier, he could have inducted them into the Jisheng Cliffs. However, they were now enemies. He was thinking, what is the head saint's intention for wanting to capture them alive? Should I disable their powers first to prevent any potential issues? Yi Futian was so impudent in front of him. Evidently, he hated him very much. Moreover, the ties between the two parties could not be mitigated. Yi Futian also understood that was why he dared to be so insolent. Kong Yao had wanted to touch the people from crouching Dragon Mountain, so there was no difference between offending him or not. Even if he was not insolent, Kong Yao would not let him off either. Lu Chan, will you do it, or will the Jisheng Cliffs have to? Kong Yao asked coldly. Lu Chan's heart clenched. At that moment, he was extremely troubled. He had expelled Yi Futian personally. Now, outside the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had shown his potential to the entire barren state. As a grade 1 noble, he had comprehended multiple rule powers, as well as the starry laws and spatial rule power. He had managed to do what countless sage plane figures had failed to. He wanted to prove that he was more outstanding than Bai Luli. In a sense, he had done it, although Bai Luli had also comprehended complete rule power as a grade 1 noble. The spatial rule power was enough to wipe out all his accomplishments. Had he been wrong? Gu Donglu had questioned him. Yi Futian had questioned him. Now doubts appeared in his mind. Lu Chan, I want to see the battle between the two most outstanding teens in the barren state. Since Yi Futian wants to challenge Bai Luli, the palace should grant him this wish. The sovereign family's Huang, she also chipped in. Although Yi Futian had revealed such exceptional potential, it was theoretically impossible for him to defeat Bai Luli. However, since he had said that he was the one who killed Zhan Shao, this meant that Yi Futian still had a trump card up his sleeve. What was this trump card of his? Lu Chan, the Holy Ji Palace claims to have a single will for the barren state to have a saint. Now, there is a person with the potential to become a saint in front of you. I want to see if the palace will practice what they preach, Yu Qi said coolly. They were already at a point where Yi Futian's potential was undisputed. If Qin Zhong and Bai Luli could do it, Yi Futian should also be able to. A glint appeared in Kong Yao's eyes. These people had all come today to attempt to sway the Holy Ji Palace? They were courting death. Take them down. Kill whoever attempts to stop us, Kong Yao declared abruptly in an overbearing yet ruthless tone. His words weighed down on everyone as the experts from Jisheng Cliffs stepped forward. Lu Chan raised his head and looked in the direction of Jisheng Cliffs. He naturally knew how strong the Jisheng Cliffs experts were. After Zhan Zhao's death, there were people who had returned to the Jisheng Cliffs to report the matter. Kong Yao did not go back, but afterward in the group of experts that had come from the Jisheng Cliffs. 2 of them were experts on the sage ranking. There were 81 sages on the 9-state sage ranking. Among them, 8 were from the U state and the Jisheng cliffs had sent 3 here. Moreover, Kong Yao had previously been at a disadvantage because of Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong's saint ritual implements, and one of their 9 warriors, Zhan Shao, had died in the barren state. The Jisheng cliffs would definitely return prepared. This time, Kong Yao had entered the palace with an even more dominant might and was more confident. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and Sage Dozhan all around Yi Futian, shielding him in the middle. The Jisheng cliffs experts traveled through the air with an astonishing air of suppression. The 2 at the front were an elder and a teen who looked surprisingly young but had an extremely sharp aura. These 2 are on the sage and saint ranking, Sage Dozhan said with a somber expression. 3 experts on the sage ranking had come today. From his knowledge, the younger archmage, Gufeng, was the number 1 warrior in the Jisheng cliffs previous generation. Now he was the disciple of the Jisheng cliff saint. Gufeng was one of the successors to the Jisheng cliffs who had the chance to become a saint. He had a terrifying battle ability. The elder was also a terrifying figure. The rule power he excelled in was Ash. It was an extremely strong rule power created by combining flame rule power and transmutation. His name was Nye Yan, and he killed people indiscreetly. Many people died in his hands in every battle of the divine path. An expert on the barren sky ranking, Nye Yan looked at Zhuge Qingfeng and commented, 6th on the barren sky ranking. Would he be able to be ranked last on the sage ranking? The 9-state sage and saint ranking had 81 sages. Apart from the barren state, the other 8 states had approximately 10 sages each who could enter the ranking. That meant that even the last on the sage ranking was one of the top 10 in their state. However, the barren state did not have a saint and was ranked last in the 9 states. 6th on the barren sky ranking was probably somewhere around the end of the sage ranking. Nye Yan's eyes suddenly turned dark red. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the vast area became illusory. Under the influence of his eyes, Yi Futian had a feeling like his body would be burned to ashes. Rule power was omnipresent. With his current cultivation level, he could not withstand a rule power attack by an elite sage plane expert. Zhuge Qingfeng had already taken out his ritual implement. The 8 trigrams matrix shone in the area, surrounding Yi Futian within it as well. Nye Yan looked at Zhuge Qingfeng, strands of dark red aura flowing in the area, enveloping the 8 trigrams matrix. They then assaulted all of Zhuge Qingfeng's phantoms. At the same time, a silver 3-pronged halberd appeared in Gufeng's hands. A stunning light emitted from it, tearing through the air. Gufeng rushed down, thrusting his 3-pronged halberd at the 8 trigrams matrix. Immediately, the silver light swooped towards the clouds. Thunder struck down from the heavens onto the 3-pronged halberd. In that moment, rays of destructive silver light appeared in the area like a thunder raid. "Be careful!" many people shouted as they dodged the rays. "Disciples, return to the palace!" Lu Chan shouted. Thunderous sounds echoed as a shocking sight appeared. The ground outside the palace split apart and cracks appeared. The land had been torn apart. Cracks were also appearing in the 8 trigrams matrix. Saint-level ritual implement. Many people looked at the 3-pronged halberd in Gufeng's hands and commented. Even the barren state had multiple saint-level ritual implements. Yu state would naturally have them too. However, Jisheng Cliff's saint-level ritual implements were all controlled by saints. Those under the saint plane were not worthy of having saint ritual implements, and Jisheng Cliffs would only loan them out under special circumstances, such as today. Crash! Yuan Hong stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction smashing downward. In the surroundings, the Jisheng Cliffs experts headed towards Yi Futian. Sage Dozhan's body suddenly became even more burly as he released his Dozhan body. Horrifying rays penetrated his body, and in an instant, an exceedingly terrifying force erupted from his body. Stepping forward, His Dojan body crushed down like a battle god, and the Jisheng Cliff's experts immediately retreated. Dojan. Lu Chan looked at Sage Dojan. Wan Qiang had predicted that the palace would meet a calamity today. Dojan going into battle with Jisheng Cliffs would undoubtedly put the palace in peril. Lu Chan, since you can't even control the palace's people, I will help you do it, Kong Yao said coldly, and stepped forward as well. With just one step, a terrifying giant elephant appeared in the skies, crushing down on everything. Sage Dojan's fists flew across the air, and a golden glowing fist caused the giant elephant to implode. Humph! Kong Yao humphed coldly and looked at Yi Futian, who was protected by Dojan. He said coldly, I said that whoever dares to stop Jisheng Cliffs will be killed. What makes you think that you can protect him? As his voice landed, he stepped forward. Multiple giant elephants crushed down on them, and Sage Dojan's body emitted brilliant light, his Dojan body keeping them at bay. Master! Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Sage Dojan, then turned to look at Lu Chan with a frigid expression, saying, Is this the path that you have insisted on following? Lu Chan fell silent. At that moment, the other experts from the Jisheng Cliffs walked towards Yi Futian, releasing their rule power. Little brother. A voice sounded, and Yi Futian was stunned. He then lowered his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person dressed in simple clothing walking towards him. As he saw the figure, Yi Futian lowered his head in disappointment. Even Big Brother came? Even he had been implicated in this turmoil. Big Brother! Yi Futian called out to him. Brother! Zhuge Mingyue saw the figure, and her gaze was also fixed on him. She had not seen her big brother for many years, but he was still the same as before, calm, simple, so ordinary yet extraordinary. Many people looked at the figure who had appeared. Zhuge Mingyue and Yi Futian's brother? Another person from the Eastern Barren Territory. But what difference would he make? The Holy Ji Palace has already given the order to arrest you and Donglu. Why do you even harbor any hopes for them? The Sword Saint looked at Yi Futian and continued saying, What holy land is this? What a disgrace to its reputation. Yi Futian fell silent. This situation could only be resolved by the palace, so he still had hopes for it. However, even after he had revealed his potential, he was not even given the chance to prove himself. Big brother, why did you come? Yi Futian sighed. The cottage's disciples are being bullied and master is not around. As the big brother, how could I not show up? The Sword Saint smiled and continued, Even if we have to fight to the death, I should be the first. As he said that, he took out the broadsword on his back. Broadsword rushed into the broadsword and broke its seal. In an instant, terrifying dark energy devoured the Sword Saint's body, engulfing every part of his body.